On the day the team encountered soul-destroying black magic, Lynn fell into a sound sleep. He had no choice but to leave his companions in his wake. It's been exactly 300 years since it happened. But the restored peace and quiet daily life was only an illusion. And now the whole world was shrouded in the greatest darkness, while people continued to live happy lives. When Lynn was 13 years old, a hero came to the magic tower to fetch him. The girl said that she had heard that a genius magician appeared once every 100 years, but she claimed that it couldn't be Lynn. This hero had snow-white hair and golden eyes. Archmage Lynn didn't really pay much attention to the heroine's words. He continued fumbling through his books. The girl moved closer and asked Archmage Lynn if he had heard her at all. But this time too, Lynn remained silent. Lynn still decided to answer, and said that he was neither a genius nor a child, and his name was Lynn. The heroine rejoiced, and said that Lynn was indeed the one. A young 4-star archmage in the history of the Empire, named Lynn. But even if the girl came to the right place, Lynn was still a child in her eyes. It was hard for the heroine to call Lynn a genius magician when he still needed his diapers changed. But if Lynn joined the party, the girl would change them for Lynn every day. Lynn was too angry from the girl's taunting, and created a flaming ball in his hand. Esther was startled by the fireball and began apologizing to Lynn, saying she was just kidding. As Esther stepped back, she banged her head on the cabinet and the books on top began to shake. Dozens of books fell upon the heroine, and she was inundated with a plethora of knowledge, while Lynn watched the spectacle. Watching all of this, Lynn couldn't help the way the books fell on the girl and laughed. The girl rejoiced at the fact that she was able to make Lynn smile after all her efforts. It was then that Lynn became interested in the heroine's offer to join the group. Lynn shook hands with the girl, and she revealed that her name was Esther Alter Sherapin, and she was a fake warrior of the Heavenly Light Dragon Church. Esther asked Lynn to help her defeat the abyss spreading from the South Pole. In other words, she invited Lynn to join her group of heroes, because Esther's group already had 2 famous people in it. A famous archer of the K's Empire, and a fire dragon priestess from the Republic of Dragon, Freed. Lynn said he didn't want to die, and Esther sarcastically asked him about someone who would want to die. Lynn asked if the other 2 team members were as interesting as Esther. Esther says they're just as crazy as Esther, but there's something even more interesting. Esther said that the world was more interesting than anything else. That word resonated strangely with Lynn, a man who had studied magic in the tower after being rescued from the slums. He had a goal of becoming the highest-ranked magician in the Empire, a 7-star magician. It was said that if a magician reached the 7th star, he would be able to see the truth of the world. Lynn wanted to reach the dimension where no one had ever set foot. Living here, reading books about magic for the rest of his life, wouldn't be a bad thing in Lynn's eyes. But in order to reach the 7th star, Lynn needed to know about the world outside the magic tower, but aimless traveling seemed too tedious, and Lynn wondered if he needed it. Just then, Esther appeared and offered to save the world to Lynn. This unexpected offer was enough to pull Lynn into the outside world. Even though Lynn didn't have a burning sense of justice to save the world, Lynn decided to accept the hero Esther's offer, even though he didn't want to save the world without even thinking about it before. Kays was an archer whose accuracy dropped catastrophically without booze, and he was dumb. Frida, a priestess that was an avid smoker. Frida said that as a fire dragon priestess, she should at least be able to cast a breath spell, exhaling black smoke into Lynn's face and letting out a crazy laugh. While the team was laughing and having fun, a huge one-eyed monster appeared behind them. However, both Frida and Kays were masters of their craft, and never disappointed. The first thing Casey did was to shoot the great monster's eye, while Frida prepared fire magic. Frida used her fire magic and could easily defeat large monsters. Lynn recognized that Esther's team was strong. Those terrifying monsters they encountered along the way, and the abyss minions looming to the north were beyond the grasp of Esther's team. Esther often joked about Lynn and told him not to fall in love with her, even though she was very charming. Esther was curious to ask Lynn when it was over if he would like to go on a trip with Esther. Esther was very afraid that Lynn, so innocent, would be tricked by another girl. Since the beginning of Lynn and Esther's team's travels, it's been a full 5 years. As the journey to save the world from the abyss came to an end, Lynn's body began to show signs of erosion. This was the result of being attacked by enemies for 5 years. Before the final battle with the abyss, Lynn was dying, consumed by a soul-poisoning poison. Lynn's life was coming to an end, and there was nothing he could do as long as his allies were around. Esther asked Frida to do something, but Frida said she couldn't break the curse. Esther began to sob, and Frida added that this disease could not be cured. Esther said that Lynn couldn't die. Meanwhile, Lynn said he didn't want to die. Esther promised Lynn that she would find a way. Lynn just had to hang on. Lynn asked his allies not to worry too much, for he had done it himself. Lynn lifted up his shirt and showed the seal. The tiny lapel Lord Filter was an immortality spell carved into Lynn's heart. It was a magic that would put Lynn's body into a dormant state and heal it. But he didn't know how long it would take to revive. Lynn's body began to freeze, but he realized that it was the only option left. Lynn's body completely froze while Esther cried and watched. Lynn promised that he would return. There was a smile on Lynn's face, and he also asked Esther to win the final battle with the Abyss. Esther promised Lynn, and said that by all means she wanted to meet him again. Esther asked Lynn to promise that he would come back, and then the four of them would go see the world together. Esther held Lynn's hand and waited for him to confirm this promise, for she would be by his side until he awoke. Lynn reaffirmed his promise to his allies, and eventually became completely covered in ice. Lynn's consciousness was being pulled into the cold grip of death. It felt buoyant and empty, like sinking into a swamp, and a mission for the world. Rain didn't believe that he couldn't see the truth from the magic system of the seventh star. All Lynn could do was watch as his allies fought with all their might to emerge victorious. After all, this journey through the vast world together was ending here. Before the Abyss army rushed forward screaming at Lynn's allies, and all that appeared before Lynn was darkness. When Lynn finally tired of floundering in the darkness, everything began to shine and he was struck by the light. Suddenly, Lynn woke up, but he was in a different body, and the ant behind him addressed him as Rain. Rain saw the girl in front of him, a woman, and realized it was his mother. This surprised Rain, for in Lynn's body he was an orphan. Rain looked around a couple times but couldn't figure out where he was, or who he was at the moment. Rain's mother couldn't understand why her son was acting so strangely while in the Square of Heroes in front of the Vatican. Rain hoped there had to be a monument somewhere to honor Esther's group, thus asking his mother about it. But after looking around a bit, Rain noticed that the statue with his allies stood in front of them. On the statue was a plaque that stated the years of his allies' lives. Rain asked his mom what year it was now, but his mom was a little confused as to why such a strange question was asked. But Rain didn't respond to his mom's words in any way, but merely asked her again what year it was. His mother sighed, and revealed that it was now the 1418th year of Teresia's calendar. Rain was shocked to realize that over 200 years had passed since the death of his allies. Rain didn't realize if he was reborn, or if his memory had been superimposed onto someone else's body, especially since the feeling in this was strange. Rain began to recall the traits of his former allies. Esther's laughter, Kay's drunken ramblings, Frida's cigarette smoke. The Rhine found itself speechless, for all its happy days with its allies were 300 years ago. Rain wondered if they had won the last battle, but that question was useless. Rain realized that if they hadn't won that battle, his team wouldn't have been memorialized, and that was why the sky was so peaceful right now. Reina's mom couldn't understand why Reina was saying such obvious things. Reina's mother added that it was rumored that if you went up to the Vatican Tower, you could see Lord Lynn's frozen remains. Rain realized that he had taken possession of someone's body, and Rain's mother added that Lady Esther had stayed by Lord Lynn's side until she passed away. Reina's mom commented that it was a beautiful picture, but also sad at the same time. Reina's mom asked about Reina's opinion. Rain just started laughing, and his mom couldn't understand why he was laughing with a sad story. Rain suddenly realized that his allies had kept their promise to Lord Lynn. Rain began to walk over to the monument and reach out to touch it with his hand, realizing that one thing was still bothering him. In the promise of the whole group, someone didn't keep their promise to the others after all. Rain began to sob, recognizing that Lord Lynn had failed to keep his promise to his allies. Rhine did not know how his allies viewed him, but he became a historical figure. Rhine understood that the Emperor had personally placed a monument to him, and many mage towers and mage families revered Lord Lynn as a saint. But after passing 300 years, Rain only has a couple things left of all the things he once had. One of the things that Rain has left from that time is his magic that he used before, and so too, Rain has memories of his travels to many places with his allies. And at the very end, Rain had the faces of his comrades who smiled brightly in his memories, who had become legends rather than memories. Esther had once told Lord Lynn that moments only became memories when they were shared with someone. So Lord Lynn's memories weren't even real memories yet until he died and met them. They would remain undivided. These were the memories that Rain had to live with alone, as if in an unrequited echo. While Rain was immersed in his thoughts, his mom made him a cup of tea, bringing it to him. Rain realized that his allies were gone, but they had left this world and he remained. Staring at the cup of tea, Rain couldn't figure out what he should do now in this new world. But suddenly, it dawned on Rain that there was still work to be done. The Empire of the Holy Men had divided the mage class into 7 levels. The first rank was for ordinary mages, Bandarin. The second rank was already average, for limites. The third rank was suitable for the highest, for Atlanteans. The fourth was elite, GLaDOS. The fifth were the great mages, the Aquazards. The sixth was the sages, the Rempage, and the seventh, the sage Shin. After all, Lord Lynn had reached the level of a 5th-star magician. Only 2 people in the entire history of the Empire had reached the 6th level known as a sage. One could confidently say that those mages had reached the end of the whole truth of magic, and had risen above the rest. If Lord Lynn hadn't left with Esther back then, Lord Lynn would probably have reached the 6th star level, then grown old and died. But having done so, Lord Lynn would regret all his life, by the fact that he had not lived in his happiness. Even if someone could turn back time, Lord Lynn would leave to travel with her again and again. But now Esther was gone. Esther once told Lord Lynn that she hoped this world was filled with laughter. Rain wondered, for the world they had desperately defended together. But was it really what Esther wanted it to be? Those who reached the end of magic, that is, the truth, could see the true face of the world. Therefore, in this life, Rain was to become a 7-star magician, and to escape this sadness and emptiness, then Rain will endeavor for his new goal. Rain remembered how, in his past life, Esther had called out to him to look at a certain flower. Frida had noticed that showing it to a charmless brat like Lynn seemed too romantic, and Casey watched his allies joyfully, for he was unfortunately the mute of all. Lord Lynn declared that he would rather read another magic book than look at a flower, for there was nothing remarkable about the flower field. The people in Esther's group were equally full of quirks, but Lord Lynn really enjoyed traveling with them. While in front of the statue of his allies for the last time, he called out their names and said his goodbyes. The dead stayed in the past and could not be together, but the living followed the flow of time, and those that were alive had to follow the current that led to the future of this world. Esther asked Lord Lynn if he regretted never having a family. Lord Lynn said he didn't, because he didn't even know his mother's face. Lord Lynn grew up in the northern slums. If the headmaster Osiris hadn't noticed Lord Lynn's magical talent and taken him in, he would have lived as an orphan and died on the streets. Lord Lynn added that he didn't know what a family was, but it didn't even interest him. Frida walked over to Lord Lynn and hugged him, saying that Lynn was a poor man because of his story. Lord Lynn burst out and said that even if he had a family, he wouldn't know how to deal with it, so he didn't need a family or anything like that. Esther walked around Lynn from behind his back and said that having a family and treating them was not difficult. The only rule Esther told Lord Lynn was that one had to treasure one's family very much. But since Lord Lynn was a kind child, Esther was sure he would do well. It was all a dream, and Rain woke up to someone starting to wake the young master. The housewife said that since Rain was awake, she would bother to make him breakfast. Rain had noticed that memories of his former life had returned to his 9-year-old spoiled boy's body only 20 days ago. Little Rain was the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great mage families of the Empire. Lord Lynn was surprised that as an orphan, he was reborn into a noble family. Therefore, in order to adjust to the new lifestyle, Lord Lynn had to work tirelessly. Another maid wished Rain a good morning, and his mother sat in front of him, which was a delight to wake up Rain. Mother told Rain that he had come just in time, and asked him to go and tell his father that breakfast was ready, for his father would be glad to have Rain come. Rain came into his father's study where his dad was sitting at his desk, reading a book in the sunlight. Kavin Ludwig asked Rain if he didn't get enough sleep, as Rain had a bad complexion. Placing his hand on his son's forehead, Kavin noticed that Rain still looked tired after the journey. Rain told his father that breakfast was ready, changing the topic of traveling to food. Kavin laughed and said that's all Rain came for. Thanking him, he asked Rain to eat first. Rain and Kavin looked at the table, and Rain asked his father if he was going to eat breakfast at all. Rain asked Kavin if that paper was on the table about magic. Kavin confirmed that it was a thesis presentation next week, so he was in a bit of a hurry. Rain stared at the paper while his father told him that eating made his head foggy, so he tried to focus and get as much done as he could in the clear morning hours. Looking at the paper, Rain marveled that his father was stuck on this level of magic that was depicted on the presentation. Rain offered his help. Kavin thought Rain wanted to be supportive, but Rain revealed that he was going to help unravel the magic circle. Kavin said that help was welcome, but if Rain was late for breakfast, his mom would scold Kavin. Rain started writing and said that magic is expressing natural laws numerically, and then distorting them. Rain added that the Go rune complicated the equation and conflicted with the Cha rune, so it was better replaced with the Gu rune. And on conclusion, Rain said that then should have used the imperial equation 41-2, thereby getting the answer at once. Cavan immediately took up the paper and with astonishment began to read, trying to see if such a method was possible at all. Rain realized that this was a complex problem that even the best scholars in the Empire couldn't solve. And after all, this was a high-level spell that was about 200 years old. After realizing that the problem had been solved, Cavan looked at Rain and couldn't understand how he did it. After all, if this spell was restored, it could protect many people from natural disasters such as floods or landslides. But Cavan couldn't understand how Rain, who had only mastered basic magic, could do it. Judging from Rain's knowledge of basic magic, he was quite ordinary. However, considering that he belonged to the Ludwig family's mage lineage, it meant that he had not inherited a talent for magic. Taking the paper, Rain asked his father if he could now join the family for breakfast. Cavan walked over to his son and hugged him, saying that he was now okay with breakfast. Rain's family was small, consisting of Rain, his mom, his dad, and his 6-year-old sister. The little girl who peeked through the door was Raina's sister, whose name was Sari. The girl had shimmering black hair that looked like silk and red eyes. She was a sweet girl who had inherited the physical traits of the Ludwig family, just like Rain. As soon as Rain put the book down and looked at his sister who was hiding behind the door, she was startled and ran away. This didn't surprise Lord Lynn, for in Rain's memories, he had never been kind to Sari. Instead of being cold, Rain was just indifferent to everything. Esther said that Rain had to keep everyone safe. He couldn't just run away. And in this world, it seemed like everyone was always busy. Rain continued to read the books, but as he closed it, he convinced himself that he was a good kid and he would make it work. Rain called out to his sister Sari and told her to come over, for he wanted to teach her magic. Rain also asked if perhaps the sister wanted to play with her brother, instead of learning magic. But Rain's attempt was even. Sari was still scared and didn't choose to go to her brother. Rain sighed heavily in his chair, and said that the children were so hard to understand and control. But after a while, Sari returned and followed her brother happily, to which Rain was surprised. Sari brought a book that was written on the topic of the basic formulas of one-star magic. Rain was surprised that Sari was only 6 years old, and she was already reading such a book on learning magic. Lynn remembered again how Esther had looked at the flower and asked him if he knew the purpose of the flower. Later, Esther would call out to Lynn to tell him about the history of the rock behind him. Lynn always complained that Esther treated him like a child. But really, he loved those moments more than anything else in the world. Rain asked his sister at what point she didn't understand the book, and Sari pointed to the very beginning. But Rain decided not to give up and explain everything. He started by asking if Sari played house, to which he received approval. Rain said there were 2 houses, a thatched roof house and a brick house. And depending on which house Sari was building, the materials changed. In magic, a magical figure played that role. The shape of the magic figure determined the attribute of magic. If you draw a triangle, it would be the attribute of fire. The shape of a fan is the attribute of wind, so the magic figure designed to determine the attribute of magic. The next step was the runes, which determined the effect of the magic. Runes were magical words. Yule meant to bind, and Ho meant to dispel. For example, if you engraved the rune Yule on a triangular magic square, it turned it into a spell to bind the attribute of fire. In fact, mathematical formulas were used for the runes. Siri didn't understand the word math and teased, then asked what was math at all. Even so, Rain didn't give up and said that Yule needed a quadratic equation. But it was worth starting with addition and subtraction first. The maid remarked that Master Rain had completely changed, and the second subject replied that before, when Lady Sari cried, he didn't care. After returning from the square, even Rain's gaze had changed. After a while, Rain's mom and Cavan walked into the room where Rain was training Sari and were pleasantly surprised. Brother and sister fell asleep together over the learning process. Rain's mom remarked that she wanted to capture the scene in a painting. Kevin agreed, but by the time the artist arrived, the children might be awake. Rain's mom tried to contradict, but Cavan added that on top of that, Sari was so shy, it might have been too much. Looking at the table, Cavan noticed that Rain was teaching Sari magic from the book she had brought. Cavan said that after returning from the square, Rain seemed like a completely different person. Rain's mom, on the other hand, said that his tone suddenly became more mature. Rain's mom suggested that Rain had been possessed by the abyss, but Cavan said that wasn't true, for he had had a similar experience. When Cavan was a student, he had the honor of meeting Lord Lynn. At the time, Cavan boasted that he had become a 3-star mage, but during the war, Lord Lynn had risen to 5 stars. Living in the peaceful era the heroes had created, Cavan realized how complacent he was, and perhaps Rain had similar thoughts. Rain's mom wondered to Cavan if Lord Lynn had really been frozen in time. Cavan confirmed it, and said that he was so excellent at ice magic that he remained as he was when he was 18, and Raina's mom wanted to know more stories. Cavan disclosed that even if he wanted to, he could not, for he knew nothing else in the field. But still, Cavan remembered what he could say. He revealed, Mole in Lord Lynn's ice was Lady Esther's magic, and only Lord Lynn and Lady Esther could awaken the magic that Esther had left on the ice. Cavan suspected it was a letter, and at one time, Lady Esther was certain that Lord Lynn would return someday. Cavan also told his wife that he thought Rain was the genius in their family. Moreover, Rain might very well reach the level of a sage. He solved the magic square that Cavan had been struggling for over a year, having done so after Rain just looked at it this morning. Rain's mom wondered and understood why Cavan had come to breakfast this morning, and Cavan confirmed it. Cavan had gotten the idea that it might have been a little early, but it was time to teach Rain the Ludwig family magic. Rain could become a mage thief who reads and steals any magic of his opponents. This branch of magic was only allowed to those who belonged to the Ludwig family, and it was a magic only available to the Ludwig bloodline. But Cavan wasn't sure how much he could teach it to Rain, for it was a very difficult thing to do. Rain's mom wondered how Cavan would pull off such an unusual task, but Cavan already had an idea. Under the blue sky, there was a dazzling field of tulips that stretched to the horizon. This is Sias Tulica, a beautiful region famous for tulips. A third of its land belonged to the Ludwig family. Rain got up from the grass and said that if he wanted to evolve, it was worth setting medium to long-term goals, especially if it was the path to the truth. To become a 7-star mage, Rain had a lot of work to do on his new path. No matter how young Rain was, there was no time to waste. Spreading the paper out on the ground, Rain decided to first summon a Gade to start his journey. While Rain was doing the summoning, Sari wandered nearby and found him, asking her brother what he was doing. Rain said he was going to summon a magic Gade, but Sari didn't know what a Gade was. Rain offered to let Sari do the guiding too. This offer rather surprised his sister. After which, Sari happily started jumping around and said that she wanted a guide from Rain. Rain took a moment to notice that she liked the idea a lot, but noticed that for a 6-year-old, Sari's speech was a bit clumsy. Rain began to draw the shape of the magic circle, which was a polygon. The runes that were needed for the inscription were Ju, Yu, Du, and J. Rain said that it was a high-level magic containing 4 different elements, so only 4-star mages could match it. Right now, only 10 mages in the country could use it. After finishing writing the circle and runes, a huge beam of lightning that rushed from the sky struck the spell site. Suddenly, Rain grasped his chest, and heavy blood came from his eyes and nose. From the look of it, he was in a lot of pain. Rain realized that his body was still too weak for 4-star magic, but it was a good thing it was a guide spell. If it had been battle magic, Rain would have just died. As the lightning attack began to dispel, Rain swept his body in a terrifying manner. Wiping the blood from his face, Rain waited for the spell to end and told Rudian to go to him. A blue butterfly that reeked of magic landed on Siri's finger that she was amazed at the sight of the butterfly. The magic guide evaluated the user's abilities and determined potential magical power. Rain revealed that this was Rudian's function. He would tell Sari what to study and practice. Rain added that the Ju rune in the guide spell reported basic magic power, and the Yu rune reported magic usage. In a word, Rain said that Rain had gathered the best runes for training. It might seem simple, but it was 4-star magic. Rain told her sister to go and study with Rudian, which Sari immediately ran to do. And Rain should have restored his magic power first and summoned a second Rudian later. Rudian Siri assessed Siri's physical condition and revealed that Siri had a magic power of 3024. This statistic was below the level of a novice mage, but Rain still wanted to know the calculation of magic and stamina. The magic calculation was 77 and the stamina 64, and Rain estimated that there was a long way to go. But something caught Rain's attention. The fact that Rudian had discovered a lineage of magic that was rated as teachable. Belsidius, Belcurious. The magic of the Ludwig family made Rain change his mind a bit about his body. When Lord Lynn was traveling with Esther, a young mage came to him, and he wanted to prove himself the best mage of all the mages in the Empire. After proving his strength, the young mage wanted to defeat Lord Lynn and replace him in Esther's group. But there was nothing special about the young mage's skills, and Lord Lynn had no problem attacking him. Although there was nothing special about the young mage's skills, he still stood out. The eyes that looked at Lord Lynn gave him no rest. for the young mage's eyes were peculiar. Suddenly, the mage who was losing a couple seconds ago stood up and recreated Lord Lynn's magic. Lord Lynn immediately realized that with his special eyes, the young mage had seen all the magic that Lord Lynn had used. Thanks to his eyes, the visions helped him fight, but the young mage was only able to counterattack. Now Rain understood. It was the power of the Ludwig family's bloodline magic called Bel Sidious. Just by observing the flow of magic, a follower of the Ludwig family could determine what magic the opponent was using. And if their magic skills were equal, the one who used it better had the advantage. Bel Curious is a legendary eye that has only been opened by 3 people in the entire magical history of the Empire. If Bel Sidious is the ability to recognize an opponent's magic, Bel Curious is the ability to steal it. The reason why the Ludwig family were known as mage thieves was because of their special eye. Rain had found his childhood goal. But without magical strength and stamina, you can't become a great mage. A while later, Rain was looking at books in the library when Cavan came to him. Cavan asked Rain if he was interested in the Ludwig family's ancestral magic. Rain was surprised, thinking that his father had been following him. Cavan had gotten the idea that it was still a little early, but suggested that Rain try to learn the magic. Rain realized that it wouldn't hurt at all to learn the theory beforehand. Cavan said that Aelin would be Rain's mentor from now on, and he would be at the academy for the time being. But when he returned, he would teach Rain personally. Hearing Aelin's name, Rain couldn't remember who the woman was at all, no matter how hard he tried. Cavan said she was Rain's aunt, and a wonderful person who taught at Delon. She had great magical talent, and above all, she was Aunt Aelin, who loved her nephew more than anyone else in the world. Cavan added that he had met his aunt when he was 6, and after saying that, Aelin appeared. Aelin said it was ridiculous. After all, the brilliant Professor Aelin Ludwig had to come in person, just to teach Rain. But Aelin had no choice, taking Rain by the head. Her aunt asked if he was ready to learn. Aunt Aelin asked Rain if he knew her at all. Rain revealed that he was already aware of it. Aunt Aelin told Rain to address her as Professor Aelin Ludwig from now on. The aunt also added that she couldn't stand slow-witted people who didn't understand the first time. Aunt Aelin told Rain to never ask questions after Aelin taught Rain once. Ancestral magic is not recorded, lest it be stolen by other mages. The members of the Ludwig family had to meet the family mage and directly receive the knowledge into their minds. Aunt Aelin decided to demonstrate everything first. Drew. Aunt Aelin opened her eyes, and this time they looked different, just like then. As soon as Aunt Aelin's eyes landed on Rain, his whole body was pierced by the marvelous feeling he knew. Rain remembered those eyes, and fully recalled the power that Bel Sidious's eyes had. Aunt Aelin asked Rain if it was cool, adding that to use Bel Sidious, you had to figure out 3 spells at once. Rain said he could do it, and smug Aunt Aelin laughed and said Rain was presumptuous. Aelin, satisfied with Rain's reaction, wrote down a few formulas. It was an analysis of magic. Rain took the sheets and began to read, noting that it was more theoretical than he had expected. If the founder of the Ludwig family didn't impose genetic restrictions, then Lynn could take advantage of it. Rain read the papers, and Aunt Aelin asked Rain if it was too difficult for him to even try. Rain replied that he just needed time to roughly understand the spell. Aunt Aelin said she apparently had no choice, and a special exception would have to be made. But Rain didn't listen to her. Rain bowed to Aunt Aelin and thanked her for guiding him, saying he would figure it out on his own from now on. Aunt Aelin asked Rain if he didn't need her guidance, but Rain continued to ignore her. Soon, Aunt Aelin got angry and told Rain to do whatever he wanted, because he wouldn't be able to achieve this technique, and Aunt Aelin wouldn't teach him even if Rain begged him tearfully. Rain continued to study on his own, while Aunt Aelin was across from him, reading her books. As he continued to study the theory, there were times when Rain would take a pause, for he was trying to understand a theory that was new to him. At times like this, Aunt Aelin was there, and every time Rain thought, she would take a leaf. Taking the sheet, Aunt Aelin began to correct Rain's mistakes that he had written incorrectly. When Aunt Aelin wrote the correct answers, she would give the sheet to Rain and immediately read her book next. Rain couldn't figure out if this was how modern magical education worked, or if it was. At this time, Rain's mom was watching the training. At one point, Aunt Aelin turned to Rain and said it was time for a break. As Aunt Aelin stepped back, Rain's mother stepped out of the curtain and turned to him, giving him something to say. Rain's mom asked if he thought Aunt Aelin was unusual, to which Rain said yes. And it was because Aunt Aelin was not very honest, because she wanted to teach Rain everything. So even if Rain knew something, he should have asked Aunt Aelin a lot of questions, because she was the same way when she followed Rain's mom and Cavan around. Already when Aunt Aelin returned, she was pretending to read her book but peeking at Rain. When Rain raised his head, Aunt Elin immediately turned the other way. To Rainu, Aunt Elin was annoying, even more annoying than his 6-year-old sister. Suddenly, Rain turned to his aunt and said he didn't understand one of the parts, asking Elin to explain it to him. Aunt Elin rejoiced and laughed, saying that if Rain didn't even know that, the Ludwig family was doomed. Rain pointed out the problem, and Aunt Elin immediately cheerfully showed the solution to the problem. Aunt Elin showed a form that would make it possible for Rain to solve this problem much faster. But Auntie insisted that Rain didn't know anything. Rain agreed with his aunt, asking how to handle the ensuing problems, and Aunt Elin realized there was no choice and would make an exception in front of Rain. Rain asked for solutions to almost every problem, and Aunt Elin showed him with all sorts of words. Rain noticed that Elin's teaching was constantly like this. It required quite a lot of effort. But thanks to her, Rain greatly reduced the time for learning theory and gained practical experience, and on the 10th day after receiving Elin's instructions, Rain felt a burning pain in the retina of his eye. The pain in his eyes was so intense that it felt like his head was going to explode. It felt like all the blood in Rain's body was rushing to his head. The world slowly turned blood red, and then it happened. The eyes glowing red were engraved with the mark of death. When Rain realized the power of the eyes, everything around him began to transform into numbers. All the information about everything in the universe came into his brain in the form of formulas. After creating a fireball, Rain noticed that the fireball looked like a multitude of formulas under his eyes, and soon Rain realized it all. Then, in the young wizard's eyes, all of Rain's magic looked like numbers. While Rain was scrutinizing the fireball under the Ludwig family's eyes, Aunt Elin walked over to him. Seeing those eyes, Aunt Elin was startled and flattered, for Rain had managed to learn the Ludwig family's technique in just 10 days. Even after receiving special education, it took Aunt Elin 7 years to master Bel Sidious. Aunt Alice had been told it would take 70 years to master Bel Curious, and that broke Aunt Alice, and Rain got to this point in 10 days, while starting from scratch, knowing nothing, before using multiple spells at once. Aunt Elin understood that Rain's abilities could rival Lord Lynn, who was called the Master of Simultaneous Summoning. Aunt Elin immediately broke the news to Cavan, who was pleasantly surprised that his son had awakened Bel Sidious in 10 days. Aunt Elin said that because of Rain, the Ludwig family could become the leading mage family, because he is amazing. When Aunt Elin left the room, Cavan recognized that as a father, he had nothing more to teach Rain. Cavan called out to the man named Yun, who immediately appeared behind the curtain in Cavan's room, awaiting orders. Cavan asked his subject Yun to send a message to Cavan's father. Yun immediately realized that it was about the former head of the Ludwig family that lorded over Cavan. In his message, Cavan asked his father to set Rain on the right path, for he had an innate talent. Yun smiled and remarked that Cavan had indeed gone through fire and water for his son. Cavan smirked, and Yun said he would do as Cavan instructed and write a message. Outside, spring has finally ended, and the short summer has arrived, covering everything with rain. Rain had estimated that the summer would last about a year. In addition, dark clouds covered the continent, bringing rain day after day. While enjoying his meal, Rain recalled that he had been very busy with household chores this summer. By day, Rain studied household magic with Aunt Elin, honing his newfound abilities. And at every opportunity, Rain tried to teach his little sister the basics of magic. But even at night, there was no end to the training, as Rain focused on physical and magical strength training. The development of modern magic that Rain had learned from Aunt Elin and from books was astounding. For someone who had lived 300 years ago, Rain was shocked. In modern magic, complex formulas have been simplified, activation times shortened, and power greatly increased. The level of magic had greatly increased compared to 300 years ago, and even appearing in his past body, Lord Lynn could lose to a modern 4-star mage. Magic grew with time, and with Rain's current state, it was absolutely impossible to become a 7-star mage in this era. Rain was in need of incredible strength and knowledge, thus turning to Cavan for his request. Rain asked Cavan and his mom if they could send him to the City of Mages, a trip that would take about 3 years. Rain thought of going to the Golden Rose in the City of Mages, for there was the best magical university of Delon. Cavan said that Rain was only 10 years old, and that age was too young to leave home. Cavan added that children from magical families entered Delon when they turned 16, so it wasn't too late to go to the City of Mages. But that wasn't the only reason, as Rain had one more important appointment. Cavan revealed that his father had sent him a letter that was addressed to Rain. This information surprised Aunt Elin, who was enjoying her meal so much. Before she could eat her food, Aunt Elin couldn't believe that her father had sent them a letter. Cavan said there were only 3 people in the Ludwig family that awakened Bel Curious. Rain immediately realized that his hunch was correct. His grandfather was the very same Bel Curious awakener, Scalzi Ludwig. Cavan said that Rain's grandfather would personally guide him through Bel Curious, and this news made the lad famously happy. That was why Rain had to visit his grandfather first, in his huge castle. Once inside his grandfather's castle, Rain realized that the first thing he had to do was greet his grandfather. Rain found the room where Scalzi Ludwig was and opened the doors, looking at his grandfather. The grandfather didn't say a word to his grandson. Instead, he simply raised his hand and began to use the spell. As soon as Scalzi Ludwig used the spell, Rain was shocked. His entire body was enveloped in a marvelous feeling. But it wasn't just Rain's body that was shaken. All the furniture and surroundings of the room began to shake. No matter how hard Rain tried to understand, he couldn't even guess what his grandfather intended to do. Rain decided to put the pondering aside as Grandpa probably wanted to attack, so Rain prepared to attack. Rain was beginning to think it was serious, and was increasing the flows of magic in his hands. But suddenly, all the magic vanished from his hands so quickly that Rain didn't even have time to notice its disappearance. As soon as Rain noticed that his battle magic was gone, Grandfather turned to Rain and said that it was Bel Curious. Scalzi Ludwig revealed that Bel Curious could control visible magic at will. Grandfather immediately suggested that Rain try it, to which he agreed. Cavan grinned as he watched the scene. Scalzi Ludwig said that mastering Bel Curious was not everything. For to use it properly, the master had to fully understand his ability. But also an important factor was the level of mage that Scalzi was interested in Rain. Rain replied that he could barely make a speed calculation of the 3rd star spell, though he could actually handle spells up to 5 stars. Grandpa had remarked that the 3-star spell was an amazing level. However, Bel Curious required immense magic power. Grandfather said that at Rain's current level, he was still far away from Bel Curious. Rain had swept up that it was only a long way, and asked his grandfather if it wasn't impossible to learn Bel Curious. Cavan started to leave, and Scalzi Ludwig said his training would be very hard, but that's how Rain could learn the right way. Grandpa also said his first greeting was too rude, for which he apologized. Scalzi Ludwig approached Cavan and offered him a drink together after they confirmed Rain's suitability. And soon, Rain and Scalzi Ludwig's training began. Grandfather used a spell and told Rain that he had to be able to use Bel Curious freely. And right after that, Rain had to read the spell quickly so he wouldn't screw up. Rain simply dodged the spell instead of counterattacking. Grandpa asked Rain if he was just going to stand there and watch his opponent's spell activate. Watching Rain, my grandfather realized that he had a truly amazing talent. If you taught Rain one thing, he would learn 100 or even 1,000. Rain was a genius who mastered at one time what others would have taken a month to master. According to his grandfather's observations, Rain only had to master the use of his eyes and develop magic. Scalzi Ludwig told Rain that in training, Rain must risk his life to grow significantly. Scalzi Ludwig began to use the fireball spell, while warning Rain about it. Scalzi Ludwig added that if Rain did not dodge that fireball, he would die. Finally finding a moment, Grandpa told Rain this, and launched his fireball in his direction. Rain prepared for his grandfather's attack and used the eyes of the Ludwig family, Bel Sidious, in response. A huge fireball of shattering power was coming at Rain as he tried to master Bel Sidious' technique. Grandfather asked Rain to hurry up, to have Rain master his opponent's magic with Bel Sidious, and manipulate it with Bel Curious. On the verge of life and death, Rain's eye took on a new pattern, giving him mastery of the technique. Now, in front of Rain was not just a fireball, but the exact structure of his grandfather's technique. Rain realized that Bel Curious had finally been activated, and the universe had been converted into equations, then fed directly into his brain. Rain had one last task left in front of him. He had to change the fireball's formula to his liking. Rain calculated that the magical array consisted of 2 triangles. The designated runic symbol was the shape of Rudichin. The size was 17 axles, and the range was 23 kilometers, and all that remained was to solve the equation as an imaginary root. While in front of the fireball spell, Rain finally managed to match Bel Sidious and changed the structure of the spell. Rain weakened and started to fall, but Grandpa managed to get to him in time to stop Rain from falling. Rain was at the edge of his powers, but decided to ask his grandfather if he was able to complete the task. A joyful Scalzi Ludwig said that Rain had succeeded, and now Rain only needed to increase his magic power. Scalzi Ludwig couldn't believe that Rain had managed to awaken Bel Curious at only 14 years old. Scalzi Ludwig himself was barely at the level of Rain at the age of 39, and Rain could rewrite the history of the Empire. Grandpa didn't want to interfere in Rain's life, but advised Rain to knock on Delayton's door when he was 16. But Rain revealed that he was no longer interested in attending Delayton University of Magic. Grandfather added that if Rain graduated at the top of his class, he would have a chance to meet Archmage Lynn. Grandpa wasn't interested in Delayton University of Magic either. But the heroine Esther left a letter that would probably be of interest to Rain. Rain immediately hesitated, for he realized that Esther had left the letter just for him. Grandpa said that no one had ever awakened Belle Curious at Rain's age before, and with his abilities, he should be able to read the letter. At this point, Rain was stunned and could only listen blankly. Looking back, he could tell that this was the beginning. Now, however, Rain will have a story to tell about the journey. On the journey of former comrades, Rain followed Esther's letter. Rain said that it was about 6 months before the Delayton entrance exams, and he should take this opportunity to get to know the world and visit different places when Rain left for the south. Cavan, on the other hand, wished him good luck, and that he should come back soon. Cavan asked Rain if he planned to stay in the magical city even after the exams. Rain admitted that he did, because it was the place where all the knowledge was gathered. At the end of the year is the infamous and difficult Delayton entrance exam. Those who pass it start their first semester in March. Cavan asked Rain if he was sure, for Cavan was worried that Rain was heading there alone, unguarded. But Rain's skills were already exceptional. Rain was in no danger if he followed the known path. Everyone would look back someday, and Rain wondered if he would be able to call this conversation a memory. On the 15th day of the journey, the Rhine continued to wander and had already reached the southern part of the Sacred Empire, the region of Garam. The small town in the region of Garam had many inns and taverns and a distinctive style. Also, every person passing by had a bamboo hat on their head. The man asked Rain why he didn't wear a bamboo hat, assuming that Rain didn't know about Lynn's caravan. The man said that Rain looked intelligent, but there was much he did not know. For long ago, the first leader of these people had received power from Archmage Lynn. The people of this region wore bamboo hats as a sign of gratitude. While the man was saying something, Rain looked at the staff behind him, but Rain couldn't figure out who was the first leader these people had. But if Rain heard the name, then maybe he would remember. The man asked what such distinguished merchants were doing in such a small town. After all, there was a road ahead leading to a sunlit highway, and there was a problem there. Ferocious monsters appeared on the road, and dozens of people went missing. The people of this city were waiting for the Lord's forces to come and destroy the monsters. But it was interesting what the people would be told by their trading partners. Monsters were creatures whose essence was distorted by the abyss, and thus they were called monsters. They were similar to animals, but had a much more grotesque appearance and dangerous magical abilities. And no matter how many times they were destroyed, they never disappeared. But Rain wasn't afraid. For as long as it wasn't a top-level monster, Rain wasn't in danger. When evening came, Rain continued walking through the bamboo forest and felt someone watching him, but the one who was watching didn't attack. Because of this, Rain assumed that the enemy sensed the difference in magic power like a beast instinct. Rain realized that he could have handled those monsters and helped that man, but that wasn't his concern. Rain was sure that the monster extermination team had to take care of the monsters. As Rain continued walking, he remembered his times as Lord Lynn, where they had decided to go overland. Esther looked at the map and suggested that her allies follow the Belazor River and head for Terwenop. Esther pointed out that there was a marvelous field of flowers along the river, suggesting that we take a look at it. These suggestions were beginning to piss Lord Lynn off. Lord Lynn said that the two groups of warriors who crossed the continent before them were wiped out fighting at the front. Because of this, the front line had stalled and they were barely holding on, waiting for help from other heroes. Rain thought his allies didn't realize the importance of the situation. Frida said that she knew. Maul, a legion of red dragons and a legion of yellow dragons were heading to the battlefield, and all the strong mercenaries crossed the sea for honor and glory. And when all the strong ones left, the monsters started running all over the continent as if they were waiting for this moment. At best, the enemies were danger level C, maybe B. But Esther's team didn't have time to deal with such things. Esther told Lord Lynn that there were many people in this world who were desperate for help, even for what seemed like nothing, and there was no difference in asking for help. Esther hoped that Lord Lynn would become an adult who would help all people, but Lord Lynn died 300 years ago. Even though it was a long time ago, Rain was still annoyed by those words Esther had said to him. Rain decided to rest, for he was too tired, so he decided to use one of his spells. Rain cast a spell into the ground, and told him to find the monster that was lurking in this forest. When Rain's spell found the monster, he ordered it to bring the beast straight to him. In front of Rain was a monster that looked like a wolf. but horribly distorted, and was bound. Rain didn't understand how such a monster could even be called a threat to anyone. Rain gathered his strength in his fist and told the monster that he had exterminated countless of his kin. And if the monster promises not to harm humans, Rain will not kill it and will let it go. But Rain quickly realized that the monster didn't even understand him, so talking was useless. Therefore, Rain decided to end this monster's life and rid the forest of even the slightest danger. It didn't help Rain much, and he killed this monster simply because he was bored. The border between the central and southern regions of the empire was called the Badantio mountain range, and as soon as the Rhine set foot on it, monsters appeared. Rain was angry that some lowly beast dared to look down on Rain at all. But the three monsters didn't even get close to Rain before someone shot at them with a bow. Rain turned around and saw the green-haired archer, whom Rain thought was Kaze. The archer that looked so much like Lord Lynn's old ally jumped down from the mountain and asked Rain about his condition. Rain didn't answer anything, for he was still in shock as the girl gave off almost the same odor of alcohol as Kaze. The girl said that monsters often appeared in this place, and Raina should have been warned on the way earlier. The fellow who was with the archer said there was no point in warning, for they, being descendants of the great palace, guarded the place. Still, Rain recognized that the archer was not Kaze. He didn't know what school his assistants were from, but he thanked them. After thanking his aides, Rain had one more question, for he did not know if he was on the Badantio mountain range. Upon hearing this, the archers started laughing, which didn't please Rain much, and he demanded a reason for the laughter. Guy said it's been so long since the mountain range turned into Kislantine. The boy added that Kislanti meant the mountain range of the Kaze palace, and after defeating the abyss, Kaze had put down roots here. These archers were students of the archery school founded by Kayas. Rain understood that traditionally this passageway was guarded by those who were recognized by the headmaster. Rain figured that drunken archery was a core skill of this school, and he wondered what these archers had done to be assigned to guard the ridge. The boy told Rain that he had come at the right time, for today was a festival. A day when everyone could drink free alcohol. The guy started telling me that alcohol was said to be the way to the sun and moon. The archer told her ally not to think he could have missed his shift talking nonsense. But the boy didn't want to let Rain go, calling him a child. The guy decided to help Rain and take him to the entrance of the village, and then go back. Rain asked, for the road was hidden because of the fallen leaves. Archer said that they had been cleaning up the leaves. But this year there were so many leaves that it took forever to even clean them up. The guy told Rain that if he went up the wooden stairs from here, he could find the training room. Stopping in front of the grave, the guy said that if you followed the road straight ahead, Rain would come to the village. But it was the grave that caught all Rain's attention, for it belonged to the archer Kaze. Seeing the grave of his former ally, Rain took hold of his heart in horror and stared at the grave. The guy distracted Rain and said that if Rain was going somewhere, he should have stopped and made a wish before continuing on his way. But Rain didn't understand anything about that. The guy made the point that given Rain's age, he might not have known about it, but Rain still didn't understand what it was all about. The guy explained that this was the tomb of the Kaze palace. People used to make a wish here, saying, "Please protect us this year too." Being in shock, Rain asked the archer not to joke around like that anymore, but the guy said it wasn't a joke. Rain said it was strange, since they shouldn't have built a tomb in the middle of a mountain. Kaze was a hero after all. Archer realized that Rain didn't know the history of this tomb, and wondered if Rain was from this country at all. The guy said that among Casey's comrades was a famous archmage named Lynn. Team Esther was common knowledge, so Rain knew that. But rumor had it that Lynn was very shy, and Casey believed that Lynn would return. Even in death, he believed that Lynn would keep his promise. They said that if the grave had been in the village, Lynn would not have been able to come because he was shy, so Kaze asked that he be buried here. Rain's head was filled with memories with his former ally, who often smelled of alcohol and snorted. But more often than not, Casey would take Lord Lynn by the head, which always displeased Lynn and made him angry about it. Kaze didn't know that this was goodbye forever, that he would never meet Lynn again. But Rain couldn't process this in his head, for he had promised himself that he would go back to his allies. Lynn promised Kaze that he would return to meet Kaze, Esther, and Frida again. The horrifying picture of Kaze's mutilated body surfaced in Rain's mind, which reminded him that he had promised to go back. Rain couldn't take it anymore, and in a burst of emotion, Rain started running as far away as possible. While Rain was not consciously running, he tripped over a rock and fell heavily to the ground. After climbing up, Rain traveled on and decided to stop at the foot of the mountain, where he decided to sit down. Rain wanted to turn around and go to Casey's grave to say goodbye. If it was too late, at least to tell Casey he was back. Lynn wanted to tell his allies that he was sorry. He wanted to apologize to them. While Rain was at the foot of the mountain, night fell, and during this time, Rain remembered the stories with K's. Lord Lynn marveled at Casey's excellent eyesight, for even in pitch darkness, he could find the bird. Rain couldn't understand how Casey could aim when he was drunk, but that was a question even Frida didn't know the answer to. Frida gave Kays a potion to get sober, but when Kays was sober, he couldn't aim. Rain remembered Esther explaining to him that Casey had no tongue, so he couldn't speak. At one point, Kays snored so loudly that Lynn, Esther, and Frida couldn't sleep. Usually it was always quiet on Esther's team, but when everyone was going to bed, it got loud. Remembering all this, emotions came over Rain and he couldn't hold them back, starting to sob. But still, after a while, Rain gathered his wits and decided to continue on his way through the forest. Stopping in front of Casey's grave once again, Rain decided to use the spell. Rain gathered the power of fire in his hand and decided to strike the ground to do a favor for his former ally. The leaves ignited around Rain, which was his goal, to do one last favor for Kays. Through the power of fire, Rain burned all the leaves around him and cleared Casey's grave of leaves. Rain apologized to Kays and said it wasn't about being embarrassed. The point was that Rain wouldn't have the courage to face his allies and ask for forgiveness. Rain started to walk away from Casey's grave. But there was no way the image of Lynn with Casey could leave his mind, for Lynn had not kept his promise. As he continued on his way, Rain remarked that fall in the south was awesome under such summer and fall skies. Good weather was not the only skate of the place, for a beautiful city was revealed before the Rhine, the magical city of the Golden Rose. And in the heart of the Golden Rose, Delon University was built. This city had not been of interest to Rain since his past life, for it had not lived up to his expectations. Rain watched the merchants that sold books on magic and study guides written by experienced magic teachers. Other merchants sold tools to enhance magic and rare items that were found in the dungeon by silver-ranked adventurers. But the truth was one, that all knowledge came through the Golden Rose, a phrase befitting the status of this place where everything was gathered. When Rain wanted to buy something, the salesman said that the price of the item was only 10 copper coins, which pleasantly surprised Rain. Rain remembered that in his past life he had paid at least 80 copper coins for this stone. The salesman turned to Rain and said that the watch bell had begun to ring, signifying the beginning of Delon's examination. As Rain paid for the purchase with 10 copper coins, he remembered that his original goal was to enter Delon Magical University. As Rain was turning around, a man, whom other residents accused of stealing, ran through him. Rain decided to do nothing about it, though the guards were weak, but in such a large city the guards should be able to handle it. Rain thought about the exam hall when how grandmother next to Rain didn't feel right. The grandmother fell to the ground. Rain tried to talk to her and inquire about her condition. But the grandmother did not answer, so Rain decided to leave, for he was late. But Rain heard what the grandmother was trying to say. She was telling the thief that the heirloom he stole was not for sale. It was a family heirloom that her grandson needed for an exam. Rain realized that he shouldn't have helped this grandmother. After all, he had an exam too. Even realizing that now wasn't the time for that, Rain knew that Esther would have said otherwise. Rain walked over to his grandmother and told her to wait in her seat for a while. Doing this for Esther's sake, Rain used magic to get faster, and jumping across the rooftops he began to catch up to the thief. Rain took the hint that he still had a lot to do, and he still needed to help, so he wanted to turn the thief to ash. But when Rain wanted to throw the lightning bolt, the girl in white clothes beat him to it and told him to get out of the way. The girl was heading straight for the thief to stop him with her personal magic. Sand began to form around the thief, causing him to stop from not understanding what was happening. The girl said that stealing someone else's property in a golden rose was a brave act, and she should give credit to the thief. But the thief chose the wrong day. The girl built 2 sand guards that stood in front of the thief. And the reason why the thief chose the wrong day is because the thief was caught by none other than Kristaten. Rain gathered the girl's features that she handled the sand and was so confident, and it looked very much like a descendant of the Varden family. The Varden family was located on the eastern edge of the border. Like the Ludwig family, it was one of the 5 Mage families. Before Rain recovered his past memories, they had met several times at the family gathering. Kristaten asked Rain to make some effort, for she didn't understand how he liked living like an idiot. Kristaten picked up on the fact that Rain should have been ashamed after all. He was a descendant of a family of mages, also the eldest son. Whenever Rain and Kristaten saw each other, she was always being clever, so Rain called her a nerd. But Rain couldn't understand how Kristaten had already Nisila the uniform. After all, she was supposed to be the same age as Rain. Using the stolen relic, the thief was able to release a rush of air that shattered the Sand Guardians. The air pressure was so strong that it hit the surrounding townspeople and lifted a small child into the air. Rain couldn't continue to watch this. Through his magic, he returned the child to his mother. Rain picked up on the fact that the thief was also a mage, and even differed in that the thief had a decent amount of magical power. But the mage's left hand interested Rain the most, as it was wearing strange jewelry. Kristaten took stock that the man was very good for a thief, and asked him to try and block her next strike. Kristaten began to summon a 2-star spell, which startled Rain because of her control over her magic. The Ludwig family was known as thieving mages, but the Varden family was known as commanding mages. The ancestral magic of the Varden family is earth magic, and because of that, Kristaten was able to summon a huge sand golem. Kristaten asked the thief to show off once more and destroy her sand golem, but the thief did not lose his confidence. He raised his left hand and showed the jewelry on it. The thief activated the jewelry and said that with this jewelry he was an invincible foe. The thief's ornament was effective and was able to hit the golem so that it weakened. But the golem was not broken by such a spell and continued its attack at Kristaten's command. The thief was doing everything according to plan, and the fact that the golem was going to attack was only good news for him. But when the golem wanted to attack Kristaten at the will of the thief's bling, it was stopped by Rain's magic. Rain told the thief that by showing his trump card so early, he was sure to get a counter-attack. Rain decided to advise the thief that in magic, if he was the first to use a spell, it didn't mean he had already won. Rein's one strike failed to disarm the entire golem, and it decided to attack again, but Rein was already preparing the next magic circle spell, the circle. Rein created a medium-sized circle with a rune inscribed, Fury, and awaited the golem's attack. After which, Rein released a huge splash of water straight at the golem, which stopped its attack. A splash of water wet Rain and Kristaten from such amazing magic. Kristaten thought that Rain was a water elemental mage. However, the battle was not yet over. The water element was the natural enemy of the earth element, but the golem Kristaten would not fall to a 1-star spell. The thief laughed at Rain's earlier words, and said that was all he had. The thief picked up on the fact that Rain didn't know his place, and was still trying to brag about something. But the jokes had to end, and the thief commanded the golem to deliver the decisive blow. Rein decided not to change his strategy, but to still strike the same water on the golem to block its attack. The thief told Rain to stop wasting time and just die, for Rain's attack couldn't block the golem's power this time. All this time, Rain had a strategy in his head that he was trying to pull off, and noticing the crack on the golem's arm, Rain realized it was the right moment. Rain dispelled his spell and awaited the golem's next attack, which followed rather quickly. Rain took Kristaten by her cloak and pulled her behind him to dodge the golem's blow. The golem missed and hit the ground, which was bad for him, as his already weakened arm broke. From the broken arm, the golem immediately fell to the ground and was finally disarmed. Rain realized that by stealing other people's magic, the thief couldn't use his own. While Rain was pondering, Kristaten complained that it was dangerous. Rain decided not to wait for the thief's next actions, but to test his hunch with another spell. The 1-star spell was summoned a few seconds ago. The shape of the magic circle was a double square, and the inscribed runes were Yule and Co. For earth elemental magic, Rein gave the properties of binding and backflow. The control for the solution is differentiation of previs. Suddenly, the solution was obtained, and Rein changed the law of his magic, thus strengthening it. Immediately after the spell, huge vines emerged from the ground and began to appear around the golem. Vines bound the golem, making holes inside its body to disarm it for sure. While the thief was greatly disturbed by the golem, the vines showed up to disarm the thief as well. Rain walked over to the bound thief and took the family heirloom from his left forearm. Rain glanced at the accessory and wondered if it was a relic, but it looked curious. The thief immediately told Rain to give it back, for the thing belonged to him. But Rain said it did not, for he had stolen it, stealing control of an opponent's magic, similar to Bel Sidious. There were 2 magic circles engraved on the stone. This meant that the thief could steal up to 2 stars of magic. The thief wanted to know who Rain was, since Rain was able to cast such strong magic so quickly. Rain didn't want to answer the thief, because the thief wouldn't believe him even if Rain told him the truth. Rain walked over to his grandmother and gave her the relic, telling her to guard it more carefully. When the mess was over, the townspeople began praising Rain and Kristaten for their amazing help. But the hero syndrome finally left Rain, and he remembered that he had to go to Delighten's exam. Immediately afterward, Rain rushed to Delighten's exam, leaving the thief and the others alone. The woman approached the thief and raised the blade to his neck, which frightened the helpless thief. The woman took off her hood. It was Professor Caroline, who told Kristaten that she had made a mistake. Caroline said it was great to be confident, but she shouldn't have used the golem hastily. Kristaten said she understood that, and would be more careful next time. Kristaten said that Rain was amazing, because the speed of the magic overlay was almost as fast as the professor's. Caroline said that she had seen it, and it seemed to her that Rain was even faster than her. Kristaten said Rain didn't seem that strong during the selection, and didn't understand what happened. Caroline said that if Rain came to the entrance exam, but she didn't understand why he was helping either. Kristaten didn't understand what it was about, and Caroline revealed that the exam had long since begun. Kristaten asked Caroline if there was anything she could do to accommodate her, but Caroline replied that those were the rules. Kristaten gushed that she was late because she was helping someone, and the professor needed to be a little more lenient, and Caroline wondered since when Kristaten thought about others. Kristaten said that as the professor had seen before, such a person had to exist to make it more interesting. Afterward, Caroline was in the professor's office reading a description of Rain where he had no experience in magical competitions and no significant accomplishments in other areas, but was a genius prodigy who it was said could have been trouble sent to the Ludwig family from heaven. The last 3 lines stated that Rain had been Scalzi Ludwig's assistant for 3 years, which meant that Rain was under the former great mage and head of Osirius's school. Scalzi Ludwig was the kind of person that if you were related to him, it didn't mean you were allowed everything. Scalzi Ludwig was the kind of man who would ruthlessly reject someone if they didn't bring him good results. Caroline wondered, for if he was an assistant, why was Rain called a genius prodigy at 8 great schools? Caroline contacted Assistant Barden to set up an appointment with the rector. She needed to discuss something about the individual admission. It seemed to the girl that history was repeating itself, for the talents always appeared in the same period. Hubert from Rohwinum School, Lilian from Rivendell School, Caden from Harry Moon School, Nora from Melev School, Logan from Chekok School. 5 latecomers from the 8 main schools entered at once. The Varden family also sent a talented kid, but he might have gotten into trouble here, since the conflict between the magical families and the 8 schools is very deep. Getting involved in student disputes isn't very pleasant, but incontrovertibly, this was a special situation. De Layton's rector, Medelia Page, had asked Caroline to observe the students closely and not interfere, but if necessary, that was the only exception. Caroline thought it was too early, premature to make such a decision, and Medelia asked her to tell her more. Caroline said, mauling her, it seemed to her that there was another genius in this generation besides Kristaten. Medelia immediately asked if there were any new students she didn't know about, but the answer was no. Medelia suggested that it might have been a child that Caroline wanted to give an extra challenge to. But Caroline said that Medelia wouldn't believe it if she told, since she might well have seen the child at the family reunion. Medelia told Caroline that she still had a habit of slapping her hands together rather than speaking directly. Caroline said it was just her personal opinion, but maybe Medelia should have given Rain Ludwig a chance to enroll and not interfere at all. As Medelia looked at Rain's description of Ludwig, Caroline said that she would be interested to see how Rain would behave in that situation. Medelia says they'll know the result soon, because after all, Owen is there. Medelia wondered if he'd really said he wouldn't accept any award. But Caroline confirmed what he'd said, because he absolutely hated it when it was revealed that he was a hero. It was getting him into trouble. Rain preferred to read his books quietly, which Medelia thought was rather odd. Caroline said that strange people made good mages. Those were her teacher's words. Caroline remarked that Medelia was gloomy today, and Medelia replied that Caroline was as perceptive as ever. There was something disturbing to Medelia about the mysterious thief that had been caught earlier by Rain Ludwig. To Medelia, it looked all but certain that this thief had something to do with the Dark Church. Caroline couldn't believe it, but Medelia reassured her that they never said anything stupid, because the Special Victims Unit had contacted them first, and they would be here soon. Caroline still realized the seriousness of the whole situation that Medelia had explained, and picked up on the fact that she had a bad feeling about it. The morning after the chaos, Rain was informed that he had been accepted after missing an exam due to lateness. A professor named Caroline suggested that Rain pretend to take an extra exam and get on the list of successful candidates. Caroline was worried that the extra exams were seen as an embarrassment to those who failed the regular admission. But that wasn't a big deal to Rain. Fearful of retaking the exam, Rain accepted the offer. So Rain stood before the gates of the greatest magical university of Delighton, where the top intellects of the Holy Empire gathered. Changing into his Delighton uniform, Rain couldn't believe he was standing in front of the Delighton gate. After all, in his past life, Rain had never been associated with any schools at all. In his past life, Rain learned magic from the head of Osirius's school, and in this life, from his family. Even now, Rain didn't feel the need to learn from anyone. But in this life, he needed to find what Esther had left behind, for she was waiting at the end of this path. In the meantime, Rain had to pull up his magic skills to at least the level of his previous life. While Rain was in thought about his upcoming plans, he was distracted by a voice. Kristaten had finally found him. Kristaten wanted to thank Rain, but changed her mind and started yelling at him. Kristaten said she would have done fine without Rain's help, but while she was yelling, she was noticed by the other students. Kristaten was the most popular student in this generation. Rain realized that Kristaten was more famous than he thought. There was even a saying that anyone who didn't know Kristaten Varden in our generation was a spy. And the most important fact of all was that Kristaten recognized Rain as his opponent, and he was famously lucky. But such a title didn't fully endear him to Rain, as he couldn't stand annoying creatures. Come to think of it, Rain had such a similar rival. Some guy approached Lynn, and as the number 2 candidate for the next dean, he considered Lynn a rival. The snotty girl Lynn had met in the tower. She insisted on being treated as a senior since she was the first to enter the tower. Lynn remembered well that he was infuriated by the fact that the girl was so boastful. Rain began to laugh, which displeased Kristaten very much, for she thought Rain was mocking her in this way. Kristaten said that if Rain thought what she had seen then was all she could do, then Rain would soon regret it. Immediately after saying those words, Kristaten used her magic and created a sandstorm around Rain. Rain couldn't understand why Kristaten felt the urge to attack him in this particular place. Kristaten asked Rain if he now realized what her true abilities were, because he must have felt like he wanted to put himself out there. Rain noticed that Kristaten didn't care about her surroundings, and she looked so much like Giselle that Rain thought Giselle had reincarnated to Kristaten. Rain decided to use a return spell to finally put Kristaten in her place. Hubert watched this, and from the shadows he noticed that the performance before him was quite dramatic. After all, on one hand, the attacker was Kristaten Varden, that was the top rookie of Delon Magic Academy, and on the other side was the brilliant prodigy, Rain Ludwig, who had barely passed the supplementary exam. Hubert asked the guys if this was some sort of red shirt comparison between Kristaten and Rain. Kristaten realized that the guy in front of them was Hubert from Rowenham High School, and a senior at Delon High School. Kristaten calmed her sandstorm, and Hubert encouraged her to keep fighting, but she said it wasn't fun with such an audience, and it would be unfortunate if Hubert got caught up in Kristaten's magic and flew off somewhere far away, but he should be grateful in front of Kristaten for the attention. Hubert said that it made him break into tears, but remarked that it was too shameless to open his mouth when Kristaten couldn't even handle Rain. Kristaten said a finalist shouldn't talk like that, and suggested Hubert show her what he could do. Hubert said that Kristaten's proud nature hasn't changed, but she will dishonor her family if she continues to live like this. Suddenly Hubert remembered Rain and said that he was so insignificant that he didn't notice Rain's presence. Hubert asked the brilliant young master, who had entered through an additional test, what he was staring at. Rain said that nothing bothered him, but it was more of a question of who this person was who was acting so cocky. Hubert asked Rain if he could control magic at all, and Rain replied that if Hubert wanted to fight him, he had to be good at magic. Hubert realized Rain's words that made him furious, after which he asked Rain to repeat those words. Hearing that from Rain, Kristaten exploded with laughter at Hubert's reaction to those words. Kristaten swept her eyes over Hubert as he bragged to the newcomer, and if Kristaten had been in his shoes, she would have been embarrassed to even show her face. The woman opened the door and told the newcomers to hurry up and come in, while Kristaten, as the freshman representative, had to prepare for the swearing in. But before Kristaten left for her final preparations, she turned to Rain, for there was something else she had to say. Kristaten said she'd leave it alone because there wasn't time. But next time, Rain might not even think about it. Hearing those words, the other students couldn't understand what Kristaten and the genius young master wanted to settle, but the guys swept up that they couldn't even be compared. One of the guys interjected into the dialogue and said that Kristaten would have a hard time fighting Rain. The boy turned to a student from Reborn High School to give his reasons. He replied that young Mr. Rain was assistant principal Scalzi Ludwig, and if he saw how strong Rain was, he wouldn't talk nonsense. Later, in the auditorium, a man said they were beginning the 1388th Delon University admission ceremony. The one and only Rain was more bored than the rest, and he was waiting for the near end of the ceremony. Still, the rector's welcoming remarks to the freshmen interested Rain's attention. At the moment, the best mage in the Empire was Medelia Page, who was the rector of Delon School. Rain spotted the Empire's greatest mage, the current head of the Council of Mages, and a direct descendant of the founder of magic, Emitsa Page. And yet Rain remembered, from his past life, the purple-haired woman, noting that it was genetics in their lineage. Standing at the microphone, the rector introduced herself as Madelia Page, rector of Delon University. The first thing Madelia Page did was congratulate all 233 freshmen gathered here on their enrollment. Half of them, however, would not make it to sophomore year. They would either be held back or expelled. Of the 117 survivors, only about 60 will move on to the third year, and of those, only half will make it to graduation. Madelia Page opened her arms and said that less than 30 graduates graduated from the program that way each year. That was exactly what Delon was. It was a place where talents were honed. Delon would constantly subject his students to tests in the guise of grinding to determine if they were raw stones that could become jewels. Delon's policy is unlimited competition. Those who remain in the competition will not even be eligible for graduation. They will feel this keenly throughout their stay at Delon. Madelia Page waved her hand and told every single student to hone their skills. The apprentices had to fight each other and evolve, for Delon worked only so much until the insignificant stones shone with their own brilliance. Madelia had asked the disciples to meet her at this place 3 years in advance, and then when they graduate, Madelia Page will greet the students as their fellow magician. And at the very end, when the students graduate, she will wish them good luck, each student. Madelia began to leave the auditorium, and the motivated students clapped loudly. Rain himself had not given up hope, and was looking forward to his next meeting with Madelia Page. Professor Owen said it was chaotic. Caroline commented that she liked that kind of energy, and Owen said that energy should match ability. Professor Owen said that he expected this batch to be high level, but all he saw were idiots with manure in their heads. Caroline, on the other hand, was a little misunderstood by Owen's words. Professor Owen clarified that in his opinion, all students in that classroom were doomed to fail. Later, Rain came to the faculty building, the Sleeping Dragon Hall, but he wasn't sure if it was the right place. But upon realizing that this was it, Rain remarked that it was a truly majestic building. After wandering around inside the building for a bit, Rain tried to find the office, but it wasn't that hard, so he figured it out quickly. With peace within, Rain chose a seat by the window and peered curiously at the nature outside. But suddenly, someone approached Rain, saying he was someone's classmate and asked him to take care of her in the future. When Rain turned around, he was not very pleasantly surprised as those words came from Kristaten. Rain was broken, for Sky was indifferent to him, which managed to send him to class with Kristaten. Kristaten realized that Rain would have to compete with the top student, Krista Varden, right from the first class. Some pink-haired girl got into the dialogue and said it was something to the effect that Kristaten was so happy to be sitting next to Rain. Kristaten agreed that she was happy, for she would bully Rain's arrogant nose right from the start. Hubert was also in this class, and getting into the dialogue, he said it was delightful. Since the daughter of the Panton family is also watching this spectacle today, and it's enviable that mages from noble families control 2 or 3 vassal families. Hubert felt sorry that the lady was being rude, pointing her finger at others. The pink-haired girl said Hubert didn't understand, for that was actually part of the charming in Miss Kristaten. Gertrude Panton of the Baron Panton family added that even without that, Kristaten is very charming, at least more so than someone who is only impressive in appearance. The water is only clear when the stream is clear, and Rain's classmates were both showing off in pairs, and he felt like he was about to get motion sickness. Frida once asked if Lynn wanted to go to school, but he said he didn't, which seemed strange to Frida. Lynn said that he was already a 4-star elite mage, and the school couldn't teach him anything because it was a waste of time. Frida, on the other hand, called Rain a fool. Frida said that school was not a place to study for academic success. Ryan asked what Frida was studying there for then. Frida exhaled smoke and said that she went to schools, not for knowledge, but for people. Rain realized that Frida was right, for school was where they learned about people like Kristaten, Hubert, and Gertrude. A few minutes later, the door to the classroom opened and Professor Owen walked in, signaling the start of class. Rain thought the professor was a gorilla, but realized it was their handler. There was a strange tension in the air, but Rain didn't understand what was wrong with it. Kristaten revealed that Professor Owen was known for being stingy with grades. Seeing his students, Owen scratched his head, for he was somewhat disappointed at their level. Professor Owen was upset that he would have to spend a whole year with these pathetic monkeys. Because of this, he had no motivation. After all, the biggest problem was that these monkeys had dung instead of brains. Suddenly, Professor Owen threw the chalk and asked the student where he was looking while the professor was talking. Mel flew the student right into his neck so that he wouldn't be distracted from Professor Owen's subject any longer. Professor Owen heard laughter in the classroom and remarked that it was awful, for the students knew nothing. The apprentices thought they owned the whole world once they got to Delon. They dreamed of becoming a court mage to some noble nobleman or living happily ever after by building their own mage tower. Professor Owen told the students to put aside these illusions, for if they ever became like that, they could call Professor Owen master, but the students were still monkeys who had barely grown wool, and they had a whole mountain of things to learn. Professor Owen wanted to know if there was anyone from the 8 major schools in his class. Hubert and some girl raised their hands confidently. Professor Owen sighed and said that the worst part was that there were idiots from the 8 major schools here. The strange mathematical formulas they cited in time, the name of school traditions, struck Professor Owen, and he expected no contribution from these students. Next, Professor Owen wanted to know if there were any noble mage families in his class. Upon seeing Kristaten and Rain, Professor Owen said they were absolutely disgusting. After all, they behaved as knowledgeable and arrogant without experiencing hardship. Such students had to go home and first learn to change their clothes on their own before returning. Rain thought Professor Owen was a great ape with an unparalleled talent for rhetoric, but perhaps Professor Owen was more suited to the role of cult leader than magician. Professor Owen said his goal for this year was to make at least useful mages out of his students, even better than monkeys. There was no room for those worse than a monkey. Anyone who failed would be thrown out. At least the students had to try to evolve into humans. Professor Owen noticed that one of the students was not answering. He went up to him and asked him if Owen would teach the student to answer. Professor Owen asked the student if he was scary, and the student clearly answered that he was not. That's when Professor Owen said that in that case he was malleable to the student's opinion. Professor Owen revealed that the students will now have a test. The student, and the one next to them, are formed into teams of 2 for the test. And the team that takes the test last will be immediately expelled from Delon University. Professor Owen had no intention of joking, and implied that the students should mean what he said and not take it as a joke. Students were surprised that they could be expelled so easily just by failing the test. Rain thought Professor Owen was just saying that just to scare the students. Professor Owen pointed to the blackboard and said that the students had only 20 minutes. From then on, the students had to solve the problem on the paper they had on their desk, and then hand it in. Professor Owen added that those who fail to solve it in the allotted time and those who turn it in last will be expelled as promised. The looks on the students' faces did not please Professor Owen, and he shouted to them that the exam had already begun. The professor hoped that even monkeys could solve 2-star magic if they got their act together. At this time, Kristaten began to look at the magic circle that was shaped like 2 layers of a fan, and the runes that was worth scribbling, Ju and Yu. Kristaten told Rain to hurry up and help her, so he did the basic formula using matrices, and then found the answer using the cubic function. Upon hearing about the matrices, Rain assumed that Kristaten was the kind of person who suffered unnecessarily, but Kristaten told Rain to shut up and start writing. In the close circles of the Varden family, everyone realized that the Varden family was over, as the eldest and youngest daughter were not the same. But the hopes of the Varden family were not broken, as Kristaten was the one who could revitalize the Varden family. This continued to motivate Kristaten to work hard, for she wanted to be the best of the best. Rain watched Kristaten's efforts and realized that she had a difficult time ahead of her. Kristaten was angry and asked Rain if he had found an answer from the function, for he was staring somewhere. While Kristaten and Rain were focused on the task at hand, a gust of wind from the window began to blow the boys' papers away. Kristaten was displeased that the wind had decided to blow just now while they were doing the dough. While Kristaten was looking out the window, her papers suddenly started tearing into pieces, something she couldn't stop. Professor Owen asked the boys to keep the noise down, asking if they couldn't do the calculations without noise. Kristaten said that everything was screwed up, and now they had to start the calculations from the beginning. Rain immediately decided to use Bel Sidious to check what happened to the leaf. Glancing at the sheet below Bel Sidious, Rain saw a trace of magic coming from the torn paper. Looking behind the trail of magic, Rain noticed that the 8 major schools were just playing childish pranks. The school of Rohinam was the school of wind, for their secret art had no sound or color, meaning the magic used was wind manipulation. While Rain was looking at the trace of magic Hubert had made, Kristaten asked Rain to give her paper. Rain didn't react much as Kristaten took his sheet and asked him what he was doing. Kristaten tried to somehow solve the problem quickly, noting that time was limited to 8 minutes, and Kristaten already had the solution process in her head. Rain took Kristaten's sheet and said that it was impossible because they wouldn't be able to finish in time using Kristaten's method. Rain revealed that the task was doable. It was just that the solution was difficult for Kristaten. Rain took the sheet, then began to write rapidly to solve the problem faster. Rain said that if Kristaten burned out so easily, she couldn't be a full-fledged mage. Rain added to Kristatin's admonition that a strong mage had to remain calm at all times. In the world where Lord Lynn lived, he didn't even have 8 minutes to spare when he was in the fervor of battle. Esther saved Lord Lynn then, when he stopped even for a couple seconds during the battle. The price for a few seconds of procrastination in dangerous moments was not just an exclusion. The price that Rain could pay in his past world for barely a couple seconds of procrastination with his life. Rain told Kristatin that he would take the lead this time, and Kristatin should have just helped. Rain decided to continue studying on the task at hand, and asked Kristatin not to hold them up. The first in the class to complete the assignment were students from 8 major schools who were on their way to take the test. Hubert approached Professor Owen and asked him to evaluate the tests they had done. Professor Owen took the paper and activated it, whereupon it began to glow and created a cloud of smoke from above. Professor Owen said that J and U's runes worked correctly, with the fact that Hubert got through before anyone else. But Professor Owen dashed the hopes of the students of the 8 schools and told them not to be complacent, for this was not an excellent result. Professor Owen said it only took 2 minutes to solve such a problem, and for the fact that students from 8 schools turned in the task later than expected their grade of C. Hubert said he couldn't accept it, because he solved it first in the class, and the math formula was perfect. Hubert couldn't understand what the reason was. But Professor Owen asked Hubert to stop fooling around. After all, being a student of the Rohunium Wind School, Hubert should have known better why he had a C. Hubert's ally from 8 schools didn't know what Hubert had done, then underestimated the boys. But at that time Rain finished his assignment with Kristatin. The students were surprised that Rain and Kristatin had gotten through so quickly, even though their worksheet had been torn beforehand. Rain turned to Professor Owen and asked him to evaluate Rain and Kristatin's assignment as well. Professor Owen said that if Rain and Kristatin were finished, it was really not pleasant, for he was thrilled at the thought of driving the newcomers out of the magical race. Rain replied that if he couldn't use magic just because the wind was blowing, then he couldn't call himself a mage at all. After saying this, Professor Owen took a leaf and said that he liked Rain's spirit, but it was no match for his mother's wart. The first thing the professor noticed was that the magic circle was different from the one he had suggested earlier. One magic circle was shaped like a fan, while the other was drawn like a circle. Rune J worked well with the magic of the attribute of water. Based on this, Rain simplified the mathematical formula for the rune to work. Professor Owen said it was something that wasn't even brought up in high school classes, but Rain knew it very well. Rain replied that if the mage could solve the rune's requirements using first order, the activation time was accelerated. While Rain and Professor Owen were discussing the specifics of his decision, Kristatin stood nearby and understood nothing. Rain said that the mage couldn't say that he was using magic incorrectly until he fully mastered the runes. With that in mind, Rain changed the shape of the magic circle. Based on his understanding of the runes, Rain aimed to shorten the activation time. Professor Owen called it a clever answer, but wasn't sure if it would activate correctly. Rain realized that Professor Owen's words had a grain of truth, so he asked him to check it out for himself. Professor Owen started to activate the magic circle and said that he couldn't wait to see Rain's failure, because if he made a magic circle with double attribute, the math to solve U would become several times harder. The leaf began to glow brightly, and Professor Owen wanted to see if it was Rain's skill or just a trick. The leaf flew into the air. Professor Owen stepped back, and the magic circle began to release magic. Professor Owen's surprise didn't end as the magic suddenly turned into a splash of water. The golden magic created another surge, the runes broke apart, and raindrops began to fall. Like a light rain in the early morning, the magic created light raindrops, and a beautiful view in front of all the students. Professor Owen started clapping and told Rain that he had been teaching for 13 years and had seen many geniuses in that time. A smile appeared on Professor Owen's face, and he said that Kristatin and Rain were the first to give that answer. Professor Owen was pissed off by this, but Kristatin and Rain's answer deserved a grade of S, something he had never before given for such a trivial quiz. While Kristatin was madly pleased, Rain lowered his head slightly and thanked Professor Owen. Joy burst from Kristatin. She couldn't contain it any longer and thanked Professor Owen. But Professor Owen stopped the students' joy and asked Rain and Kristatin to go back to their seats, because they didn't want the students to be downgraded. Professor Owen told Hubert and his ally that the same was true for them. The grading was final, and the students had to return to their seats. Rain started to walk across Hubert. When Hubert noticed the look in Rain's eyes, he was famously surprised by it. But Hubert regained his confidence pretty quickly and asked Rain if he had anything to say. Professor Owen asked the students not to make him repeat himself, if the students didn't want to be disciplined. Rain started walking further back to his seat and told Hubert that next time would be different. Either way, The students who took the character test survived their first class by listening to Professor Owen's harsh critique. Rain had picked up on the fact that now, this part was a bit of a letdown. But Kristaten ignored him. Rain turned to Kristaten again, asking if she could hear him, but she continued to remain silent to him in response. Rain couldn't understand why Kristaten was acting like this, but decided not to continue talking to Kristaten. Finally, Professor Owen said that was all for today, and the class was coming to an end. The students were tired and not happy, and Professor Owen asked what the students' faces were. Professor Owen asked the students not to worry, for next time they would get something even more difficult. Those who failed would be left behind. The students had to get the lesson into their heads as if their lives depended on it. When the lesson finally came to an end, Rain was gathering his things, and suddenly Kristaten turned to him. Kristaten pulled herself together and decided to thank Rain for helping her on the test. Rain noticed that Kristaten's voice was too quiet for him to hear, and asked him to repeat it. Kristaten thought it was a mockery of her. Kristaten added that she would be sure to return her favor next time, so Rain didn't have to get cocky, for they were rivals. Kristaten was furious, and said that they had only helped each other this one time. And she wanted Rain to understand that. The rumor that Professor Owen had given an S grade spread quickly, and students were incredibly surprised. Even more surprising to the students was the fact that it was not Hubert, but the group of Kristaten and the guided genius Rain who received the highest grade. The next day, Rain was in Delon territory, closing in on the two towers. Rain reminded Kristaten that she was supposed to pay him back the next time they met, then asked what floor the dorm was on. Kristaten said that the highest floor was the freshman dormitory. Kristaten asked Rain again not to show off. Rain replied that whether he was showing off or not, Kristaten had started it herself, for promises she could not keep were frivolous. In a fit of anger, Kristaten started to walk away and told Rain to just wait and see for himself. Later, already in the dormitory, Rain was looking for his room, and the students didn't understand why Rain had a room next to Kristaten. Besides, with skills like Rain's, one could pass the regular exam without needing to take an additional exam. After wandering around the dorm for a bit, Rain finally found the door that was supposedly his room. Rain took the pendant and raised it in front of the door, causing the pendant to react with the door. The door disappeared, and a spacious single room with all the right supplies opened up in front of Rain. Rain moved closer to the table and took a moment to notice that it reminded him of his time in the magic tower in a past life. Even in his past life, Rain had sat in a room like this, focused only on learning magic. Looking around the room, Rain remembered the moments when Esther was in the room with him and told him all sorts of stories. But Rain decided to dispel those thoughts. He fell on the bed and tried to forget his memories. Rain realized that other than the first lesson, there was nothing here. Thinking it would be better to infiltrate the Vatican and investigate Lord Lynn's remains. But Rain also realized that it would be too difficult to infiltrate the Vatican with such a personality and abilities. Rain raised his hand and began to create magic, starting with the first star progressing to the third. But after starting to improve magic by 4 stars, it became unstable and barely held on. Rain was disappointed and realized that 4-star magic was still beyond him. While Rain was musing about his magic, he noticed a wondrous owl had flown in on his window. The owl's eyes were black, and Rain's interest rose, for there was a pouch tied on the owl's paw. Stroking the owl, Rain opened the sack, and in it was the wooden box he had been sent. Glancing at the box, Rain noticed it didn't have the sender's name on it, but assumed it was from his father. Rain pulled out the contents of the box. There were only 2 books in the wooden case. Rain looked at the books and realized that the books were old and fragile, but one of them was pretty battered. Rain didn't need to look at the book for long, for he remembered pretty quickly what the book was. At that last moment, Lord Lynn entrusted Esther with the diary that had served her since its sealing. Suddenly Rain realized everything. He immediately wondered who could have sent him such a book. Rain immediately turned to the window, trying to spot someone there who might have shipped that case. Rain was frightened and puzzled, for the sender might have known of his real identity. Soon, the students were practicing at the magical training facility on the campus of the Battle Dragon Field. The timer was expiring, and Kristaten was practicing fighting various monsters. Gertrude asked Kristaten if anything good had happened today, but Kristaten didn't understand what caused such thoughts. Gertrude glanced at the timer with 10 seconds left on it, and she noticed that Kristaten seemed more agitated. With 5 seconds left, Gertrude suggested that Kristaten's condition might have been because she had met Lord Rain. Gertrude wondered if something had happened between Rain and Kristaten. But the suggestion rather dumbfounded Kristaten. Kristaten got angry and said that nothing happened. She is just annoyed that she is seeing that annoying face again today. Kristaten said they were relieving stress while practicing. But Gertrude understood that Kristaten would not fool anyone with her behavior. Gertrude understood that the rumors about Kristaten helping Rein Ludwig during the exam were true. Gertrude was surprised that Rein Ludwig, whom they had met as children at a family reunion, was not like that. During his free time, Hubert wandered around the center hallway of the student dormitory. Some student turned to Hubert and called Hubert a C-grade loser. Hubert turned to Logan and told him not to mess with him, but he could go on and on if he just wanted to die. Logan, a graduate student at Chehak High School, asked Hubert to calm down because he was scared enough to pee his pants. Logan also heard that someone had gotten a C today, and he almost died laughing. Logan added that to top it off, Kristaten earned an S grade even with the sandbags. Logan asked Hubert if Rein was a genius in Hubert's group, and if he was a coward as rumored. Hubert didn't choose to turn around and told Logan it was none of his business, calling the man a fool. Hubert stopped though and turned to Logan, asking him if Logan wanted to challenge him. Logan smirked and replied to Hubert that he was willing to take him up on his offer to duel. As the guys prepared to fight, the red-haired girl cut into the dialogue and asked them to stop. Logan sighed and told Lilian that it was just a joke and nothing serious was on the horizon. The one who broke into Hubert and Logan's dialogue was Rivendell High's graduate student, Lilian. Logan revealed that he was planning a strategy to take down Kristaten and Rein, asking Lilian if she wanted to join. Lilian said that was why Logan's magical achievements didn't grow, because he was always up to nonsensical antics. Lilian pointed out that even if it was Kristaten, there was no benefit to bullying the weak. Hubert turned around, then started to walk away, and said that he would destroy Rein and Kristaten himself. Hubert added that if Logan touched Rein and Kristaten carelessly, he himself would be the first to go down. When Hubert finally got back to his dorm room, he remarked that Logan was an idiot. But still, Hubert couldn't hold his anger that he got from Logan's words, and he punched the wall. Hubert wanted to know what Rein was doing, for he had worked under Professor Scalzi for 3 years as an assistant, chosen not by blood ties, but by skill. Hubert couldn't believe it, after all. Rein was a guy who couldn't even get a single rank. Rein was reading a book, the first part of which told about Lord Lynn's life, and the second part told about the magic and fighting styles he used in his past life. Rein closed the book that was all about his past life and swept it up. It was unfathomable, Rein wondered. Even if someone knew his identity, how they were able to find out. But, and if they did, why they still hadn't made contact. The time had reached 11 p.m., and Rein was about to turn out the lights until the duty officer came. As Rein headed for the light switch, he noticed that the book Esther had gotten glowed marvelously. Taking the book, Rein opened it, and a gust of wind burst from the book, and Rudian was on top of it. Rein was surprised that Rudian was here, and immediately recognized him, as it was the one he had created in his past life. But one thing was clearly different. Rudian was twice the size and much darker than before. Be that as it may, Rein wasn't sure if Rudian could exist for a full 300 years. Rudian sat on Rein's arm and said that the progress in researching the unique magic could have been continued, and the progress remained at 37%. Rein immediately recognized his work. It was the research he had done in his past life to reach the level of a sage. The 12 original runes that Rein had tried out in real battles 300 years ago. He thought they had all failed, but the progress was 37%. Rein was embarrassed that a 4-star magic like Rudian was checking the progress of a 6-star magic, but if Rein turned out to be right, then he had not misjudged his path, and would be able to continue. In the event that Rein continued like this, he would be able to reach the truth and rise to the top. The sudden appearance of hope distracted Rein from everything he began to consider, everything he could. Rein's hope was so strong that in an instant it made him forget the sender of the book. It was already morning. Rein had picked up his book and was about to leave his dorm room to finally begin his research. While Rein was wandering around the dorm courtyards, it was raining pretty hard outside, which caught his attention. Unlike the north, where it became cool during rain, the southern regions remained warm even during rain due to the influence of the Bedantio mountain range. After a short search, Rein finally came to a place where he could practice magic freely. Rein was completely soaked and wanted to practice his magic. The aunt at the table said she would take Rein to the battlefield. According to the dormitory headmaster, the battlefield was a place to practice powerful magic with a wide range. Surrounded by high-level magic to prevent and repair damage, mages could mindlessly cast spells without caring about the surroundings. The headman told Rein that he just had to touch the entrance with his apprentice ring to enter. The voice told Rein that 30 rooms were available on the battlefield, and Rein took the nearest one. Once on the battlefield, Rein asked the system to give him a target that was strong enough. Suddenly, a golem that had no life but was a sensible target for his magic appeared in front of Rein. Rain glanced at the golem and noticed that the 2-star golem was not a bad target. Rain decided to start with the rune U, which gave molecules the property of wriggling. If this rune was engraved with flame magic, the corners would wriggle and burn for a long time. To begin his practice, Rain decided to use the construction of a triangular magic circle, after which Rain wanted to engrave the U rune, but the magic circle dissipated in his hands. It looked like the 1-star magic wasn't working, and it made Rain angry, prompting a desire for stronger magic. Immediately after that, Rain concentrated and created 3 magic circles that were many times stronger. The magic circle began to spin, faster and faster each time, and U runes appeared on the circle. Unwinding the magic circle to the limit, Rain launched it into an attack, then created an explosion. Remnants of magic fell around the golem, and the golem itself was untouched on its appearance, left without a single scratch. The golem began to glow a bright red color, and Hubert watching this noticed that Rain's magic was garbage. Hubert understood that Rain was using 1-star magic, but even he couldn't use it correctly. The characteristic of flame magic was to be noisy, but judging from how quietly it worked, it looked like the mage was still in the beginning stages. Hubert started to walk away, thinking that the rumors about Rain being Scalzi's assistant turned out to be false. But while Hubert was leaving, the golem in front of Rain suddenly began to break apart and fell to the ground. The flames with the U trait would penetrate the target's body and melt it from within. Such would be the intended effect. But it took Rain 30 seconds to melt a 2-star sandstone golem. One thing that made Rain happy was that he was sure he had plenty of time to figure it out. No matter how much Rain messed up, he would be able to solve this problem, because he didn't realize that magical research could be so exciting. At the end of his training, Rudian informed Rain that the mechanics theory had been restored, and the rune U had been changed. Rain took a moment to notice that Rudian was not only detecting magic nearby, but also summarizing and reporting on the day's research. Rain noticed that Rudian reported he could continue progressing in researching the unique magic, the progress of which had increased by 0.1%. Rain tried to figure out why progress had increased, assuming that mathematical theory had improved or the rune had become more advanced. But Rain might not have gone deep into contemplation right now, as he still had plenty of time in front of him. While Rain was calmly stretching, a gust of strong air flew straight at Rain. It was an aspiring mage from the Rohwinam school. Hubert practiced his magic on the battlefield. Hubert had no problem tearing apart the bat-like dummies thanks to his air magic. Using a good control of air magic, Hubert was able to slay the last dummy without any problems. Rain watched Hubert's display and took a moment to notice that he wasn't bad. At least he was able to show off his magic well. As originally laid down, the procedure required to cast magic is divided into 3 stages. The first step is the creation of the magic circle. The second is the engraving of the runes, and the third is the mathematical calculations. Professor Owen observed that among these stages, many mages have difficulty with the third stage. For if a calculation error is made at any stage, disaster will occur. Therefore, to prevent the students from turning into coal or flying into splinters, Magician Lynn created a mathematical formula known as Lynn's discriminant. Professor Owen was going to give students an example through which they could put Lynn's discriminant into practice. Since this task may be overwhelming for the students' tiny brains, Professor Owen will give them 10 minutes. This formula is made to be super easy for students, so everyone should be fit to solve it. Rain read his own formula, and he wondered who had told Delon about his form. His former allies didn't even know about this formula, and could barely add and subtract, so they couldn't learn it. Lynn remembered one person who came to mind. The child who had proclaimed himself Lynn's disciple, and stubbornly followed him around. It was Terenda, but Rain couldn't believe he passed it off as something Lynn had made up. After all, it was over 300 years ago. Suddenly, Kristaten turned to Rain. He thought she had misunderstood something and asked for her sheet. She said she was a great genius, Kristaten Varden, and she thought she was smarter than that. Professor Owen's angry look brought Kristaten to her senses, and she immediately decided to shut up. Rain turned to Kristaten and asked what she wanted from him. Kristaten immediately remembered why she had come to Rain. Kristaten handed Rain a fancy wooden box with a beautiful ornament, and inside was a cookie. Kristaten revealed that she baked the cookies because she had some time left over from magic practice. Kristaten decided to repay her debt to Rain in this way. Rain accepted such a tribute from Kristaten and said that she was more diligent than he thought. Opening the box, the sight of the cookies in it didn't make Rain too happy. The cookies themselves looked more like lumps of coal. Rain wanted to know if it was really cookies, to which he got an affirmative answer. But Rain had a second question. whether Kristatin had used something like mud instead of flour. While Kristatin was talking to Rain, Professor Owen threw chalk at her to keep her quiet. The students in the front, however, were proclaiming Lynn a genius because his formula was so simple. Rain enjoyed hearing compliments about the divine contributions he had made in his past life. The girl next to her decided to talk about the meaning that Lynn might have been the reincarnation of a great sage, but not a god or angel. But the boy insisted that Lynn was a god. The boy was jealous that Lynn could freely handle any kind of magic. The number of so many compliments drove Rain crazy. Kristatin noticed that Rain's face had turned red and thought it was because of the cookies. While Kristatin rejoiced that the proud Rain was blushing over the cookies, behind her was Professor Owen. Professor Owen said that for a monkey who didn't even work in the class, Kristatin knew how to defend herself. But was she interested in taking a special class? Kristatin was scared and couldn't answer anything. When the sound of the bell was heard, Professor Owen told the students to turn in their answers, for that was the end of today's lesson. Later, the fourth period of training, attending club classes took place. Kristatin asked Rain which club he was going to join. Kristatin shared that she was going to join the Magic Volleyball Club. The descendants of a magical family are required to maintain their dignity by playing magic volleyball. Rain wanted to know what magical volleyball had to do with dignity. But Kristatin got angry and asked Rain why he was starting to ask, only to be cut short. Rain said he would take his time and look around first, but Kristatin asked him to wait. Various clubs existed at Delon for the purpose of sharing experiences and competition among students. The clubs were created for this purpose. One of them was the Combat Magic Club. Another very popular club was the Fire Paraphernalia Magic Club, where everyone could practice their fire and share their experiences. Clubs were formed by students who shared common goals and motivations and received funding for activities after approval by a faculty advisor. This gave everyone a chance to explore on their own time. Rain had seen many interesting places, but he wanted to have a good look around first. But because of Kristatin, Rain was so distracted that he couldn't concentrate, for she was following him. Kristatin added that the Magic Kin should join the Magic Volleyball Club. Rain said he hadn't heard that, and even if it was true, it wasn't a problem. Kristatin wanted to know why Rain was against it. Rain added that his father would not interfere wherever he went. Gertrude said that the Magic Volleyball Club was a royal club. Rain had to join it for the honor of the magical family. Rain, however, wondered if it was mandatory, since to him, the Fine Arts Magic Club seemed much more interesting, and the local Developmental Magic Club. In those days, people clung to survival. But when the world became calm, everyone was gradually able to do what they liked. Previously, Esther was sure that when Lord Lynn grew up, the world would surely become prosperous. The memory of Esther brought a smile to Rain's face, and all the sounds around him were not to his attention. Rain started to disengage and said he was going to check out the local Developmental Magic Club. Gertrude was surprised that Rain didn't know that magical volleyball was an integral part of high-ranking mages' social gatherings. The glory of the Ludwig family, which had rivaled the Page family for over 100 years, could have ended with Lord Rain. Suddenly it hit Gertrude, since the Page family's eldest daughter disappeared after a certain event, and if the Ludwig family would also fall. This meant that a new era of magical volleyball was now beginning under Lady Kristatin's leadership. But when Gertrude wanted to tell this happy news to Kristatin, she suddenly disappeared somewhere. Gertrude did not have to wonder where Kristatin might have gone, for she assumed at once that she had gone after Rain. Kristatin followed Rain, saying that she was just curious about what the local Magic Development Club was, and she was definitely not following Rain, which he didn't care for. Rain finally found the right place where the Magic Development Club was located, as Kristatin walked behind him, chattering incessantly. When Rain slightly opened the door of the Magic Development Club, he heard a disciple who was unhappy because of the ridiculous conditions. Logan said the strong took everything, and that was the rule of the Delon Club, which is what the student didn't like. Logan added that this room would be useful to him, so the Magic Development Club had to give it away. Rain wondered who the guy in front of them was. Kristatin revealed that it was Logan, a junior member of Chehak High. Kristatin said it was a school that specialized in graduating mages, with an emphasis on martial arts. The senior in the Magic Development Club offered Logan a duel. Logan asked the student if he had the guts to fight his senior, because the Magic Development Club was ridiculous and had no need. Kristatin said this happened a lot, because to run a club activity you needed a room. But if someone wanted to start a club when there were no rooms available, they had to occupy another club's space. And the clear and convincing method the students used to settle the dispute over who would get the room was a magical duel. Kristatin suggested that Rain join, but he said he hated annoying things. The club's creator said that the 8 schools may not have realized it. But learning math or academic success wasn't the only reason magic existed. Guy added that academic feats lead to the development of magic, but even here there was a nuance. The guy said that farming and aid were areas where magic wasn't used at all. He added that if they could find a way to use magic, they could easily solve problems such as poverty. The guy said that this club was created by high school students to make it happen. Even now, thinking about the people who are having a hard time. That's why the guy couldn't give the club and the place to Logan, as thoughts of people who were down on their luck couldn't get out of the guy's head. Logan started laughing and said that if it were possible, the archmages and sages would have already done it. Logan picked the guy up and said he couldn't even hold a club against a rookie, so the talk was for naught. Logan asked the guy if the seniors had given any results, and if anything had changed at all. Logan was adamant that there was no way these pathetic studies left by worthless people would change the world. Logan noticed that the guy didn't even dare to fight with magic, and thought it was nothing, but when instead of a stranger, it was better for the guy to help Logan. Logan kept insisting, but the frail guy was against such a decision even in the extreme. Logan added that by the look of the guy, he couldn't even open his eyes properly, assuming he was just waking up. Logan decided to leave the guy to open his eyes fully and wake him up. But as Logan was about to throw the guy, a small lightning strike struck his arm, causing him to let go of the guy. Rain entered the office to stop Logan's atrocity, then offered to have a magical duel with him. Rain also revealed that he had just joined the Magic Development Club. At this time, Rudian turned to Rain, noting that the progress of researching the unique magic in the surrounding space could be continued. And the Rhine's rate of progress rose from 37 1/10 to 37 9/10. Rain was convinced that magic could do almost anything. After all, not everything was possible. There were many things magicians couldn't do. But if mages were able to create an oasis right in the middle of the desert, then surely they could help travelers seeking water. Esther asked Lynn to create some spells for her after this journey. She asked Lynn to create some spells for her after the trip. Esther wanted the kind of spells that could help people in trouble and make people's lives a little easier. Esther requested that Lord Lynn create such magic for the entire society with his own hands. Looking at the new member of the Magic Development Club, Logan realized that it was Rain Ludwig, with Kristaten behind him. Logan said it was his mistake, since he has a habit of speaking his thoughts out loud. As a disciple of one of the great 8 schools, he was on his way to greet the noble Lord Rain when he encountered him here. But that was a secondary concern, for Logan was more interested in the offer of a duel from Rain. Rain added that Logan had heard it right, because since he was so eager for a fight, Rain could give him a duel. Logan laughed, for Rain hoped he could defeat someone like Logan. Rain noticed Logan's fear and suggested that he give in by the fact that he wouldn't use battle magic, but Logan remained silent. Rain thought that wasn't enough, and added that he would only use the 3 spells developed by this club. Logan thought Rain didn't mean it, but Rain insisted and said he was confident he'd win. Logan started laughing so loudly that it was heard by everyone around him. Logan added that it wasn't just a failure, but something worse. Logan added that this was another mistake, but also noted that it took 3 days to approve a membership, so it was just a personal challenge at this point. Rain didn't choose to listen to this chatter and asked Logan to cut to the chase. Logan set the condition that if Lord Rain won, he would surrender, and if any troublemakers showed up, Logan would chase them away personally. In the event that Logan wins this duel, Rain will have to apply for expulsion from Delon. The reason for the expulsion request is that after meeting Logan from the Chaikok school, Rain felt an insurmountable barrier. After these words, the door opened and Kristaten entered the room. Kristaten asked Logan if he was joking, because if Rain wins, he'll just give up trying to take the premises. Logan said the bystanders were supposed to shut up and stay out of a duel that didn't concern them. Rain surmised that Logan's words were right, after which he asked Kristaten to stay out of it. Kristaten asked Rain to calm down, because he didn't understand what was going on. Rain replied that he didn't need to understand anything, for he would win anyway. Rain asked Logan to pick a time and date, for he was ready at any time. Logan was surprised that Rain accepted the conditions he had set himself. Logan started to leave and added that he would invite the professor to be the judge of their duel. Logan was sure that this time, they did catch a big fish, and the elders would be pleased. The day of the duel would prove to be a fantastic day for Logan, for his confidence was through the roof. Kristaten asked, engaging in a magical duel, had Rain forgotten his position here. Rain said he was a freshman at Delon University, but Kristaten asked him to stop joking. Kristaten still turned around and started to leave, telling Rain to do what she wanted, for she had disturbed him for nothing. While he was reading the books, Rain asked the boy why Kristaten was so angry at him for a simple duel. The boy replied that Rain had done something logically incomprehensible. After all, the descendants of a magical family never engage in magical duels. Rain noticed the ring on the guy's finger and realized he was a second-year dragon with spread wings. Rain wondered why such a rule was necessary. The boy replied that in such a case, Rain was losing too much compared to what he was gaining. But the boy was more puzzled than grateful, for he didn't understand why Rain had helped him. Rain said he wasn't going to help him at all, but allowed that it was for an assignment. Either way, the guy was grateful, but apparently Rain had underestimated Logan too much. Logan was a king-type mage. He was especially strong against general mages who specialized in ranged magic. In addition, due to his physical abilities and personality, Logan had already participated in several magic duels, and his winning percentage in these duels was over 90%, coming out victorious almost every time. Guy added that Rain had embarked on a very reckless venture, all because the club's creator had spoken carelessly. Rain realized he might have exaggerated when he argued with Logan. But this club wasn't that big. The club's creator revealed that he grew up in the village, and villagers used to collect money to pay for his university fees. So the guy decided to repay them in his own little way to make the village a much better place. To finally improve that village, he joined this club and began to study magic in that area. But things didn't go as planned, for as time went on, the anxiety and worry only increased. The boy clung to it for personal reasons, but in the end accomplished nothing. The guy stood up and said it was God's will for him to quit. After which he remarked how sorry he was, saying he'd rather be in a magic duel. Rain said that he was the one who had agreed to the magic duel, and to that end, he asked for a few books related to the club's magic as a favor, for Rain needed to familiarize himself with them for the duel. Rain started to walk away and said he'd bring the books back when the duel was over, but the guy tried to stop him. Before leaving, Rain asked the guy if he knew why Lord Lynn started practicing magic, and revealed that he did it to survive. And so, all mages started for personal reasons. Rumors that Rain had outlined a duel with Logan had already spread throughout Delon. Some voice distracted Rain. It turned out to be Aunt Elin, who had finally found him and was famously tired for it. When Rain wanted to say something to his aunt, she ran up and immediately hit him. Aunt Elin had been lacking sleep lately, and thanks to Rain, she was now awake as the genius of the Ludwig family was engaged in a magical duel. Aunt Elin already knew that a duel was looming against Logan from the 8 major schools, and the whole school was shocked. Aunt Elin added that her little nephew had made a real mess of things, and because of that, she needed to drink some liquor. Aunt Elin told Rain that if Logan hit him, it would hurt several times more than it does now. It was obvious from Aunt Elin that she was worried, and Rain asked her about it if she was worried. Aunt Elin asked Rain if she looked like a pathetic aunt who was worried and questioning about a guy like Rain. Aunt Elin added that Rain would only come to her senses after she got a good beating from Logan. Rain apologized to his aunt, for he did not know that he should not have taken the duel in his own name. But Rain assured Aunt Elin that he wouldn't dare to dishonor the Ludwig family in this duel. Despite Rain's opinion, it had already become a matter of family honor. Auntie revealed that because of Rain's rash actions, at worst it could have ended in banishment. Aunt Elin assured Rain that it was all right, for she was much annoyed at those who laughed at him as if he were a worthless brat. But since Rain had started it, his aunt had asked him to stomp everyone properly when he was leaving with the victory. The Ludwig family name was on Rain's shoulders. He had to make sure that others couldn't even think of rising to his level. And finally it was time for the duel, when Rain had to show a worthy lesson to Logan and fulfill Aunt Elin's hopes. Rain was confident of his victory, for his intentions from the very suggestion of the duel had been the same. A commotion went up in Delon. All the students were on their feet because of the duel that was looming. Caroline asked Professor Owen who he supported. Logan, from the same faction, or Rain, the student being guided. Professor Owen revealed that status, pedigree, or education did not matter to him. Professor Owen was going to side with whoever turned out to be stronger. Caroline laughed and said that she had expected that answer. The man that stood between Rain and Logan introduced himself as Theon, who would be the judge of this magical duel. Since this magical duel is officially sanctioned by the school, the loser must meet the winner's conditions set by the school. The last condition before the duel began was for the challengers to step forward. Logan was fully equipped, and on the very front threw his cloak out to make him more comfortable. The students noticed that Logan was knowledgeably prepared, thinking it was too much against a failed nobleman. Kristaten was wearing a black cloak and watching the duel, but she was recognized by Gertrude. Kristaten said she came here not because she was worried, but to enjoy watching this guy get beaten up. Caroline realized that apprentice mages had a very long spell casting time. Therefore, mages who could immediately engage in melee combat were a threat. Caroline wondered how Rain would fight a melee mage, but Rain suddenly pulled out something. When Rain finally pulled out his weapon, it appeared that he had brought a broomstick to the battlefield. Logan was surprised, for at first he thought Rain was holding some kind of wooden stick, but it was a broom. The professors were surprised at what Rain had taken, and Logan scoffed at him, wondering if he had come to clean up the battlefield. Rain told the judge he'd picked up this broom at the library. Luckily, the cleanup was just finishing up. The judge was surprised that Rain would use it in a duel, but Rain thought it was forbidden, which turned out not to be true. Logan thought that Rain was asking for leniency, for he had been confident then, and now he had come to fight with a broomstick. Logan asked Rain to end it there and not show any more of this embarrassing spectacle and just give in. Rain said that since Logan came to the university, it has always been like this. From a senior's point of view, it's really unfortunate. Logan didn't understand at all which upperclassman Rain's words were referring to, but he tried to understand. Rain asked why young mages at this time are only good at talking. After all, it's not like Logan is a witch casting curses. Rain asked Logan another question. Since when did mages become a tribe that fights with words? Logan got angry and started to approach Rain, but the referee told him to back off, for they were too close together. The referee realized that it was necessary to start the duel and stated that he was announcing the last confirmation before the duel. The judge said that if Logan lost, he would serve as a security guard at a local magical development club until he graduated. And if he loses, Rain will be expelled from Delon. There was no objection to the judge's ruling. With one last thing, the judge turned to Rain and Logan asking both if they were in agreement, to which both immediately confirmed that they were. The referee began to use magic and told Rain and Logan to step back, for the duel would begin in 10 seconds. The referee's magic created an electric clock that started the countdown before Logan and Rain's duel began. Students rushed to their observation seats at the last seconds to watch the legendary duel. Aunt Elin's assistant said she could go look, and she would handle the rest, but Auntie refused to do that. The assistant said that Aunt Elin was so calm even though her nephew was facing a serious test. Aunt Elin asked the assistant if she couldn't stay calm. Aunt Elin was sure that Rain could be a sage, so she had no need to observe him. Since the outcome of the duel between Logan and Rain had long been a foregone conclusion, that was why Elin wasn't interested in watching it. When the duel began, Logan ripped off his bandages and said that once Rain was eliminated, he would never have the chance to see it all again. Logan used a secret technique from the Chakek school that allowed the student to strengthen his body. Gertrude noted that it appeared that Logan was going to end the duel in one blow. From the Chihak school's secret technique, Logan's entire body was covered in green streaks, and his strength increased significantly. Hubert picked up on the fact that Logan's activation speed was fast, but a small mistake could result in broken bones or ruptured internal organs. Caroline wasn't surprised, as Logan was considered one of the great alumni of T-Hawk High. Rain, on the other hand, did not react to Logan in any way. He just stood there calmly waiting for an attack from him. Logan was more confident than ever and swept up to finish the duel in just 10 seconds. Rain was still as unresponsive as ever, as Logan finished his preparations and rushed into the fray. Being already a meter away from Rain, Logan confidently put his fist behind his back and was about to attack. Logan thought that Rain couldn't even move, but in his opinion, the result would have been the same even if Rain could move. Body strengthening is a spell that attacked and defended at the same time. It creates a wall of magical power on the surface of the body for defense, and blasts magic at the point of impact to deal damage to the enemy. In Logan's opinion, a blow of such strength was unstoppable, so he could defeat this duel with a single blow. Logan would finally be able to smash Rain's annoying face. At the same time, Rain finally started to pick up the broom. One twist of the broom suddenly stopped Logan's attack. His arm flew upward and he stopped. Rain immediately put his broom behind his back and began to turn around to strike next. Turning around, Rain struck Logan's body with the broom, and the blow was so strong that Logan began to drift away. From Rain's blow, Logan's attack weakened. His attack stopped, and Logan himself literally flew up into the sky. While in the air, Logan still couldn't recover from Rain's blow and was barely keeping conscious. Professor Owen recognized Rain's technique, realizing that it was the staff technique of the Osirius school. 300 years ago, this amazing achievement had elevated the Osirius school to the rank of one of the 8 major schools, a staff technique developed by the great magician Lynn. Even mages need strength to engage in melee combat, so it was said that Lynn created this technique with the help of the hero Esther. Professor Owen couldn't understand how the heir of the Ludwig family could master this technique. At that time, Logan finally came to his senses. Coming to his senses, Logan managed to make it in the air and save himself from a hard fall. Caroline noticed that the broom in Rain's hand didn't break, and didn't get in any trouble at all. If Rain had hit the body surrounded by bodily reinforcement with just a cleaning broom, it should have shattered to pieces. Presumably, Rain strengthened the broom's strength with magic. Such perfect control of magic made even the professors wonder who Rain truly was. The audience cheered, for the spectacle was interesting, as Rain tossed Logan with a regular broomstick. A stunned Logan couldn't understand what had happened, for he was significantly damaged from being hit with the broomstick. Logan's body reinforcement was broken, only because of the broom that useless Rain used. Rain turned to Logan and said that more than 10 seconds had passed, but Rain hadn't lost as Logan had promised. Rain said it wasn't fun to torture a promising junior high student the way Logan did, but since Logan wasn't going to end the duel like he promised that one, Rain decided to end it himself and said it would take him 6 seconds. Afterward, Rain took a stand and told Logan to let Logan rush at him first to attack. Logan was pissed that Rain kept showing off just for throwing one punch. Logan gathered his wits and decided to attack Rain using a different approach to combat. Logan used a release of magic. He kicked the ground and broke the ground in the neighborhood. Earthquake reached Rain as well, which surprised him, and Logan managed to knock the genius down. Logan decided to take advantage of the rocks that flew up in the air and kick them right back at Rain. With a deft kick of his foot, stone after stone was sent toward the Rhine by a maul shot from a cannon. Rain skillfully controlled his broom to block all the blows that were being directed at him. But as Rain kicked away all the rocks, he noticed that Logan had disappeared from where he had been before. Rain guessed what Logan was going to do and hit the ground with his broom to cast a spell on it. While Rain was doing the spell, the stone was sent out again, but now from Rain's backside. Rain had spotted this stone long ago, and finally completing the spell, he kicked the stone away. But right after that, Logan decided to attack again. Getting over Rain, he was going to kick him. The impact was hard, the ground shook again and a large crater was created, as the impact from the impact closed the field of view to the surrounding observers. When everything came into view, Logan's feet were in the usual mud and he couldn't move them. Rain said it was a magical tool used to plow fields on farms. Rain couldn't remember the name of this spell, but it was still a 1-star spell. And the spell that Rain used that creates a temporary dam during the flood is a 2-star spell. Rain asked Logan how he liked the spell, noting that it was quite useful. Professor Owen observed that by standing on a platform of rock rubble, Rain was ensuring his visibility and distance, using a strategy to neutralize Logan's melee skills. Professor Owen was impressed with how Rain had anticipated the attack and turned the ground into mud, tying Logan's legs together. Moreover, casting the 2 necessary spells almost simultaneously. Even Caroline was surprised. This mental calculation that Rain had made in executing his strategy. The professors agreed that in all likelihood, the duel was finally coming to an end. Suddenly Rain dropped his only means of close combat. He threw his broom straight at Logan. Hubert, the professors, Kristaten and Gertrude were surprised that Rain decided to throw his broom instead of finishing the duel. Kristaten shouted to Rain to just use one range spell and the duel would come to an end. Logan decided to seize this opportunity, accumulating all the power in his fist. And as soon as one opportunity opened up in front of Logan, he leapt toward Rain. Logan was confident that this time he could hit Rain and end the difficult duel in his favor. But Logan's blow stopped, right in front of Rain's face, for the branches had wrapped themselves around his arm. Not only his arm, but Logan's entire body was engulfed by the branches that wrapped around him completely. The third spell that Rain used in the fight with Logan was a spell that breathed life into dead plants. Its effect only lasts for 10 seconds. But this spell could even be used to make a huge tree out of a broomstick. Rain plucked a branch off the vine and said that he had only used 3 spells as promised. In that case, Rain offered to end the duel now, bringing the stick up behind his shoulder. As Rain looked at Logan, Logan got angrier and angrier, calling Rain all sorts of different words. Logan couldn't let the fight end so easily as the students laughed at his loss. Logan tried to resist the vine, but it was stronger and began to squeeze his body. Rain hadn't expected this result, and realized that he had put too much magical power into the vine. Making matters even worse for Logan was the fact that not only was the vine squeezing him, it was also sticky. Given the peculiarities of the plant and the ease of control, improvements were needed. Rain brought the sharp stick up to Logan and said that Logan shouldn't worry about the pain, as he would soon be more comfortable. Rain decided to finish messing with Logan. Rain took and hit him in the face with a stick. Whereupon, Rain began to walk away from Logan and threw the stick to the ground, leaving the latter in defeat. Logan stopped Rain and said that Rain had promised that he would finish the duel and not leave so easily. Logan kept talking nonsense, so Rain stopped him and told him that the fight was already over. And since Logan lost, he should have just shut up and not said anything to Rain back. Rain said that Logan now knew how much it hurt to get hit. And from that point on, he could stop doing bad things and live a good life. Rain removed the dam and lowered himself to the ground, finally ending the fight between him and Logan. It was the first time Logan had ever experienced something like this when students laughed at him. How the students thought he was weak, told him to get up and mocked him in every way possible. After all, Logan lived by the principle that the world of magic is survival of the fittest, and he lost. Rain noticed that the vine had lasted quite a while, so it looked like it was magic with enough potential for practical application. Rain also remembered that a duel only ends when one side fails completely or surrenders. As Logan fell, a small lightning strike struck him right in the jaw and knocked him unconscious. Rain had picked up on the fact that the outcome of the fight had already been accepted earlier, so this could be considered not an attack. Logan finally fell to the ground and was unconscious, thus allowing Rain to prevail. The referee announced that Rain Ludwig was the winner of this duel, and the crowd started screaming as they applauded Rain. At the exit of the stadium, Rain spotted the head of the club he intended to join. The boy began to thank Rain and asked him how he could repay the kindness. Rain said there was no kindness, and those spells he used had the flair of a club creator, though it still wasn't perfect. Rain added that the efforts of the elders were not in vain, and these words struck the lad to the very heart. Rain asked the guy to do a lot of magic for local development. So much so that Rain wouldn't need to get involved. Rain was sure the kid could do it, as the words from Rain gave him motivation and joy. Rain remembered Esther's image and wondered what she would say in such a situation to the people she helped. But Rain realized it wasn't his concern, since he wasn't Esther and didn't have to think about it at all. Rain wondered if he still managed to save face through this act. The dorm was full of discussions that the nobleman Rein Ludwig had defeated Logan. Some students didn't believe it, but others convinced them that they had seen everything with their own eyes. As those from Rivendell said, Rain's skills were no joke. And in the end, Rain even gave Logan a lecture before knocking him out. Before, everyone thought Rain was a worthless nobleman, but with character, and now he was able to defeat Logan. Logan stood up, and he heard Professor Owen behind him asking Logan how he felt about defaming his school's name. Noticing Professor Owen, Logan became disgruntled, and he remarked that here came his punishment. Professor Owen asked Logan how he felt about disgracing his school's name. Logan addressed the professor as if he were his older brother. The professor told Logan to call him Professor here, and not to forget it again. Logan apologized, and Professor Owen sighed and asked Logan to rest first thing in the morning. Logan turned to Professor Owen and admitted that Rain had beaten him nearly to death. Professor Owen asked Logan to stop pretending to be a genius, because he couldn't do whatever he wanted just because he was popular. Professor Owen stopped and asked Logan if he knew of Scalzi Ludwig, who had trained Rain. Professor Owen added that Rivendell students said that Scalzi Ludwig used Rain as an assistant for 3 years. The fact that the heartless Scalzi had kept him for 3 years meant that Rain's abilities were real. Logan didn't recognize the eldest son in such a family, but Professor Owen had convinced him that Rain would be a big shot in the magical world someday, so it was worth it for Logan to build a bond with Rain. But Logan refused the offer put forth by Professor Owen, which surprised him. Logan said that Rain was an embarrassment, and he will definitely defeat him next time. Professor Owen thought Logan was blind and brainless, because Logan persisting like a sheep wouldn't change anything for him. Professor Owen wanted to know what Logan saw in Rain to call him a disgrace, for Logan himself had been beaten in close combat, and had turned out to be a pathetic loser that Rain pitied him. Professor Owen added that the one who watched Rain closest and felt it the most was Logan. But if that was the only conclusion Logan could draw, then Professor Owen wasn't forcing him to do anything. And lastly, Professor Owen asked Logan not to forget the promise he made if he lost. Logan recognized Rain's strength, but he wasn't afraid of him, and now he didn't answer more out of respect for his older brother. 15 minutes before the duel, Rain was in the Empire's largest library, with a huge collection of historical books and biographies, as well as many other publications. It was strange to Rain that Lord Lynn's biography and diaries had been delivered to him. Rain went to the front desk to find a couple of books. The woman saw the list and realized they were the right books. Rain took books on the life and accomplishments of the palace archer Kaze, and on the fire dragon priestess Frida. Rain remembered how Frida had once argued with the others to see who would have a thicker bio. Lynn tried to understand why he should care about a ranking made by someone he didn't even know. But Frida saw it that way. Mole Rain lacked confidence. Frida laughed and suggested that Lynn was afraid because he had a bet with the legendary priestess Frida. Lynn decided to agree to the bet with Frida after all. At this time Esther was practicing, and hearing the conversation, she said, betting on Lynn. Frida picked up on Esther's eternal praise for Lynn, but Lynn asserted that it was the obvious choice. Lord Lynn still decided to ask Esther why she thought he would have the longest biography. Esther laughed and said it could be for a variety of reasons, and Lynn asked Esther why she was being evasive. But still, Esther decided to tell. The first thing she clarified was that she had a bloodline restriction, so she couldn't live for long. Kays was the oldest of the group, so he would be next in line with a short lifespan. And Frida wasn't much different. But Lynn was young, and Esther believed he would survive longer than the rest of his allies. That was the reason why Esther thought Lord Lynn would have the thickest biography. No one knew what would happen in the future, but Esther hoped they would see Lynn's biography at some point. But unfortunately, Lord Lynn was the very first to die of all his allies. Rain held Frida's biography in his hands and silently congratulated her as she won. But the dispute over the size of the biography was not yet over, and Rain compared the books on Kays and Frida. Rain has picked up on the fact that Kays' biography was a bit thicker than the book on Frida's life. Kays was known as a holy archer. He founded the Drunken Archery School, which emphasized archery while intoxicated, and trained many students. Rain marveled that Casey had married a noble lady 20 years younger than himself and had descendants. As he closed the book, Rain was sure that Casey had a happy life after all. Next, Rain started leafing through a book about Frida, but suddenly started skipping pages in confusion. Rain couldn't understand why there was no record of Frida after 1168. Frida led the Republic as a priestess for a long time, but her subsequent whereabouts are unknown. She did not appear until the 1200th year, and the Republican Witches Association officially announced her death. Rain didn't believe that for someone who loved being the center of attention, dying quietly alone was fitting. Rain missed the idea that it was possible, as humans had a way of changing. But after thinking a little about Frida, Rain was convinced that it could not be so, for Frida was not like that. Such a theory made no sense to Rain, as he and his allies knew Frida better than anyone. That such a lunatic would die alone was utter nonsense. Rain speculated that there might have been some kind of incident, or someone had made Frida disappear. Rain couldn't believe that the priestess who had saved the world had suddenly disappeared without anyone even noticing. Rain realized that this book wouldn't do, thinking he should look for books from Republic. While Rain was thinking about the book, the assistant suggested a book to Rain. If he was studying Esther's group, the girl strongly recommended one book. At first, Rain thought it might have been a book about Esther, but upon picking up the book, he noticed that it had writing on it about the shaman of the ash, Rain. While Rain was dumbfounded, the assistant turned to him to see if he was okay. Rain assured the librarian that all was well and thanked her for recommending the book. Rain glanced at the book, still marveling at the fact that Trina was able to become a shamaness. A shamaness who commanded spirits belonged to the highest class of witches. Not every witch can reach that level. Rain wondered knowledgeably if Trina had been more successful than the witch on their team, Frida. Looking at the beginning of the biography, Rain couldn't believe that Trina had lived for 319 years. Rain didn't understand how a person could live so long, or if it made any sense. Doubtful, given the information about Frida, Rain didn't know whether to believe it or not. Rain still thought he'd have to find a book from the Republic, though. But time was running out, so Rain had to go into a magical duel with Logan. Since Rain had already said that, he should have gone for a duel. So he asked the librarian to hold the book. It was hard to keep for a long time, but it was worth saving for Rain to read. If someone asked for it, Rain would have to give it to them, so Rain wouldn't be able to keep it for long. Rain convinced the librarian that he would be back in 15 minutes, and would pick up the book in that time. After finishing his magical duel with Logan, he rushed back to the library and saw something. Karen looked worried. She was looking for something, but couldn't find anything around her desk. The librarian asked Rain if he had taken the book, but he assured her that he hadn't. Rain asked if the book was missing. The librarian said that when she finished her work and returned to her seat, the book was gone. Rain assumed that someone had borrowed the book, but Karen said that wasn't possible. If a book that wasn't checked out was taken outside the library, a magical alarm would go off. Rain realized that all of this had happened in a short time. But Karen wasn't lying to him either. Karen was sorry to see the book go missing after she had promised to keep it for Rain. Karen said she'd contact Rain as soon as she found it, but Rain said they could just buy a new one. Rain added that he would pay for the book, and Karen should place the order as if Rain had lost it. Karen convinced Rain that he shouldn't do it, but Rain said that the librarian shouldn't refuse, for no matter how expensive the book was, the responsibility would be on him. In the end, Karen agreed to do as Rain wanted. Rain knew it wasn't something to be so principled about, but Karen was very considerate. Karen was amazed that a man like Rain existed, and she really did thank him sincerely. Toward evening, Rain finally returned to his dorm room and lay on his bed. When Rain thought about the people he had helped, he felt like he had heard the word thank you a lot lately. It was a waste of time. But he didn't feel bad, which was strange. Maybe it was because Rain's body had changed. Rain assumed it was because he had become more free in his life. But either way, Rain had to do something about the incident. There were many strange moments, for the diary he had entrusted to Esther came back to him. Rain had picked up on the fact that when he started investigating his companion's past, Trina's timeline disappeared. But he suggested that it might have been Trina herself. But this theory was impossible since Trina had died, and that was hundreds of years ago. Kays, Esther, Frida, everyone Lynn knew had died long ago, and he was left all alone in this world. Rain wondered who it could be, since he was alone, but someone was behind it all. Rain opened the book and summoned Rudian to track his progress over the last few days of training. Looking at his progress, Rain was surprised that his progress had increased significantly from last time, since all he had done today was hitting people with magic. Rain couldn't even assume that using magic against humans increased progress. The more Rain defeated people, did it mean that the path to truth lay through violence? For the door to truth must be opened by force. But Rain took the hint that it couldn't be. After all, it was worth considering. While force could rule the world, it wasn't like something that only worked through force. Other than that, Rain didn't do anything, but when he used magic against an undead target, the gain was significantly less. But after fighting Logan, who is a living being, it only increased by 0.8%. Rain stood up and noted that there were no other clues, so maybe it was worth checking out. But using magic against living beings inside the school might be problematic. Then maybe Rain should have tried to become an adventurer. An adventurer. But he would still need money to buy books. But if Rain could pull off such a con, it wouldn't be so bad. When Rain came to class, a multitude of who's who began to approach him, with the hope that he remembered at least someone. A dozen girls surrounded Rain, telling him that they had seen him in a dream and flirting with him in different ways. But Rain didn't care. Rain apologized and said he had no desire to remember their names, and he had no desire to get close to them either, so he asked the girls to leave. The girls thought it was a joke from Rain, noting that he was embarrassed that he had a great sense of humor. But they weren't going to leave. Even the students nearby laughed at this, believing that Rain was once again fooling the girls around him. The guys thought Rain had been seducing the girls since the morning, savvy to the fact that this is an awesome class and Rain is the best at it. Kristaten and Gertrude came to take their seats and asked the group of girls to let them pass. Rain said hello to Kristaten, but Kristaten suddenly asked Rain not to socialize with her. Rain tried to find out why Kristaten was angry, but she reminded him that she had asked him not to socialize with her. Rain said it seemed like they'd already spoken, but it didn't make any sense anymore. Rain thought Kristaten was angry about the magical confrontation, and took stock of the fact that they were no longer friends. Kristaten closed the book and said they were definitely not angry, but genuinely happy for Rain. But Kristaten hated to see Rain pretending to be weak with such special skills. Strong men must show their strength, so Rain had to square his shoulders and walk with confidence, for he had defeated Kristaten and Logan. Plus, because of this, now Kristaten could now stomp on Rain, and now she wouldn't hear any more talk of bullying the weak. Kristaten told Rain to be ready for anything, as next time she wouldn't just make him flat, she would wipe him into powder. The students noticed that Rain and best student Kristaten suddenly started arguing in the middle of class. Rain said they had a class with Professor Owen, and if she stood like that, she would have her points deducted. Rain took note of Kristaten's naivete, and she thanked him, then began to sit down. Gertrude remarked that if Kristaten had been rehearsing her dialogue all night, she should at least try her best. When Rain came to the library after his classes, Karen, the junior librarian, informed him that they had a problem. Karen revealed that all books dealing with Trina had been taken off the market. She contacted all the publishing houses in the Empire. They said the books were gone and wouldn't be available, and Rain wanted to know what the reason was. Karen said she didn't know the reason, but it was said that the Golden Children, the heresy investigation body of the Church of the Light of the Dragon, had suddenly put all books related to Trina on the censorship list this year. Rain realized that Trina had been put on the list of heretics. But heretic status after death was a strange decision. Rain asked Karen if she had read the book about the biography of the Trina shaman, and Karen proudly replied that she had. Since Karen worked at the Central Library, these books were a must-read. Plus, Karen was a follower of Archmage Lynn and Frida, the Fire Dragon Priestess, and Trina had left behind as many great accomplishments as those two. Rain asked Karen if there was anything strange in the bio, along the lines of black magic, but Karen said there wasn't. Karen added that if it was a biography, even if there was content of a dangerous nature, it would be filtered out by the censor. But in that case, Rain should have gone to the black market, but Karen didn't understand why. Rain had noticed that there was everything from books that had fallen under the status of heresy, to magical items destroyed in the maelstrom, and Rain would quickly be able to find works related to Trina. Karen said there were a lot of useful things in that case, but she was worried about the price, as the price had surely gone up due to their inclusion on the censorship list. Rain realized that money was indeed a problem, for these were books of suspected heresy, and it would be difficult for Rain to ask his family to buy such an expensive and suspect item. Karen estimated that it would cost at least 3 gold pieces, and the librarian's salary wouldn't be enough. It was worth finding the money first, for Rain thought he wouldn't have to worry about it in this life. Rain wanted to know how to get a large sum of money in a short period of time, assuming the first option, trading magic on the street, or teaching. But those options didn't suit Rain, as it would all take too long. In such a case, the only thing left to do was to move to a strategy with high returns and high risks. Rain came up with a plan for a big bet, and bargaining suited his life. Rain decided to make money by risking his life. Still, Rain decided to go about his business. He thanked Karen for her great help and said he had to go. Karen wanted to know where Rain had gone, but Rain said he had something he needed to try. Rain said he was going to take the venture and capitalize on the idea at the same time. Karen asked Rain how he could, being from such a family, do such low things, because that's not right. Karen asked Rain to wait, and she would take care of it herself. Rain said that if things went well, he could earn the amount of money he needed. Now it was the only quick way that Rain could think of. The next day, the librarian noticed that Rain Ludwig had picked up Terina's biography. The librarian pointed out that a first year could not have borrowed such a book during the first semester, and then wanted to know who had issued the book. The girl replied that according to the schedule, the book had been issued by Karen, who had been working for 4 months. The librarian wanted to know where Karen was, but today was her day off. The librarian asked if Karen had gotten her books checked out. The girl said that there was a possibility that she had, but Rain might have persisted. But Karen wasn't the kind of person to make such mistakes. The girl assumed the name might have been misspelled, so Karen didn't screw up in front of someone. Karen's handwriting is very messy, so it's hard to tell which Ludwig is Ellen or Rain. Everyone was talking about Rain now, so Karen might have made an unintentional mistake. Besides, Karen had been spending a lot of time with Rain lately. When you're in love, you can make more mistakes than that. The librarian commented that it was fine in that case, and the reader's name would need to be corrected after the meeting. And they'll have to correct the reader's name to Professor Elin Ludwig. Adventurers' work in the past had always been considered dangerous, but lucrative. There was also a chance of running into the crooks among these people. However, in this era, adventurers have taken a different form. Adventurers are either masters of battle, helping people, or mercenaries for slaying monsters. If one reaches the highest level, the adventurer will be treated almost like a hero. Once at the entrance to the adventurer's building, Rain noticed that this world had changed significantly since that time. A man asked his friend if the experience of making money without dead ends and mazes had changed. The friend replied that ever since the Red Dragon Legion usher, the mountain range is full of monsters, and it has become a gold mine. The girl had picked up on the fact that the rat spiders were one mess. There were a lot of them, and they were a danger. But the reward was serious enough. Rain finally got to registration, and told the girl at the front desk that he wanted to register with the association. The girl asked for an ID or student ID as she noticed Delayton's uniform on the Rhine. Rain asked how long the registration took. The girl said that she would check Rain's personal data and everything would be ready, no more than 10 minutes in total. Noticing that Rain's last name was Ludwig, the girl immediately wondered if she had been acting without respect for him for nothing. The girl also couldn't understand why Rain needed to register for an adventurer's job at all. But it was Rain's will, and the girl had nothing against it, so she gave him a registration form to fill out. The girl pointed to the last paragraph of the paper and asked Rain to pay close attention to that part. Rain didn't know what it was, so he asked the girl about it. She replied that it was a special uniform for noble births, as the association was not responsible for any problems that might arise during the work. Rain asked the girl if there were people who were trying to hold the guild accountable. The girl had heard that 100 years ago this happened often, so they had worked out such an arrangement. As soon as registration was complete, Ryan was handed his adventurism credentials. Right now, the adventurer's registration is made of plain iron. Next, in turn, the level will rise. Brass, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Rain wondered if everyone got an iron level from the start, but the girl realized that wasn't always the case. If one had combat experience before becoming an adventurer, then the level of association would depend on the level of the above. This simply showed whether the adventurer had the ability to run errands, but it was still possible to take a level exam. The girl asked Rain if there was anything he wanted to know beyond that, but Rain said that was enough for him. In that case, the girl wished Rain success. The higher his level became, the more and more difficult jobs would be offered. Now, Rain finally had a license that allowed him to receive rewards for slaying monsters. With the adventurer token, he could enter dangerous areas and thus increase his area of operation. Now Rain had 44 silver coins, and first he had to catch the rat spider that people were talking about. One head was worth 2 silver, and Rain realized they were rather weak since such a low price. But all Rain had to do was catch as many rat fuckers as possible to earn the right amount of money. Immediately afterward, Rain wanted to travel to the mountain to accomplish his task as quickly as possible. Once at the foot of the mountain, Rain noticed that this place too had changed a lot in 300 years. Some man was selling a high-quality life force potion for only 10 copper coins. With the demise of the dragons that controlled this territory, the monsters have taken over. The man beckoned to the young adventurer. For as he traveled onward, Rain would come across an abode of monsters, and the man recommended that he bring a potion with him. Rain noticed that the stone staircase leading to the fire dragon's abode was still in place, and this staircase was quite respected, as Rain noticed that the staircase was kept clean and well-maintained. Looking up the stairs, Rain remembered how he had struggled to climb them while his allies were ahead of him with smiles on their faces. Rain remembered Frida again, and affirmed to her that all was well, as her house was safe and sound. When Rain finally looked everything over, he was going to exterminate every pest on this earth. As Rain stretched, he heard some girl's voice addressing Rain. The girl realized that Rain was a mage and told him that hiding was useless, as her eye could not be fooled. Rain swept up that he wasn't hiding, and everyone could tell from his form who he was, so bragging on the girl's part was useless. But the girl silenced Rain. The girl suggested that Rain join their group, as they were just short of a mage for a full squad. The girl immediately decided to introduce one of the contestants, when a big guy named Bart appeared behind Rain's back. Bart looked intimidating and was a very strong silver-level vanguard fighter. Rain told the girl not to joke, for Bart did not look like a man, but was a monster. The girl told Rain to be more polite, for Bart was sensitive. After that, the girl introduced Sam, who was acting as the minister in their group. The girl herself was named Rem, and she was the last link, acting as the group's archer. Rain assumed that these guys were a group of criminals who were waiting for entry-level adventurers. Rem was surprised at Rain's assumption, and Rain added that the guys had a suspicious look and could be trafficking people under the pretense of joining the group. Rain noticed that Bart looked intimidating and thought he was pouncing, so he offered him a fight. But suddenly Bart began to sob, and his allies began to soothe him. Rem noticed that such misunderstandings were not new to them. Rain asked Rem to explain why they need someone with an iron level on the team. Rem said they didn't care about a person's level, as she identified people by smell. Rem was sure Rain was strong, and wanted to clarify that with him as well, to justify his scent. Rem said that Bart just couldn't stand the thought of Rain being alone and walking down a mountain road swarming with monsters. Sam said that young students sometimes got into a lot of trouble coming here to make money. Sam didn't insist that Rain go with them, but asked him to be careful if he intended to move there himself. Rain started to leave and thanked the guys for the advice, but he was much better off working alone. Rem wished him luck, and told Bart he'd be fine. But Rem noticed that they already knew where the rat spiders lived, so they could have some fun. Immediately afterward, Rain approached Rem and said that if they needed any magic, they could turn to him. Just like that, Rain, along with 3 companions, went on his first hunt as an adventurer. The group had been walking for a long time, and Rain doubted if the rat bats were here, as they had been walking for quite some time. Bart said that rat spiders are very skittish creatures, so they hid. But there were signs of gnawed trees, and they're definitely around here. Bart asked Rain if he was okay with everyone splitting the profits between the 4 of them. Rain was in complete agreement with the idea. Bart picked up on the fact that this was Rain's first experience as an adventurer, so he wanted to know if he knew anything about the rat spider's habits, to which he received a negative answer. Rat spiders are monsters with the head of a rat and the body of a spider, and they lived in colonies with a queen, an army, and workers. The latter are carnivorous pests that gnaw on trees, and the warriors attacked humans. Rain didn't know that the rat spiders had a queen, and chimed in that there was no such information in the assignment, and Sam chimed in that this colony didn't have a queen either. The army was being exterminated, and the queen, who hardly ever makes it to the surface, was not touched. That was the basic strategy. Rein wondered why the queen was not touched, since she could have been killed. Bart answered that the queen was much more dangerous than ordinary rat spiders. Finding the queen required a large-scale operation, and that cost a lot of money. So they were tasked with destroying a colony with only laborers and soldiers. Rein asked if catching the queen was a reward commensurate with her difficulty. Rem said she wasn't in this colony anyway, and it's hard to catch the queen. It's a tough opponent even for adventurers like Bart and Remus. After climbing among the grass for a bit, Rem jumped happily into the depths, noticing that she had finally found the rat spiders. The place Rem found was a hunting ground where the ratbags were eating a forest animal. Rem immediately pulled out her bow and began to launch her marksmanship arrows at the rat spiders. Bart jumped into the fray as well. Using his axe, he swung it skillfully and swept away the rat spiders in his path. Rem noticed the competitors fighting the rat bastards, but they had a whole bunch of enemies, so they needed help. Rem immediately told Bart to make sure they dealt with their enemies quickly. Bart was fine with that. Rein asked Sam if he could not fight and get his share of the reward for the ratfuckers. Sam said yes. It would be enough if Rein helped make a fire and fetch water. Sam said that Remus and Bart hadn't wanted to bring Rein into the fight in the first place. Rein didn't understand why he had been invited to the group in the first place. Sam said that Remus and Bart just wanted to help Rein, since that's what had happened to Sam. Sam had to earn money to pass the priest exam, and he was telling Bart and Rem this. And as soon as they heard that, they immediately accepted Sam into the band, even though it was the first time they'd ever seen him. The necessary amount had long since been collected, but Sam was still with them. For when they were together, Sam could feel God's love. Rein asked if this God's love was unconditional, because if so, the God would like it. Sam confirmed Rein's theory. Rein remarked that the reason was unknown to him, but he felt a sense of unity that religion could not describe. Sam added that it could be described as wanting to be one with someone. Traveling together and days spent together, it made Sam develop a warmth in his chest. But Sam realized he had spoken and apologized to Rein, as that should be embarrassing for a follower of a god. A small smile appeared on Rein's face, and he said that traveling with someone was great. Suddenly Rein remembered Trina and decided to ask Sam about her. Sam realized it was about the shaman of the ashes. While the others hunted rat spiders, Sam said everyone should know about her. And Rein wanted to know if the church had recognized Trina as a heretic. Sam said he did, but at the same time he felt like it wasn't happening. But while Sam was trying to remember something, a loud scream from one of the hunters was heard in the middle of the forest, while the warriors tried to realize what had happened, and the others tried to gather their thoughts. A loud stomping sound came closer. Soon, a huge rat spider appeared in front of the group of warriors, with a guy in its teeth. It was the queen of the rat spiders. The warriors were stunned. Since this colony had no queen, even more so with the fact that the queen had come to the surface. Rein asked Sam how that was, because according to him, this colony didn't have a queen. Sam was shocked at the size of this queen, not believing his eyes, for this one was twice the size of the average queen. Remus had picked up on the fact that the queen had gotten so huge because everyone had long since forgotten about her. Suddenly, the rat spider queen let out a heartbreaking scream, stunning all of her opponents in the area. Hearing this scream, Sam and Rein took hold of their ears, as the scream itself was too loud. The warriors began to run away, and Bart asked them to stay, as the queen was to be fought face to face. Sam started to convince Bart and Remus that it was worth it to get out of harm's way. But Remus replied that the queen was just a gluttonous rat-eater, and there was nothing wrong with that. But the second problem was that when the queen showed up, the ratbags turned into mass murdering groups. The frenzied rat-bats immediately began jumping on the nearest humans and eating them with their teeth. Rem had swept up that the youngsters were useless here, but still saved the fleeing newcomers from the rat spiders. Bart said it was pointless to catch that minnow. Should have aimed for the queen first, even though Rem knew it. Remus instructed Sam to treat the newcomers and Rein to protect Sam, which they immediately set about doing. Rem used 3 arrows, then launched them from her bow, straight at the rat spider queen. The 3 arrows that Rem had aptly released lodged into the queen's eye, setting her down hard. Taking a simultaneous hit on the queen, the group of rat spiders immediately switched to Rem. Bart was nearby, and once he was next to Rem, he was able to deftly chop up the rat spiders with his axe. Having dealt with a group of small rat spiders, Bart and Remus set about slaying the queen. Rushing over to the queen, Bart jumped up and swung his axe, then struck the queen with all his might. After piercing the rat spider queen's head with his axe, Bart was sure he had captured the queen and finally defeated her. Rein noticed the black aura from the queen's wound and told Bart to run, for he could die if he touched the wound. Bart let go of his axe and rushed back, and the wounded queen exploded with a black aura. The warriors could not understand what had happened. After all, the queen did not bleed, but only emitted black water. The surges of black water did not stop, and the rat spider queen herself was still able to move. But not just move, but function. The queen took the axe with her hands and pulled it out of her head. Bart's axe itself was melted by the strange black water that came out of the rat spider queen. After that, in one clear movement, the queen was able to take the arrows that were in her eye and pull out the eye along with the arrows. The rat spider queen's face seemed to smile as she regenerated all the damage she had received. As soon as the queen regenerated, she lunged toward Bart and sank her teeth into his arm. The queen's grip was strong, and she wasn't going to let Bart go, no matter how hard he tried to get out of her grasp. Rem got angry and wanted to save Bart while she was being bitten by a small group of rat spiders. But even after hitting the queen's head with an arrow, she didn't care, and continued to bite Bart's arm. Rem was even more angry at being ignored by the queen. Rem started swiping the rat bags off of herself and rushing over to the queen. There were an awful lot of rat spiders. They appeared as if out of thin air and kept slowing Rem down. Sam noticed the dire situation of his allies and asked Rain to save his friends. While Sam was shouting something to Rain, it dawned on Rain that it wasn't black water that the queen had emitted. What came out of the queen was black poison, magic that destroyed the soul of whoever it hit. Rain couldn't be wrong. This poison was the same poison that had killed him in his previous life, in the guise of Lord Lynn. Rain realized that from this poison, it meant that there was a black mage somewhere nearby who was empowering the queen. This very black mage had to be close to the queen in order to empower her, while Rain was shocked at what he realized. Sam took him by the shoulder and tried to bring him to his senses. Sam said he couldn't use attack magic, and now no one but Rain could fight here. Sam continued shouting to convince Rain as he didn't want to lose his respected comrades. Still gathering his wits, Rain stepped back and asked Sam how much money they would get for killing the queen. Rain asked Sam to say faster, and Sam replied that the proceeds would be somewhere around 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins was equal to 1,000 ordinary rat puppies, and this interested Rain as the amount was suitable. Immediately after these words, Rain decided to help his allies and threw a wooden stick at the queen. Using magic, the wooden stick turned into a terrifying explosion that threw the queen off. Rain turned to the queen and told her to attack him as he was going to make a roast of the queen. With his next attack, Rain closed his palms, emitting lightning bolts around him, strengthening the spell with each time. Opening his palms, a light erupted around Rain that was so bright it blinded everyone around him. Next, Rain used vine magic to lift his allies and carry them to safety. Rain threw Bart and Rem over to Sam and told him to take care of them and heal the others. Rain also turned to the nearest warriors and said that Sam was a healer and he would be able to help anyone injured, meaning everyone needed to look for him. And the last thing left before Rain was the final problem, which was the rat spider queen. Suddenly, the rat spider queen once again coated part of her body with poison, and the leg she had lost before came out from that spot. Rain remembered that even if the queen lost her leg, she wouldn't care, so he decided to take other measures of combat. After coming up with a little battle strategy, Rain rushed into battle and prepared his magic. Rain easily dealt with the groups of rat spiders as he had prepared explosion magic beforehand. The queen swung to kill Rain, but he was able to dodge and readied the magic again. Rain was going to use magic to its fullest to create 3-star magic and finish off the queen quickly, but the queen didn't give Rain time to think, and there was no guarantee that 3-star magic would work. Besides, the power Rain could use had a limit, so it was worth it to calm down and understand the enemy first. Rain used Belsidius to consider the power of the queen, and the magic that enhanced her. Rain began to look at the rat spider queen, and noticed the black magic that enveloped her body. The black magic was 3-star, and it famously alerted Rain, as this power was more than he had expected. Rain latched onto the tree with magic, and realized that the queen had too much black magic poison. Right now, Rain's body wouldn't be able to survive such a dose of poison, and if it wasn't possible to remove the queen with the help of Belcurious, then there was only one option left. In the event that Belcurious didn't work, there was only one option left, and that was 4-star magic. But it was too hard for Rain, and if it failed, it could be a fatal mistake, since there was a black mage somewhere nearby, and the risk of using such drastic methods was too great. While Rain was wondering what he should do in this situation, Rem began to rise back to her feet. Sam said that Rem needed to stop the bleeding, but she insisted that she was fine. Rem told Sam that she would leave Bart to him, and no matter how hard Sam tried to stop her, he was having no luck. All Sam could do was try to get Rem back verbally, but she got into a frenzy and ran into the fray, sweeping away the rat spiders in her path. The warrior next to her wanted to know if Rem was okay, but she said no questions, and that it was worth focusing on the rat bastards. Rain went through many options as to how it could have happened, but none of them suited him. While he was thinking, the queen started throwing something at him. As soon as Rain noticed this, he realized that the queen had started throwing her children at Rain. Rain was famously surprised that the queen had gone so far out of her way to start throwing her children at him. The queen's plan worked perfectly, and the branch that Rain was standing on was broken under his feet. Rain created a wall of stone, and the queen rushed to attack, but the wall was able to stop her from attacking. While Rain was barely holding the wall up, a quick arrow was visible, and it flew straight at the queen. Once again, the queen's eye was struck. Rem was a good archer and hit the queen in the eye. The queen took hold of the arrow again and pulled it out of her eye, but this time the eye remained in place. The queen broke the arrow that Rem shot, and Rem told the queen that she warned not to ignore her. The rat queen was angry, and immediately decided to take revenge on Rem by chasing after her. As the queen ran after Rem, she stood still and unresponsive while Sam yelled for her to save herself. Rem realized it was still early and she had to stand her ground. At the same time, Sam kept yelling at her. Rain noticed this and began to prepare magic to save Rem from the rat queen's attack. Rem pulled out a dagger and threw it at the queen, telling Rain to pull himself together and calm down. The dagger briefly stunned the queen, and Rem was able to use that to her advantage and jump over the queen. Rem turned to Rain again and asked him if he could handle the queen alone. Rain decided to calm down, then hid behind a rock, for that way he could focus on magic. Rain closed his eyes and began to focus on magic, creating 4 triangles of fire element. Rem couldn't believe that one attack from the queen would knock her so out of her rut that it would make it harder for her to dodge. It was so hard on Rem that she didn't even have the strength to shield from the attacks, but she asked herself to hold out a little longer. Suddenly, Rem lost her strength altogether and began to fall helplessly, and the queen, noticing this, decided to seize the moment. The queen was finally able to get at Rem, and with a strong swing, struck her paw at her. Sam wanted to help Rem, but the warrior stopped him, saying it was too dangerous on the battlefield with the queen. Rain understood how hard Rem was and tried to engrave magic as quickly as possible. Rem fell to the ground and watched helplessly as the rat spider queen was about to finish her off. Rain at this time tried his best to finish the magic faster and went outside his body, coughing up blood. Sam still came running onto the battlefield and managed to save Rem, successfully taking her away from the queen's attack. Sam was famously tired from this and breathing with difficulty, and Rem was surprised to see her comrade in front of her. Sam took Rem by the scarf and said she had to come back alive. These words shocked the girl. Sam said that they all had to go back alive to continue smiling at each other again. So, Sam asked Rem to stop doing crazy things and harrowing without meaning to. Rem started to rise again and told Sam that when they got back, she would write a letter of apology. Rem said that Bart and Sam should prepare for this letter properly. After saying that, Sam and Rem went back to fighting the queen. Rem drew her dagger and Sam prepared his healing magic to last as long as possible against the queen. Rein's magic was ready. The first to follow was the Ka rune, which commanded the fire to reach upward. A huge wall of fire appeared in front of Sam and Rem that separated them from the evil rat spider queen. The shape of the magic sign was made up of 4 triangles. From the first one, the queen began to burn completely. The second sign of the magic circle was the Yule rune, which served as the queen's restriction. Appeared runes Ka, Yule, Kyung, Pak. This is a mathematical equation that had to be solved. It consisted of 14 polynomials and 7 rational equations. The penultimate rune of the Rein equation was the rune Kyun that bound the queen of the rat spiders. The coordinate calculations were finished. So was the solution to the great force equation that too came to an end. The rat spider queen was completely blazing. The fire surrounded her, and finally it was gathering to form a pillar. It was time for the last rune to complete the spell. The Pak rune acted as an explosion. A pillar of fire finally formed and began to vaporize the rat spider queen. The entire mountain was covered in fire and the pillar was rising far into the sky, which could be seen from far away. The fire was spreading. Leaves and trees were being hit by the flames, which sizzled them too. The vortex of fire began to swirl and dissipate little by little. The power of the vortex was so great that even the sky changed its color. Rem and Sam were on the ground, barely defending themselves against the huge burst of fire, waiting for it to end. When the fire had almost dissipated, smoke remained, and a small burned corpse was left in place of the queen. Rain swept it up, which was pathetic since in his previous life he could use such a spell 7 times in a row without any problems. Finally the wind blew, and the corpse of the queen turned to dust and ashes and scattered on the ground all around. Since the queen was gone, the rat folk returned to their former appearance and calmed down. The Pied Pipers were immediately startled. But the warriors noticed that the Pied Pipers began to run away. The rest of the warriors rushed after the rat bags, while Sam and Rem moved toward Bart, who was still behind them. Rem was surprised that Rain was able to defeat this sinister rat spider queen with a single shot. Sam continued to heal Bart, and Rem noticed that the intoxication in her body had increased. Rem wanted to know about Bart's condition. Sam said that Bart's physique was strong and he would recover without any problems. Bart came to his senses and apologized to Rem, asking if she was okay. Rem replied that she'd already gotten the help she needed, so she was fine. Remus had a hint that they would now know that the queens were well regenerated, for such information was not even in the Adventurers Association's database. Rem remembered that the queen had been killed with a single shot, and remembered Rain was behind a small stone wall. Sam looked at Rain's condition and said he was out of mana, but after he rested he would be fine. Rem thought that Rain had created that pillar of fire, which Sam confirmed based on speculation, but Rem couldn't understand why Rain had a rock to hide behind. After all, the queen was attacking in the other direction. Rain didn't need a hiding place, and if he revealed himself, his name would be on everyone's lips. Sam said that it was worth talking about later, but right now it was better to get Rain fixed up so that he was healthy. While Rain was unconscious, he remembered how he was with his allies and told the man not to put his name in. Lord Lynn said that he had already said that he did not wish to join the ranks of the team of heroes. The man could not understand, for it was the ruler's decree to honor those who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. The man asked Rain if he didn't like his allies, and Rain told Balamouth not to overreact. Lord Lynn said it wasn't what his allies or the ruler's messenger might have thought. Lord Lynn said he was not like his allies, but Lynn's words were not fully understood. Lynn said that he was different, in that he didn't carry the evil doom like Frida and Kays did, and Rain had no mission to fulfill as Esther had. Lynn didn't put himself out for anyone because of his pride, and the fact that they're all here together is just an ordinary accident. Therefore, Lynn felt that he had no right to put his name in, for because of him, the reputation of his allies could go down the drain. Kays started stroking Lynn's head. Frida laughed and called Lynn cute, and Esther finally realized what he was worried about. Lynn said he wasn't worried, but merely came to a conclusion with the brains he had in his head. Esther had noticed that no matter what the others said, he was and is part of their team, so he didn't have to worry about sacrifice and other things. Esther added that Rain could do whatever he wanted. The most important thing was that he keep doing it, since the entire world had already recognized Lynn as the Archmage of Esther's team of heroes, and his name was sealed in history. When this vision ended, Rain woke up. His allies were already in the city, and Rain was on Bart's back. Rain asked where they were, and Rem was glad that Rain was finally awake. Rem said the school wasn't far away, and Rain realized they were back in the city of the Golden Rose. Rain's whole body ached and he overdid it, but fortunately, they went unnoticed by the Black Mage. Rain was in his own thoughts, and Bart wanted to know from him if he was the creator of that fire magic. Rain remained silent, and Rem said not to let Rain think of lying, for they could find out for themselves. Rain gushed that he didn't have anything to hide, and Remus gushed that she knew it was Rain's magic. Rem said they thought Rain wanted to keep it a secret, so they wrote in the report that they'd used the scroll they'd bought from the boxman. Rem offered to edit the scroll that they had submitted to the Adventurers Association, but Rem refused. Remus picked up on the fact that Rain seemed to have reasons to keep it a secret, so she wouldn't look into it, but she wanted to give away the credit that Rain had saved them all. Sam suggested to his friends that they give the entire bounty to Rain, and no one was against it. Rem was not happy, and Rain asked her what kind of expression she had on her face, for as she said, fairness was her specialty. Rain took a moment to notice that Rem was waiting for him to say everyone was great and offer to split the award, but there was no harm in daydreaming. Rain's joke pleased everyone. Rem threw herself into laughter, as did the others, and Sam let a smile slip. Rain said seriously that 5 gold coins would be enough for him, and the rest the boys could divide among themselves. But Bart insisted that it would be right for Rain to take it all. Rain pointed out that he hadn't done anything special, so he could only take what he needed. Bart said they hadn't done anything special either, but they owed Rain their lives, so he could take everything. Rain said he'd come all this way because of his allies, but when Bart tried to say something in response, Rem distracted everyone. Rem said that she and Bart were going to be the ultimate adventurers, and since Rain was arguing, he could invest in them. Rain agreed with Rem, and Sam reminded Rain that he had asked him about Trina earlier. Sam looked around and walked over to Rain, saying that when he was studying, he had heard something about Trina, but it was a rumor. Rumor had it that Trina had practiced black magic in her last years of life. Soon, Rain finally said goodbye to Bart, Sam, and Rem, heading off on his own. But Sam's words about Trina practicing black magic didn't get out of Rain's head. Even in the books, there was no indication that Trina had come in contact with black magic. Rain remembered how it was in his past life. Lynn had looked for books, but all were in a terrible state, just like the village he was in. Lynn was in a village that had fallen into a difficult situation due to the abyss. It was completely defeated. Among the abandoned houses, half drowned in the swamp, Lynn found a little girl named Trina. At that point, Trina was only 7 years old. Terrified of everything she saw, Lynn threw the remains from the book on the ground, and with a snap of his fingers, he set the books on fire, creating a small bonfire. After that, Lynn started walking towards Trina and tried to get something out of his bag, which really scared Trina. Rain pulled out a loaf of bread, dispelling the frightened Trina's fear a bit, but she still looked at him apprehensively. Lynn offered the bread to Trina and remarked that it wasn't poisonous, and that he wouldn't ask for money or anything like that. Esther and Kays were able to find Lynn, for they noticed the pillar of smoke from the bonfire that Lynn had made earlier. Lynn wondered why Trina didn't want to eat bread from him, adding that he didn't have anything else. Trina told Lynn that her family, friends, home, surroundings were all gone and she was on her own. Her home and surroundings were destroyed, and everyone she loved and cherished was dead. Lynn asked Trina if her village interacted with the outside world. But to this question, Trina did not know the answer. Lynn stood up and said that he didn't even know this village existed, though it was understandable since it was the very outskirts. Lynn took stock of the fact that no one but Trina was left of this village, and no one could remember the place. It was a life no one would remember. And if Trina died, this place would disappear without leaving a trace. Trina said she didn't want to die. She didn't want it all, but first and foremost, she renounced death. Lynn offered Trina bread again, for if she did not want to die, she had to eat. Even if Trina didn't want to eat, she had to do so in order to survive. And Trina was not to forget those who had lived in this village until the moment the place turned to ruins. There was no one besides Trina who could do that. But still, Trina took the bread and began to eat. Since that day, Trina had always followed Lynn, for she had gained a new will to live. Trina was smarter than Lynn had thought, for she had a good aptitude for magic. Lynn didn't think that Trina would be good at anything, but when she put magic into practice, she was doing great. Esther and the others were amazed, and Lynn was shocked at the skills Trina possessed. However, Lynn didn't think that Trina would grow up to be such a great mage, for he hadn't planned for it. Esther suggested leaving Trina at the church of the next village, and the whole team was in favor, for they were putting Trina in even more danger if they took her with them. Even after she and Trina had separated, she had the necessary magic with which she could survive on her own, relying only on her own strength. Lynn urged Trina to study as if her life depended on it. Trina listened fully to her mentor and followed his words. Trina studied hard and didn't complain about anything. They practiced putting out small fires and learned to use earth magic to save falling people from injury or death. Lynn taught Trina the kind of magic that could help all humans and give Trina the ability to survive on her own. Frida thought that Lynn's mentoring showed his temperament and some kind of hobby, but Lynn told her she was talking nonsense. Lynn didn't know if it was sympathy or pity. He assumed he was imbued since Trina had faced the same hardships as Lynn had in the past. But Lynn couldn't train Trina forever, and soon the day came when Lynn and the others had to say goodbye to Trina. Trina was sad, but Lynn was able to say goodbye to Trina surprisingly calmly, without much emotion. Esther's team came to the conclusion that even if they stayed here, they would be uncomfortable, so it was worth leaving quickly. The priest explained to Trina to behave herself, for this was her new home and she would soon get used to it. Trina had nothing to worry about, for the people of the church were now her new family. Trina said that this was not her home, and the people from the church were not her family, for her family was her mentor. Trina then created a rune of magic. Auntie left the room, and turning to the priest said that they had finished processing the newly arrived student. But the aunt was immediately horrified, for before her eyes she saw a priest that was tied with vines to a pole. Auntie wanted to know if Trina had done it. The priestess wanted to send a search for Trina, but the priest said he was fine, and no search needed to be organized. The priest was humbled when Trina did it. He asked her to take it off, but she apologized first. After which, Trina cheerfully announced that she was supposed to be with her mentor. The priest remarked that youth was a beautiful time, and Auntie stated that the priest was very kind. As Lynn continued on his way with the team, he was surprised when he looked back, for behind him was Trina. Lynn wanted to know how Trina ended up with them, and she revealed that she escaped thanks to the magic Lynn had taught her. Trina asked Lynn to take her along and assured her that she probably wouldn't cause any trouble for the team. Lynn still agreed with Trina, but clarified that even if they took it, they wouldn't be together until the very end. Lynn reminded Trina of her saying that she escaped through magic and suggested that she hurt the man, but Trina said she didn't. Lynn added that magic wasn't created to harm people, after which he asked Trina to keep that in mind. As Esther's team traveled, Trina's talent for magic began to gradually reveal itself. Lynn was a bit restless and fidgety, but Trina's abilities continued to amaze him. Trina's innate gift began to develop into different areas of expertise under the guidance of team members. Trina was like a sponge, for she absorbed knowledge concerning magic and new techniques into herself. Though there were times when Trina was stubborn, refusing to follow Esther's techniques. But even with some stubbornness, Trina continued to develop her skills, showing her talent more and more. Trina had grown to the point where she could stand up to strong monsters. At that time, Team Esther officially accepted Trina as a member of the team. Esther brought Trina clothes that drastically changed her image to fit in with the team. Finally, Lord Lynn walked over to Trina and took out a straw hat that he wanted to give to Trina. But things couldn't be forever. And even with Trina being part of Esther's team, the boy's journey was coming to an end. And in the last battle with the Abyss, Trina's strength increased significantly, which showed in the battles. But when the time came for the very last battle, Lynn argued for Trina to stay rather than go with the others. Trina didn't want to accept it and said she would fight, but Lynn's opinion was unwavering. Trina continued to insist that the team knew what they were capable of. But Esther swept her eyes up to see that she was in solidarity with Lynn. Esther stood firm on the point that they could not take her, whereupon Trina turned to Frida and Kaze, but they too remained silent. Trina said they had been through so much together, and now the team was leaving her alone here. Lynn said that Trina was still small, and the enemies they would face were very dangerous. And originally Team Esther's journey started as a foursome, so they had to finish it as a foursome. Lynn stroked Trina's head and told her not to worry as they hadn't abandoned her and would be back soon. Lynn started to leave and ended by saying that he would come back and teach Trina magic again. As the team left, holding back tears, Trina said she would wait diligently for her team. So Trina was left behind, and the team went on to their last task. In this way, the adventure with Trina came to an end. But one thing Rain couldn't understand was why, in the end, Trina got involved with black magic. It was also suspicious that all the books dealing with Trina were suddenly censored. When Rain turned to Rudian, and was surprised that his progress to unique magic had increased by 2%. Rain assumed that the 2% had risen because of the destruction of the Rat Spider Queen. But still, Rain had a lot more to do in front of him. In a biography book about Touraine, Rain noticed that one of the pages had a drawing of Lynn on it, and underneath the drawing it said that Lynn was the best mentor. After the battle with the Rat Spider Queen, the men in green cloaks came to the place, and one of them said that it was to reduce the number of adventurers and reveal the Golden Children. The other replied that there was still some fiery heat left here. Plus the blast radius was huge, which denoted a 4-star magic minimum. If the adventurers that were killed by the mysterious men told the truth, then it was Remus and Bart, and for that, the men wanted revenge on them. But by killing Remus and Bart, the mysterious enemies could have left physical evidence for the Golden Children that they were in the south. So it was not worth destroying a great cause like this when it had just begun. The first warrior in the green cloak suggested that he focus not on revenge, but on letting all of Trina know about it. Soon Rain approached the door, and the students were glad that he had appeared, but took stock of his tired appearance. Rain said not to worry about it, then decided to walk inside the Magic Development Club. The head of the club remarked that the class had already started and insisted that everyone take the empty seats. But there were hardly enough seats because the audience had increased. The guy greeted everyone and introduced himself as Joan, and he was the chairman of the Magic Development Club. Joan didn't suspect that so many people would gather, but contrary to his surprise, he was very happy. Joan hoped they would get along with everyone. Rain was also in the audience and clapped for Joan. When Joan wanted to talk about the purpose and main objective of the Magic Development Club, someone came into the auditorium. Joan said the Magic Development Club studied magic for area development and agriculture. The one who entered the auditorium of the Magic Development Club was Logan, which kept his promise. Logan introduced himself and hoped he got along with everyone. Joan thanked Logan for coming. Joan told Logan to take any seat he wanted, but unfortunately there was only one seat left which Logan didn't particularly like. That very remaining seat was next to Ryan, who was happily pointing his finger at him. Taking out the papers, Joan said it was time to begin, having a cheerful attitude for the upcoming lecture. Rain asked Logan if he had kept his promise. Logan said he was just following the rules. Rain thought about it, for there was a black mage somewhere nearby, and when Rain faced him again, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the black mage. Taking out Rudian, Rain looked at his stats. The biggest problem was physical strength, because magical strength was 12,000 and physical strength was only 300. Therefore, Rain should have strengthened his body. However, simply without training, this could not be achieved, so Rain had to reach for someone. As he looked around, Rain noticed Logan, who had a very strong body, unlike Rain. Soon enough, Rain and Logan were in the gym. Rain was hardly following Logan's instructions, but he was still holding on. Logan repeated to Rain to hold the bar, for this was no joke, and Rain was angry, for he was holding on with his last strength. But if Rain wanted to nurture physical strength, he had to do whatever Logan told him to do. The first time Rain asked Logan that, Logan said he didn't understand what it was about, though Rain was sure he did. Logan realized that Rain had beaten him, and he couldn't learn anything from the loser. But Rain couldn't understand why he refused right away, since he was the best in his group at building muscle mass. Logan said it was true that he lost in the confrontation, so Rain could just ignore him. But Logan had not a single reason to treat an entire faculty with contempt. Rain said he didn't have extra time to mock others either. Rain noted that Logan misunderstood him a bit. Rain said that Logan was strong, and that was why he'd asked him for help. Rain said this without sarcasm, and asked Logan to see for himself, because Rain wondered if anyone at a young age could accomplish such a thing. Rain clenched his fist and said that a strong body was the foundation, but Rain didn't have one. Rain wanted to devote time to training, not just waste it, so it was worth it to train under the most promising man in the field. Logan himself realized that there was no one more qualified than him, but he couldn't. So Rain had to ask around for others. Rain started to convince Logan that he would pay him if he needed to. But Logan said that wasn't the point. Rain was from a great family of mages, and Logan was a student of one of the 8 schools, so they were enemies. That was why Logan and Rain couldn't ask for help from each other. These words clearly didn't please Rain. Rain turned to Logan, and when he turned around, Logan saw a rune of fire in front of his face that was pointed at him. Rain said piff, paff, paff, and raised his finger, and the rune dispelled. This stunned Logan, for he had not expected it. Rain said that if he thought the same way, Logan would be dead by now. But he was supported by another thought. Logan wanted to know from Rain why he didn't kill him, and Rain replied, all because he didn't consider Logan an enemy. They were not warriors, but merely students. And this was not a battlefield, but Delon Academy, so there was no need to make enemies of each other. For in Rain's opinion, he was colleagues with Logan, studying magical knowledge together. Logan agreed with Rain's words, and he himself was surprised that he had nothing to contradict Rain in those words. Rain finally completed the exercise, and Logan remarked that he hadn't expected that from Rain. Rain said that now Logan should realize that he had been sincere. Logan said it was time to do the next task, and Rain asked Logan to pick him up, to which he refused. Logan asked Rain what if someone saw them, because the students would point fingers since enemies aren't supposed to help each other. Rain asked Logan if he kept thinking about it, after which he wanted to know if he needed muscles just to show off. Still, Rain convinced Logan of the correct point, whereupon Logan swept up Rain's rightness and helped him stand up. Professor Owen was nearby and a smile appeared on his face after seeing Rain and Logan together. Kristaten also noticed Logan and Rain. When she noticed the boys, she was shocked and asked them what they were doing here. Kristaten assumed the boys were fighting again, but Rain said they were practicing, though Kristaten didn't want to believe it. Logan suggested that Rain drink magic protein, for it was a very useful thing in building muscle mass. Kristaten asked Rain if he was out of his mind, since Logan had humiliated him earlier. Logan said that Kristaten had been too loud, and the guys had been busy doing business. Kristaten wanted to know why Logan was suddenly so nice to Rain. But while she was talking, Professor Owen told Kristaten that she was making too much noise. Logan wanted to know why Professor Owen had come. Professor Owen replied that he was just passing by and saw a group of monkeys, and he had an official message for the boys. But unfortunately, the message was not a happy one. Having said that, Professor Owen's face changed a lot. Professor Owen said there would be a midterm in 3 weeks. Professor Owen said that there would be a midterm in 3 weeks. Kristaten herself was not happy about the news. She said that Rain was in Delon, and it was an unusual examination. In fact, it was the same as moving on to a new stage of life. There will be those who will be able to advance, but there will also be those who will fall behind. The ideology of Delon Magic Academy was that it was an endless competition with everyone. Professor Owen added that those who do not meet the requirements of the exam will be expelled. Rain called out to Rudian and decided to check what he had to do before the exams came. Suddenly, Rudian's image changed, and he began to emit waves and light. Rain didn't understand what was happening to him at all. Rudian split into 4 parts, and the light it let out was so bright that the entire room was filled with it. Rudian said that Rain could continue to research the unique magic in the environment, and the progress rose to 40%, thus raising the degree of magic. The confirmation of a new magical power scheme was taking place. Rudian analyzed suitable schemes, then detailed the mental barrier of the holy stream, which was within a radius of 20 meters from the magician who had discovered the scheme. Suddenly, Rain felt pain in his palm, and in the mental barrier of the holy stream, the success rate of the magic combination when using unique equations and unique runes increased to 33, and the power increased to 66. A mark appeared on Rain's hand, and Rudian said that the amount of magic power needed to apply was 20,000. But at this moment, Rain only had 12,564 magic power. After that, the activation imprint for using the mental barrier of the holy stream was determined. After that, the procedure came to an end, and Rain received a new technique for the mental barrier of the holy stream. Rain realized that he had gained a mental barrier because 40% mastery towards his goal had been achieved. The mental barrier was a technique that even amongst sages of several generations, there were only 2 who could use this secret technique. Rain moved outside to go about his business, but remembered to tie his hand so no one would notice the mark on his palm. The first thing Rain needed to do was to go to the black market to buy the items he needed. Over the course of a few days, Rain had so much to do that he almost went crazy dealing with everything. Rain hadn't felt this calm in a long time, and he distracted himself with his thoughts by accidentally bumping into a passerby. Rain apologized for that, but the one he crashed into was Bart. Remus, appearing behind him, greeted Rain. Rain said they hadn't seen each other in a while, and Rem replied that it had only been a couple days, so it hadn't been a while at all. Bart picked Rain up and put him on his shoulder, and Rem and Sam said nothing for it. Immediately afterward, the guys moved out. Rain tried to stop the guys, but he couldn't do it. Rem said that the students were very busy, and they were walking together and it was the fastest way. But Rain complained that it was kidnapping. Sam said they'd been told that they'd been rewarded for their punitive campaign against the rat-suckers, and Rain, as the protagonist in that fight, was bound to get the reward. Bart told Rain not to be stubborn, as it wouldn't take long. Besides, sometimes it was worth it to visit places like this. Barth added that this award will be given at the central office of the Adventurers Association. The boys soon arrived at the Adventurers branch and took up their positions, awaiting their next instructions. Bart of Black Iron and Rem of Drunken Rifles was very popular among adventurers. Also, Rain was named the eldest son of the Ludwig family, supposedly patronizing his name. Reem said that there was no need for pathos because Bart's school was the first holy school of the 7 swords, and Reem was from the school of drunken gunfighters. Rain, on the other hand, killed the monster with a single blow, and it was amazing. Rain asked Rem how likely it was that her skills, including the ancestors of the schools, were nothing special. That made Remus angry, but Sam calmed her down. Bart said to Rain, "It might seem like it, but although Bart and Rem had fought countless enemies to reach the silver rank, they had never thought that they lacked skills. But that's what Bart and Remus thought until they met the Rat Spider Queen and lost significantly. While Rain and the others were talking on the branch, a certain archer came out to them, which surprised Rain. The man that came out was Leorion, the holy bow of the Emperor's 4 battle stars, which included the best members of their specialization of the Empire. Leorion asked the boys if they were rising stars among the adventurers. Upon seeing the holy onion, the boys marveled and couldn't believe that he had been sent to them straight from the central office. Sam said that the Empire gathered the best warriors and gave them the status of 4 battle stars of the Emperor. They were guaranteed power and honor, but in return, they obeyed the Emperor unconditionally. During this ceremony, Rem was looking at the ground and her expression was not joyful. Noticing Rem, Leorin approached Rem and asked who it was in front of him, and Rem wanted to know what Leorin wanted from her. Leorin wanted to know who the pretty girl was in front of him. Remus said he'd made a mistake, and mistaken her for someone else. Leorin said he could have been wrong, but it was impossible for a person who got angry and left the martial arts gym to dye his hair and become adventurous. Leorin thought that Rem was following him, and asked her to ask her brother for permission. Rem was very angry and told Leorin to leave. Still, Leorin turned to Bart and said he was the leader of this team. Bart confirmed Leorin's words. The holy bow said that it was evident, and judging from the fact that Bart had defeated the rat spider queen, he was very strong. Leorin realized that Bart had been through a lot because of Rem. But Leorin asked that he continue to take care of her. Bart said no one on their team cared about anyone. They just covered each other's shortcomings. Leorin remarked that he liked that sort of thing. Then he added that Bart would reach the platinum rank very quickly. Next, Leorin was talking to Sam, and Rain was watching Leorin, and one thought wouldn't leave his mind. The thought that Leorin was too much like Casey never left Rain's mind, and he could only see his image in Leorin's holy bow. Leorin walked over to Rain and hesitated, saying that it was strange, as he had definitely seen Rain somewhere before. Leorin picked up on the fact that Rain's face was not familiar to him, but Rain's energy was very familiar. When Leorin learned that Rain was the grandson of Old Man Scalzi, he was immediately excited and realized who he was. Leorin picked up on Scalzi Ludwig's similarities to Rain through their eyes, adding that even from the days when Scalzi was a holy mage, Leorin owed him a lot. Rain realized that even if Kays had been able to speak back then, he would have had a different way of speaking. Rain noticed the Arnroot cane on Leorin's back, and he remembered it well, but he hadn't seen it in a very long time. The cane also noticed the presence of Rain, who was previously Lord Lynn, and began to vibrate. Leorin grabbed his cane to restrain her, for he could not understand why she had suddenly begun to move. The knight next to him told Mr. Loren that it was time to start. Loren remembered that, and said that it was indeed time to start. Leorin started to read the words off the paper, mauling fellow adventurers in a moment of such sudden crisis, but suddenly stopped and asked why there were so many words on the paper. Leorin decided to shorten the words on the paper and simply called the boys good men, and they were destined to be rewarded for their military service. And each member of the Adventurers Alliance team will be paid 500 units of retribution. Remus and Bart began to praise them for defeating the Rat Spider Queen. Rem also asked the warriors to join their guild for the promise of exceptional terms. Sam remarked that Rem and Bart now had a rabid popularity, and Rain confirmed his words. Sam said that Rain had caught her with the scroll. It was okay with Rain that no one knew what he'd done. Rain said he would go about his business now. Sam told him to take care of himself, and he would say goodbye to the others for him. Sam said Rain will reach copper level. I guess Rain will be recognized now. The guy in the cloak and hat hoped that nothing so bad would happen, that Rain would be recognized. Rain walked into the alleyway to the black market and called out to Rudian, who reminded him that the amount of magic power needed to apply the mental barrier of the holy stream was 20,000. Rain took the hint that he still had work to do, but when he found the book, he could finally focus on training his magical power. The magic barrier, it was an area that Rain couldn't reach in his past life, but now it was right in front of him. The guy started reprimanding Rain that if he went that way, he wouldn't make it to the black market. The guy said that Rain was on the right path, but for some reason all the black market vendors fled from there, so the market was no longer operating. The guy took his hat off to Rain and said that he was from the Mages Union, and it was nice to meet Rain. The guy asked Rain for some of his time, and it clearly didn't please Rain. Rain went to the cafe with this guy that he ordered chicken kebabs and coffee with milk, and Rain said he didn't want anything and asked the guy to get to the point faster since he was a little busy. The guy said that Rain need not fear him, for he was not going to question Rain as to why he went to the black market. But what was weirder was that the guy's magic power in front of Rain was quite great. The guy apologized and introduced himself as Toran Slade, who worked in a special department of the Mages Union. Toran showed the rune of the Union, for the image of the pocket watch could be proof. Toran said that when Kevin Ludwig was student body president, Toran was in charge of office administration, and it was a pretty good time. Toran decided to tell it so as not to look suspicious, for he was a fan of Rain and had come today to check out a couple things. Toran's first question was about the magic that had felled the Rat Spider Queen, whether it was Rain's magic. Toran said of the magic store there was no recent record of Bart's team visiting. Even if they had prepared in advance, there was no one selling scrolls. In the past 10 years, there wasn't a single 4-star magician who could create a fire scroll of such power. So Toran thought that Lord Scalzi Ludwig had done something like this in self-defense for his grandson, but that turned out not to be the case either. Rain said he wasn't hiding it on purpose, but there was one thing Rain was worried about and kept quiet about. Toran guessed immediately, asking Rain if he was talking about the black mage who had served as Rain's reason. While Rain was thinking of how to answer Toran, the waitress brought the prepared food to the table, which Toran was insanely happy about. Toran asked if there was a portion for 2. The waiter said there were 2 guys, so he thought differently. The waiter wanted to remake the dish, but Toran persuaded him not to, for he could eat the whole thing himself. Rain said he would be leaving, to which Torin said it was time to get to the point of his coming after all. Torin invited Ludwig to join the work of a special department of the Mages Union. Rain said he was a student. Torin replied that they invited him to join after he graduated with Delon. Torin added that Mr. Cavan was doing fine so far, so Rain was still a long way from inheriting the lineage, so he could join them, disarming magical criminals together. Torin would give Ryan the authority to investigate cases related to black magic on his own. And most importantly, the special department is the best place for career advancement. Rain said he wasn't interested in the offer, after which he said he would be leaving. But before Raina left, Torin added that the Black Church has now become active in its activities. The higher department of the Magic Union was intoxicated with the idea of peace and tranquility, so they denied everything. But Torin was sure that something big was coming, and it didn't bode well. And comparing the powers now, one would like to believe that a magical alliance could prevent everything. But no one knew for sure. Rain said he had no idea what Torin was talking about, but decided to think about his offer nonetheless. Rain didn't want to fight the dregs of black magic in this life either, so he decided to let them deal with it themselves. Torin also remembered and said that if Rain needed something on the black market, the Adventurers Alliance was definitely worth fulfilling the order of the vacation VIP guard. When Rain left, the girl jumped off the roof of the building onto the seat next to Torin and asked if Rain had turned him down. Tyrandith from the special department said that the rumored Delay 10 freshmen this year are the golden generation. But for whatever reason, Torin didn't choose Ryan. He's still a disaster. Toran said that he actually thought Rain belonged to the golden generation, but Tyrandir didn't know why. Toran said that Rain must not have been in contact with Terrain, so it was worth looking for another suspect. Tyrandir wondered if any of the Delayton knew about Terrain at all. Toran replied that it was just a guess, because anything could have happened before he entered the academy, so it was better to be careful. Tyrandit took it as a suggestion to dig into the past. Thorin had picked up on the fact that this was true, for how could anyone ever just say that they belonged to the golden generation? Torin's point was that Mr. Cavan Ludwig had given life to a true monster, for this was the first time Torin had been frightened to such a degree by someone's potential. The Black Church was becoming more active, so Rain couldn't find a book about Tarina's biography. The librarian said it was all right, for it was due to her inattention, so the librarian thanked Rain. It was more important to Karen that Rain was alive and well after trying to get Tarina's biography. Rain wondered if Torin had entered the library before describing him, but Karen had seen no such person. Still, Karen remembered that a man working in a special department of the Magic Union had stopped by. Karen heard him come in, reminiscing about the old days, telling her that he had known the higher-ranking librarians for a long time. Unfortunately, Karen hadn't been able to meet him, so she didn't know what he looked like. Still, Rain decided to head back to the dormitory before thanking Karen for the information, even though Karen kept saying that there was a lot she hadn't told him. Rain knew that Torin had come by, however. Unless he was meeting with Karen, Rain couldn't understand how Torin knew about the black market. As Rain reasoned, he headed towards his dorm room, and at his door he noticed 2 boxes he was glad he had. Rain had bought the most expensive soul pearls in order to retain the necessary amount of magical power for the mental barrier. Right now, the amount of Rain's magic power was about 12,000. But the barrier required about 20,000. Rain's plan was to keep 8,000 units here, and when he made the barrier, he would take it back. Once Rain thought of a plan, he bowed to the pearls and began to infuse some of his mana into them. After a few moments, Rain filled the pearls and they threw him back. The infusion of magical power was complete. Now it was worth it for Rain to wait until it was safe. Rain decided to meditate for a while to pass the time and finally get his plan underway. Finally, Rain get down to business. Having strengthened his thoughts, he finally began to use the Holy Stream. Rain began activating the spell. The pearls began releasing mana, transferring it to Rain. The pressure from the rapid transfer of mana in large quantities, the pearls began to break. Rain's body was just as not fully prepared for this spell itself, and he coughed up blood from the same pressure. Finally, the ritual was over. The pearls were broken, and Rain himself was coughing up blood. Broken Rain thought that he had failed to implement the Holy Stream procedure again. 4 runes appeared around the Rhine. U for flow, Ring for understanding, Chon for strengthening, and C for peace. Rain got a strange feeling and couldn't believe it. Rain decided to test his theory by creating runes of magic. After creating the runes, they began to vibrate strangely, and the rune image wasn't perfect. Suddenly, 2 of the runes normalized, and one of them began to dispel, which Rain didn't really understand. It was that feeling of missing pieces finally coming together. Rain knew it on a gut level. This magic figure was perfect. The runes transformed to fit, and the mathematical equation was also complemented. The runes disappeared completely and Rain fell to his knees, noting that these were his thoughts. After that, everything around Rain completely disappeared, and Rain himself fell unconscious. A mental barrier is like a mirror reflecting the inner state of the magician, so said the sage Rayat Woden. Now Rain understood that the thirst for truth was embodied by thought. The holy stream, on the other hand, did not provide any new knowledge. It only added to Rain's superficial knowledge and abilities. However, this way was perfect for Rain. He could now learn all the magic on his own without needing anyone's help. But Rain was glad that this was another step towards becoming a 7-star mage. During this, in the Delon meeting room, Rector Medelia Page organized a gathering of all the distinguished persons of Delon. Medelia Page said that with the undergraduate schedule resolved, it was now worth moving on to the next question. Vice Rector Kyle said that since they had already decided everything with the current practicum site, they could focus on freshmen for a week. Vice Rector Kyle asked if there were many outstanding students among the current freshmen. Professor Owen and Professor Theon expected a lot from the current Golden Era freshmen. Professor Ivan said he didn't know about the rest of it, but it looked interesting, especially that young disaster guy hiding his talent. Professor Ivan added that who knows what could have happened. But Professor Elan's angry look silenced Professor Ivan. Professor Elan got angry over Professor Ivan's words and told him that he was talking too much. Professor Caroline asked Elan to calm down and told her that there was no malice in Professor Ivan's words. Rector Medelia Page asked if she had plenty of time, because Logan could be followed by the brilliant girl she was guiding. Medelia Page remembered Canessa and realized that if things had been the same, she too would now, as the heiress of the Page family, be a representative of the students in the key golden generation. Professor Margana turned to Rector Medelia Page said they should have hurried. Medelia Page asked professors to notify students that exams were starting today. Rain was quite tired, for Logan was giving him more and more difficult tasks each day. But while Rain was full of his thoughts, the guys started to get ready to go to the auditorium at the whim of the professors. Rain wanted to know what was going on. Kristaten said that there was going to be a briefing about the midterm exams, which was the reason why they said to gather quickly in the assembly hall. And Ryan remembered that the midterm exams were due next week. Kristaten said that it was Delon, and the principal and teachers changed the schedule as they saw fit, while Rain was wondering why this was happening. Gertrude got into the dialogue and said that it was so that the students wouldn't learn everything at the last minute. For last year, they announced the schedule and started the midterm exams the very next day. Rain said that he liked the professors here for they were funny. Gertrude could not believe what Rain said, for in her opinion they were just abusing their power. Rain said that if a student could show their skills at any time, that would be considered true knowledge, and professors are aware of this theory. Gertrude couldn't do anything against it, and it pissed her off, noting that kids from powerful families are nasty. Kristaten stood up from her seat and said that she shouldn't have gotten upset, but instead put forth her best effort. After Kristaten, Rain and Gertrude followed. At last they found themselves on the first floor of the main building, in a room of the large assembly hall. As Rain and the others wandered through the crowd of students, Rain spotted Logan and called out to him at once. Rain was surprised that Logan was already there. Logan, on the other hand, was surprised that Rain had come just as quickly. Gertrude told Rain that he should not be so friendly, for Logan was an opponent in these examinations that Rain should fear. Rain told Gertrude that Logan is his trainer who gives him magic protein. Gertrude, however, said that Logan couldn't be immediately good if he was giving Rain food. Logan spotted Gertrude and called her Kristaten's henchwoman, offering her some magical protein as well. Gertrude said she wasn't in the mood for jokes right now, and if Logan wanted to fight her, he could get ready already. Logan pretended to be startled and added that he was about to hand her a magical protein. Kristaten approached the group as well, but she was clearly not pleased, saying that the guys were too loud. Angry Kristaten told the boys if they wanted to make noise, they should have gone somewhere else. Logan had picked up on the fact that Kristaten was overly sensitive, for her skills were an unobstructed pass onward. Logan wouldn't worry at all if he were Kristaten. Kristaten said that midterm exams are easy only in words, but they are set up to weed out students without skills. Every semester, 20 to 60 students are expelled. Kristaten added that if the boys wanted to stay, they should have made every possible effort to do so. Immediately after these words, the loudspeaker silenced the audience and welcomed all the students present. The voice over the loudspeaker liked the tense atmosphere, so she hoped that this mood would remain with the students for the rest of the exams. Caroline, speaking over the loudspeaker, was about to make an announcement regarding midterms. Caroline voiced that midterms will be held during this week, from this day until Friday. Students will receive grades according to the responsible instructor's system. If the instructor makes a decision to expel, the student will be required to pack up and leave the dormitory within a day. The last thing Caroline decided to do was to introduce the students to the professors who would be grading them. Upon seeing the professors, Gertrude was shocked, trying to point to one of the professors on stage. Rain couldn't understand what the conversation was about, and Gertrude reprimandingly asked Rain if he didn't know about Professor Margin. Professor Margena was the head of the Magic Union, and now she is a senior lecturer at Delon. The head of the Union of Magic is the most honorable position which can only be held by an outstanding mage, recognized by all the mages of his time. Even Logan understood the seriousness of the situation when he saw Professor Margena. After all, this was a very important person in the magical world. Gertrude noticed that Rain didn't understand her words yet, so she added that Margena had replaced Scalzi Ludwig as head of the Mages Union. From that moment, a slight realization came to Rain that Professor Margena was on a level with Scalzi Ludwig. Gertrude pointed out the rest of the professors to Rain and said that there were more prominent individuals standing behind them. The first was Professor Kyle, which was a genius who graduated with the highest grades among the 1,378 groups. Next was Professor Ziron, who built her magic tower at the age of 20. And the last one, Professor Aylin, who had her own column in the Magical Herald. These were the professors who made up the elite and were in charge of the second and third courses. As the students continued to discuss their own, Professor Margena was preparing to say something, and this alerted the professors. Professor Margena created a burst of magic, amplifying the sound of her voice and silencing everyone. Professor Margena asked the students if they had come for a walk. After all, midterm exams are necessary to get rid of the most useless among the students. Professor Margena added that the professors grading the students this time were not the professors responsible for teaching the students in the first year and carrying them around like children. But thinking about Professor Owen did not make the students believe that he treated them like children. Professor Margena said that they were heartless people who would expel students as soon as they thought they had no aptitude. All the professors wondered how many students would be left in the end. Now Professor Margena could see from the faces of the students that they realized the seriousness of it, and this pleased her immensely. Intermediate examinations were held at different sites. The venue will be assigned based on the individual characteristics of the students. The venue of the exam will be announced soon, so once students get the location information, they can go there right away. At the very end, Professor Margena added that this is Delon, and in it the strong go on, and the weak go away. Professor Margena was pleased to announce the start of midterm exams among Delon students. The first site of the exam was the Red Mountain range of Chulin Peak. Professor Kyle arrived at the site and informed the students that they would have to get out of this maze and use all the magical knowledge and experience that the students had. Some students were worried about another question, whether they would be able to get out of this maze unharmed. Rain remarked to himself that as far as he could remember, there was no cave here in the area that appeared in front of him. Professor Kyle wanted to know what was troubling Rain. Rain replied that the Red Mountain range was the sacred land of the Red Dragon Corps, so it was surprising to him that there was a cave in such a place. Professor Kyle had said that this cave had been artificially created specifically for the exams. What went on inside was controlled by Kyle, so Rain didn't have to worry about safety. Kyle added, then, that students could get hurt. But still, there was almost nothing in the cave that could threaten the students' lives. In Kyle's opinion, the students should have been more worried about whether they would pass the exam and be expelled from school. Finally, Kyle wanted to talk about the grading system. Compared to absolute grading, Kyle liked relative grading better. So the first place will get S level, and the second and third place will get A level, and so on. F level is the 39th place. Everyone below that will have to retake the exam, although some will be expelled immediately. The evaluation criterion is the time taken to complete the maze. By completing the maze, Kyle meant destroying all the targets inside the maze. Kyle warned the students that if they did not complete the maze within 40 minutes, they would be expelled from school immediately. Professor Kyle added that taking the exam would be in pairs, after which Assistant Zamar began to set something up. A table appeared, and Kyle said that the scores of the entrance exams were averaged out, and pairs were formed based on that data. As the students familiarized themselves with the list, they were to pair up according to the list. While Rain was trying to figure out who could have been his ally, he noticed a clay doll that had fallen nearby. Suddenly, the doll was broken under the pressure of someone's leg, which Rain immediately recognized. Kristaten said that Heaven didn't care a bit about Rain. According to Kristaten, Rain might not have believed that from the first day of the exams, he would have to compete with Kristaten Varden herself. Kristaten added for Rain to get ready, for she would straighten him out as she would a clay toy. Logan approached the boys and wanted to know what they were doing, for he wanted to join them. Logan told Rain that he had good news, then revealed that they were on the same team. Rain was happy about the news, and they agreed with Logan to give it their best shot. But Kristaten didn't like something. Kristaten could not understand what this meant, for the pairing was a little strange. Kristaten didn't understand if it was okay to put the best students in the same pair. Rain, on the other hand, thought that Kristaten had finally recognized his abilities, but she said that Rain wasn't as good as she was, but he was doing well. But Kristaten remembered that the result went from the very initial score of the entrance exam, then remembered that Rain had taken an additional exam to join. The students that noticed that Rain and Logan were on the same team assumed that they would fight like it was the last time. Kristaten said that it didn't matter anymore, for she would still manage to take first place among all of them, which Rain didn't believe at all. Rain noticed that Kristaten seemed to be willing to put her life on the line for these midterm exams. Rain said those exams were important, and asked Logan if he was going to graduate a top student, and Logan counter-questioned if Rain wanted to be, adding that it was as it turned out. In such a case, the examinations are very important, for they have only 4 official examinations each year. Rain thought for a moment. Raising his head, he turned to Kristaten and confessed that now he wouldn't be able to be a gentleman. Kristaten didn't mind the news at all. She happily told Rain that it was what she had hoped for. Kyle said that the students were given 10 minutes to discuss the method of going through the maze. They could go in as they were ready, and the exam itself would begin as soon as time was up. There are a total of 20 routes in this maze. Each of them has the same number of targets. Only one team can be on the same path, so it was simply worth focusing on their own passage and not thinking about others. But the students couldn't figure out which magic they should use. Some of them realized that using enchantments without limits was a stupid idea. After all, it would just waste mana. Assistant Zmar asked Professor Kyle if there was a reason for his insistence on having an exam with a maze for first-year students every year. Professor Kyle replied that the moment when a person could see the real abilities inherent in a magician came precisely when the magician encountered something he had never encountered before. Kyle added that in these situations, all thoughts disappeared in his head, and his decision-making abilities dropped and slowed down. However, it was in situations like this that geniuses stood out. These exams are just a basic assessment to identify talent. They found kids with that ability and encouraged them to develop and further their education. That was Professor Kyle's job to do. Logan asked if they could make it so that when they got inside, they would just kill everyone they saw. Rain replied that everything was simple. But honestly, Rain said it wasn't a bad option, though it's better to have a backup plan. Lighting, attack, defense. If you don't take your limits into account and you misallocate your magic, you'll have problems. Kristaten cut into the dialogue, picking up on Rain's plan to keep the magic of light, splitting the power between defense and attack. Kristaten didn't think that with such an ordinary plan, Rain could pass the maze and become the best. But Rain told Kristaten to think how she would pass the maze herself. Kristaten said she had already come to an agreement regarding the plan to traverse the labyrinth. Logan said that the magic they would all use was roughly similar, and Kristaten was overly self-confident. Kristaten replied that Logan would see the result in his own eyes. Kristaten turned to Rain and asked him about his expressed desire to graduate as a top student. Kristaten apologized to Rain, but she had never ranked not first until now. The same was true for today's exam. Kristaten wanted to show Rain this time. Kristaten wanted to finally let Rain know the real difference between their abilities. Immediately afterward, Kristaten summoned her ally Rumlo, and they moved into the labyrinth. Kristaten and Ramlu went inside the cave, and the exam for the second team finally began. The first few seconds counted, and the screen showed Rumlo and Kristaten running around the cave. Kristaten asked Ramlo to create light, and the allies walked deeper and deeper down the cavern below. Ramlo used the scouting magic he had gotten signals from. Kristaten said it was just the beginning, and Rumlo could trust Kristaten to land, while he had to look for targets. Kristaten began to create sand for the landing, and Ramlo said that 2 targets had been found. One was 20 meters in front of the wall, and the other was behind the front left column. When the guys landed, Kristaten used her warrior-lifting magic and created many sand soldiers. The students marveled at the speed of Kristaten's spellcasting, that she summoned 10 warriors at once. The hereditary magic of the Varden family, created by the second elder, Riot Varden. Even considering it was done by a 2-star magician, the speed of execution was incredible. Moreover, at Kristaten's age, she was perfectly capable of controlling 10 phantoms. Rumlow said she found 3 more targets that were inside the cave on the left side. But while the allies fled, Kristaten wanted to know the exact location of the targets, so Ramlu asked her to wait a bit. After Ramlow's instructions, Kristaten confidently threw her phantoms into tracking down targets. Each phantom moved towards its target, and with a single strike was able to hit the targets that were safely hidden. Kristaten noticed that Rumlow was distracted and asked if there was anything else. Rumlow said there hadn't, and Kristaten insisted that she keep looking while they moved on. The students never ceased to be amazed that Kristaten and Rumlow never once slowed down during their mission. Rain had picked up on the fact that Kristaten was quite adept at working 2-star magic. Logan was in complete solidarity, for Kristaten was the genius upon whom the highest hopes were placed among the present generation. Rain didn't know that Kristaten was that cool. Logan replied that there isn't anyone who doesn't know Kristaten. Even the upperclassmen are urged to be careful with Kristaten. As Kristaten lashed out to her fullest, she realized that she was still a long way from the level she needed. After all, the ancestor of the Varden family were the Wisemen, the only ones besides the Page family. But Kristaten argued that the Page family is on another level. At the very least because their current head is the Dean of Delighton. The man had heard that the head of the Varden family was Father Kristaten, and rumor had it that he had recently barely become a 2-star mage. The man didn't understand how it was that 2 families descended from sages could be so different. Another man asked the red-cloaked individual to stop, but he said that Kristaten should know that and understand that. The man asked Kristaten to tell her father that their family did not fit the status of a family of mages, and that the burden was unbearable for the Varden family now. After all, that's what everyone thought, and even Kristaten's mom. Even her 2 older sisters couldn't use magic properly, and so it's time to let go. Despite their best efforts, things are only going to get worse for the Varden family. The best solution would be to leave the magical world and start living a peaceful life. Kristaten was told that there was nothing to be ashamed of, for it was only a lack of talent. But Kristaten could not accept this, and tried her best, destroying one target after another. Kristaten wanted to know where the next target was, but Ramlow asked her to rest a bit. Kristaten said that now was not the time to rest, and took Rumlow's sandy hand. Kristaten continued into the cave and told Rumlow to speak where the targets were. The admiration of the students did not become less, and some of them even got goosebumps. Kristaten remembered how she had been praised, saying she could already handle high-level magic. Kristaten told her aunt that she would become a better mage, just great at what she does. Therefore, Kristaten's mom, dad, and sisters will no longer be treated with disdain. Kristaten wanted to take back everything her family had. She was going to take back both the fame and the prestige of the Varden family. Kristaten had to make everyone in this world respect the Varden family, so she couldn't stop. While Kristaten was filled with thoughts to justify the glory of her family, a large target appeared in front of them. Kristaten and Ramlow dodged, and Kristaten remembered that the whole Varden family was counting on her. Gathering all of her powers together, Kristaten began to create a huge phantom, prompting the Varden family to rise again. Finally, clenching all her will into a fist, Kristaten began to take one last shot to complete the large target. The huge phantom Kristaten struck the target, embedding it into the ground with his immense strength. Assistant Zamar said that on the route of Kristaten and Rumlow, there was a signal that all targets had been defeated. The second team completed the exam, and it took them 4 minutes and 13 seconds. No one could believe that Kristaten and Rumlow would be able to do this exam faster than 5 minutes. Professor Kyle remarked that this was what he expected from a descendant of one of the magical families. For their splendid performance in the examination, Kristaten, Warden, and Rumlow were awarded S level. The other teams hadn't even finished discussing yet, and Kristaten and Rumlow had already finished passing the exam. Logan was quite aware of Kristaten's abilities, but he hadn't expected such a good result. Logan now understood the reason why the elders were so wary. Kristaten was already being considered as a candidate for the head of the Mages Union. Professor Kyle said that for his practicum, Kristaten and Rumlow took the exam second, in less than 5 minutes. Kristaten said that overcoming the odds is the Varden family motto, which is why she got such a great result. Professor Carl had observed that the strengths of the Varden family, settled high in the mountains, were incredible physical and magical strength. To preserve these strengths, a plan was devised, but that didn't explain Kristaten's actions. Professor Carl understood that it had cost a lot of effort to achieve such a result. Kristaten's strength is that she is very intelligent and hardworking at the same time. Professor Carl addressed Kristaten Varden and Lamro Wesley, saying they had passed and there was nothing to talk about. Professor Carley swept up that not all students were done yet, but he still graded Kristaten's team at S level. A joyful Kristaten expressed her gratitude to her teacher, and said that Professor Carl had complimented her. As Kristaten walked through, Reina praised herself in her mind, confirming that she was the best student. Rain remarked that the exams had been a lot more fun than he'd thought. Logan, on the other hand, was in complete agreement with that point. Rain remembered how he and Esther had discussed a place called the Southern Star of Orwarden. It used to be that at noon, rays of sunlight streamed down on the city from all four sides of the world. And the sight itself was incredible, and Esther didn't want to go near the place. Esther's team was discussing a plan, when as Frida pointed out that to enter the fog outside this building was to silently volunteer for death. Esther didn't think long and told Lynn to just blow up the entire South Star Orwarden building. Lynn agreed at first, but hesitated, for this city is a cultural heritage. Lynn wanted to keep his original appearance as long as possible, and then, if possible, to finish what he'd started. Esther told Lynn that there were times in life when you just had to do something, and only then think and regret it. Esther said that her allies were far more important than some cultural building, so it was worth entrusting the role of disgruntled Esther next time. Esther added that her allies could even use her fist, which had a large one in it. Lynn didn't think the problem was that simple, and Esther said she hated to complicate things. Lynn realized his errand and decided not to give a damn about what he would be told next. That's how completely spontaneous acts changed the world, and finally Rain realized what he had to do. Rain suggested the idea to Logan, and he said he could have been suspended from the exam for something like that. But Rain said that if anything happened, he would take care of it. Logan said that even so, let them somehow pass the exam, but it wouldn't be interesting, would it? Kristaten heard about the suspension from the exam, anxious to know what they would do. Rain asked Kristaten if she was curious or just afraid, but told her to just wait, for she would see for herself later. Kristaten asked Reina what the hell that was about, since they weren't supposed to be suspended from the exam. Kristaten said there were other things to have fun with. But now, Rain and Logan have to take everything that's going on seriously. Rain said that magic fun, asking Kristaten if she shared the same stance as Rain. Afterward, Professor Kyle said that the time for discussion was coming to an end and the students should get ready. The students decided to go in first as a pair, for they had no other options before the cave. Rain turned to Professor Kyle, and he asked him if he had guaranteed the safety of the students who entered the cave. Professor Kyle said that they controlled everything with magic, so even if something did happen, the students were in no danger. Assistant Zmar said that the 9 minutes of preparation had already passed and students only had 1 minute to prepare. Logan threw off his cloak and said he would be ready in 7 seconds, after which they would begin the exam. Rain began to create magic and said they would work fast, at that moment, remembering his old team. Logan began preparing to use magic, while Rain summoned runes around him and used Bel Sidious. Kristaten and Ramlo could not understand the motives of Rain and Logan, for they had no intention of entering the cave. Professor Kyle noticed that Rain was using signature magic that sees other people's magic, Bel Sidious. Professor Kyle couldn't believe that Rain had used it at the age of 16. Among all the geniuses in the family, it was the fastest result. Professor Kyle watched Logan and Rain, and couldn't figure out what they were going to do. He couldn't understand how one could pass the exam if the guys didn't even enter the cave first thing. Thanks to his magic, Rain was able to see all the targets of the cave from outside the walls. Finally, Rain's magic was ready. He created a rune on the ground and told Logan he began to connect. Professor Kyle was finally beginning to understand about Logan and Rain's strategy, but still couldn't believe it. When Rain and Logan picked the right moment, Logan swung around and hit the ground with all his might. Kristaten couldn't figure out what the students would do if Logan collapsed the cave entrance. Professor Kyle observed that for a strike force as powerful as Logan's, the scale of the hit was very small. The point turned out to be that Rain had begun to transfer Logan's power inside the cave, splitting it apart. Each of the marks appeared with a rune underneath them, and Logan's punch became a crack that followed to the mark. As soon as the crack reached the mark, it would explode, just like Rain's rune, destroying the target. Every target in the cave was hit by the blast of runes that Rain and Logan had recreated with their powers. The earthquake that was caused from the impact was strong enough that it was able to lift the students into the air. Assistant Zmar thought it was a strange earthquake, and Professor Kyle suggested it was a reaction to the magical power. After that, Professor Kyle asked Assistant Zmar to look at the reaction to the magic power inside the cave. As soon as Assistant Zmar opened the screen, he was astonished, for there was not a single target in the cave. Professor Kyle looked inside the cave the same way, and in passing asked Zamar's assistant about the time. When Professor Kyle finished inspecting the cave, Assistant Zamar revealed that the time was 59 seconds. Assistant Zamar told Prof. Kyle that it was wrong and it shouldn't be like that. Professor Kyle didn't understand what the conversation was about. Assistant Zamar said that he could not accept such a thing. Assessor Zamar pointed out that the exam evaluated the abilities that the students displayed within the maze, and if they collapsed the entire maze, they wouldn't fulfill the main criterion of the exam. It was only through sheer luck that Logan and Rain hit all the targets without destroying the walls and ceiling. Assessor Zamar added that an S grade is an ideal score, and what they saw was not ideal, but ugly. Professor Kyle turned to Assistant Zamaru, saying that genius is not always an ideal. An ideal is something that conforms to some superior standard that is widely accepted in this world. However, the geniuses who change this world have always surpassed the norms set by the rest of us. A genius is not someone who fit the framework of an ideal. It is someone who creates new ideals. Assistant Zamar said that Professor Kyle should look at the traditional grading criteria, and by doing so, he would see that the team of Rain and Logan is far from perfect. Professor Kyle asked Zamar's assistant if he had ever thought about destroying the maze. The assistant said it had never even crossed his mind, but if he thought he should, he could. Professor Kyle added that destruction of the cave was a possibility. And now Logan and Rain young people have paved a new road. Professor Kyle added that the fact that they were the first to realize an idea that no one had ever thought of before could not be ignored. It was actually more important than anything else. Magical knowledge as well as understanding of what was happening turned such reckless ideas into reality, so Professor Carl could not believe what was happening. Professor Kyle told his assistant Zamar that someday the day would come, and Rain and Logan would be at the center of the magical world, and the horizons of magic might change. When 40 minutes had passed, the exam was finally over, and students were getting ready to see their results. Professor Kyle notified the students that the exam results would now appear in front of them, and the students could review them. This year's tests were more difficult than they had been in previous years, but most passed them successfully, even making it to the half-hour mark. While taking the exam, some students were injured due to exhaustion and loss of control over energy flow. And there were also students who had to retake the exam because they were attacked by targets more than 3 times. In this chaos, the 4 minutes and 13 seconds in which Kristaten and Lamro completed the exam was an amazing result. So Professor Kyle's tentative grade of S level was justified. However, it took the team of Rain and Logan less than a minute to solve the exam. And for the fact that Kristaten and Lamrau were no longer in the lead, their grade dropped to A level. Rumors that the third daughter of the Varden family was able to master 2-star magic when the girl was only 6 years old. The Varden family was at peace. For after surviving the crisis, the family could finally exhale. The adults discussed the Ludwig family, and when it came to the youngest son, the boy was called a disaster, and that there was no hope there at all. Kristaten asked Rain why he lived so carefree and didn't get angry at what people around him were saying. To what Kristaten was saying put more effort into Rain, but Rain didn't react to her words in any way. Rain didn't care so much about Kristaten's words that he just started to walk away during the time she was speaking out. Kristaten remembered how Rain had saved her from the golem. He had been praised then, about as fast as the professors were at using Rain's magic. Kristaten didn't understand how it was possible. For during the family dinner, she had never imagined that Rain was so strong. Caroline said that if Junior Ludwig had come for the entrance exam, he should already be inside, for the exam had already started some time ago. Kristaten asked Caroline if she could allow Rain to take the exam, but she asserted that rules are rules. Kristaten added that Rain was late because he was helping someone. Because of that, Kristaten asked that Rain be given a second chance. Caroline, on the other hand, said that she wasn't worried about the others. Kristaten picked up on the fact that Caroline was now awakening new emotions around him, and it was good that an interesting student could enter the school. Kristaten noticed that now Rain too was getting the urge to do what needed to be done. Rumlow said that thanks to Kristaten she had gotten a good grade, and then thanked her. Rumlow and Kristaten lowered the grade, but that was enough for Rumlow. Kristaten didn't listen to Rumlow's words, but silently looked at the scoreboard and realized that she had lost again. Kristaten couldn't believe she lost to Rain, who talks about magic being interesting. Kristaten couldn't understand why she hadn't gotten the idea to destroy the labyrinth first before Raina did. Professor Carl noticed Kristaten's reaction, and he surmised that the competition was fueling her. Competition was a good trait for Kristaten, but keeping up with Rain would be difficult for her. Professor Kyle said that the S grade has always been given to only one team, but this time the professor had a very unusual situation, so 2 pairs will receive the highest grade. Professor Kyle said they formed the teams based on the students' scores on the entrance exam, but it's still a little unfair to put Rain and Logan on the same team. For this reason, Professor Kyle decided that the team of Rain and Logan, Rumlow and Kristaten would receive a grade of S. Kristaten was angry, for the professor was right. Considering all the difficulties, Rain and Logan had done splendidly, being honors students on a whole other level. Rain walked over to Kristatin and cheerfully announced that they had drawn this contest. Rain wanted to reach out his hand to Kristatin, praising her at this time. But Kristatin knocked Rain's hand away and told him not to come any closer. Kristatin was filled with anger and confusion. She sarcastically asked Rain if he thought she would accept such a result. Rain didn't understand what it was about, since Kristatin had an S rank, but she told him not to make her laugh. Kristatin added that her team with Rumlow was only given a grade of S out of pity. Kristatin noticed the students' gazes on her, and she didn't want those gazes to continue looking at her. Kristatin couldn't believe that as a descendant of a famous mage family, as the best student, she had been defeated. Rain didn't realize if he had said something wrong. Logan said that he didn't know what he was talking about, because he was a student of one of the 8 great schools. So he didn't know much about magic families. Rain said that Logan was lying. Logan revealed that the Varden family was finished, and it was a disgrace to the Mage family. Rain didn't understand what that meant. Logan said that the honor and glory of the Varden family was a thing of the past. Their kind, even before Kristatin was born, didn't have enough skills to be recognized as part of the magical elite. Kristatin alone raised her family from ruin, and even made sure that the Varden were recognized as a great family of mages. Kristatin did it all on her own. And even now Kristatin was the only one supporting the family, and had a lot on her plate. Rain started to follow Kristatin to talk to her about what had happened a few minutes ago. Kristatin said that mages and aristocrats are from magical families and should always be treated with respect, and even feared. Kristatin said they are the ones to be looked up to, those who should be honored and should not be treated as equals. Kristatin tried no matter what. From the age of 6 until now, and she had almost reached the point where she could be called the genius of the century, and Rain went out of his way for those who had no bloodline. No one in the Mage Alliance could behave like that. But Rain, he acted dramatically calm with everyone, and socialized with whomever he wanted, no matter what. Kristatin couldn't understand what was fun about magic, because there was nothing fun about magic. Kristatin couldn't understand why Rain was considered better than her. After all, to Rain, magic was just fun. Kristatin tried to attack Rain and said he was pissing her off, but he easily repelled Kristatin's attack. Rain said that he liked magic. If he was able to make the spell work as he wished, all the difficulties and hardships immediately faded into the background. Rain added that the picture of the world you can see if you don't try hard enough. But Rain isn't always having fun. Kristatin attacked Rain once more. But Rain went on to say that he too had moments of despair when things got really hard. Rain said that Kristatin alone pulled the entire Varden family along, as part of the magical world, as the family's last hope. Kristatin had honed her skills to be able to use magic at this level now in her 16 years. Rain couldn't even begin to guess how much effort it had taken for her to achieve it. Rain said he could say one thing for sure. This was the moment when Kristatin first got to match magic for real. Rain added that Kristatin shouldn't take on everything. She could quit magic at any time. Rain asked Kristatin why she didn't do it. This infuriated Kristatin. She summoned her strongest golem and told Rain to leave. Rain assumed it was all because Kristatin was still feeling the pride and excitement of her first successful spell. Kristatin didn't want to listen to Rain anymore, and commanded the golem to attack Rain. Rain wasn't hurt and said it was true, and Kristatin was really strong. Rain added that whatever choice Kristatin made, no one could or would make fun of her. As Rain continued his story, Kristatin fell to her knees and began to sob. Rain asked Kristatin to remember and feel the joy of magic again, what she was doing. Kristatin started to get up and said that Rain's important behavior was really pissing her off. Rain said he could afford to be important, for victory was his this time. Rain remarked that he hadn't felt this excited over someone in a long time, then held out his hand to Kristatin. With an outstretched hand, Rain told Kristatin that she was indeed a worthy opponent in her eyes. Rain said he had fun thanks to Kristatin, and Rain hoped they could do it again. Kristatin slapped Rain in the face with anger and said that she warned him not to act important. Kristatin started to run away and said that Rain had only won once, and next time Kristatin she would be sure to teach him a lesson. Rain took hold of his cheek and said that Kristatin's hand was rather heavy. Professor Kyle observed Rain and Kristatin. From what he told Assistant Zamar, that talent was revealed in different hypostases. Sometimes it was as a catalyst to cheer up a fellow student, sometimes as a huge wall to overcome, and sometimes as a friend they could rely on. Professor Kyle said it would be much more interesting from here on out. Assistant Zamar thought that work would pile up again. Professor Kyle said that no matter how much he thought about it, he still came up with the idea that Assistant Zamar was doing a great job. Professor Kyle said they needed to clean up and move on. Professor Kyle asked Assistant Zamar to call the candidates for a retake. Additional exams will still be taking place, so there would be no classes in the afternoon for the entire period. The next day, when Logan noticed Rain's cheek, he brought it up and Rain said Logan had imagined it. Rain realized that the afternoon was free time and suggested Logan go to the gym. Rain said that they had finally finished the last exam, so they had to try harder. Professor Owen noticed the students, delighted at the news that Logan and Rain still had plenty of energy left. It was an excellent coincidence, for Professor Owen had just had 50 assignments prepared for math and magic. Professor Owen said they had to take the written exam too, so Logan and Rain wouldn't be going back to the dorm until everything was solved. Logan was not happy about this ideology, and asked Professor Owen if it was necessary. Professor Owen said that if Logan didn't want to take this exam, he could go home with his stuff. Professor Owen similarly stated that the written exam was not just about Logan and Rain, but about the rest of the students. Students said they were tired after the exam, but Professor Owen said he would not repeat twice. Rain looked behind Kristaten, who was broken by this, and thought that Kristaten should have been the first to turn everything in. Professor Owen also noticed this and told Ryan that Kristaten ran so fast, and he thought she was ready to take exams all day. So he prepared more questions for Kristaten than the others. Kristaten noticed Rain and assumed he was laughing, but Rain immediately dismissed the assumption. Professor Owen said that students should not have written in part, for the grades on this written exam will count toward the ranking. While everyone was solving the exam, some students were chatting amongst themselves, and Professor Owen said that whoever opened their mouths would be out of Delon. Professor Owen wanted to see how good the results would be under conditions of total fatigue, but still, this amount of student opinion questions is too much. Rain had picked up on the fact that there were problems in the exam that they had already solved thousands of times, and it was like remedial work. Rain decided to take the easy way out to solve the exam faster, and for that, Rain used Bell Sidious. In 10 minutes, Rain raised his hand and told Professor Owen that he had finally finished his exam. Professor Owen remarked that it was fast for a man with nothing but sawdust in his head, and if Rain was sure of his answers, he could turn in and go to the dormitory. Kristaten was surprised that Rain really was so sure of himself and what he thought. Rain had more answers than Kristaten. Professor Owen told the monkeys to shut their mouths or he would send everyone to the zoo. Kristaten immediately apologized to Professor Owen. Rain walked through Logan and noticed that he was hardly writing tasks, for he still had many assignments ahead of him. Rain finally walked out of the classroom. As he walked to his dorm, Rain wanted to take a shower. As Rain continued on his way to the dormitory, he noticed a red-haired girl coming out of the auditorium. The girl's gaze flickered through a fiery mane of hair, and darkness swirled in it. Rain knew the girl. She was the best student among the 8 great schools, by Lilian Karain. And for the first time all school year, Lilian Karain and Rain Ludwig came face to face. Rain turned to Logan and asked him about the girl with the red hair, asking Logan if he knew Lilian. Logan said he knew and asked Rain why he wanted to know. Rain said he was just curious. Rain said that he ran into Lilian yesterday after the written exam, and the atmosphere around her was quite strained. Logan swept up that Lilian Karain is the Rivendell School's secret weapon, and it is said that she has been using 2-star fire magic since she was 5, and at 7 she contracted with one of the 4 major mythical creatures. Ever since Lilian was enrolled in school, there have been countless rumors about her. Rain remembered that Rivendell was a school specializing in fire magic. Logan said that Rain should have known that red hair was given to a person as proof of having undergone a baptism of fire, and that meant that their sensitivity to the properties of fire was a priori many times higher than that of ordinary people. Among the 8 great schools, Lilian had an incredible reputation. She was considered a true monster, and she was put on the same level as the brilliant little Varden. Rumor had it that the elders said that Lilian could become an archmage. After listening to all of this, Rain asked Logan if the elders were overestimating Lilian. Logan said it could be annoying, but Lilian was strong, even if she was overrated. Rain thanked Logan for telling him. Logan said that Rain could turn. Something else Rain wondered was how Logan knew all this. Assuming Logan had fallen in love with Lilian, Rain said Logan and Lilian would make a good couple and Rain would cheer and support them. Logan asked Rain if it was that obvious, or if Rain was joking. Rain replied that it was obvious. Rain realized that Lilian was Rivendell's secret weapon, and realized that Delon was not to be missed. On the 4th day of midterm exams, students gathered at the foot of the Red Mountain Range. The students noticed the number of magic squares in 4 layers, and realized that the foot of the Red Mountain Range was surrounded by a 4-star magic barrier. Assistant Zamar announced that he would now tell the students about the exam that awaited everyone today. It would be held in the world of illusions, All 60 people would be divided into 3 teams, which would be evaluated in the end. Rain realized that some sort of illusion world was inside the 4-star barrier at the foot. Assistant Zamar added that today's exam will be of the battle royal type. There are jewels located in each location. Students will be awarded 1 point for each one. Inside each area were monsters created through illusion. By destroying the monsters, students would also receive points. The number of points depended on the difficulty of destruction, so students had to assess their strength first and then decide whether to attack or pass by. Kristaten asked a question about if some focus on collecting jewels and some focus on destroying monsters. Where is the battle royal itself? Professor Marjana said that there was another rule. By fighting, students could lose points. Even if they stole a treasure found by another student, they could interfere with the destruction of a monster or make a counter-strike. These were all acceptable. The students were to do anything they could think of and even kill. The latter information was extremely startling to the students. Professor Marjana said that the space was called the world of illusion for a reason, for what was happening inside the barrier was not real. Simply put, no matter how severe the attack, the student would not actually be hurt, but the pain could be felt as if it were real. Regardless of the severity of the wounds or even death within the illusion world, when the barrier disappears, the student would return to their original state. Therefore, students could take it easy, and the way of grading was as simple as possible. The 2 people with the highest number of points would get S. There were no other evaluation criteria. Professor Marjana said that the founder of magic, Amitsa Page, said that even in this world, the main duty of a magician was to make people dream. And to fulfill that responsibility, students had to give their best. In the magical world, power was and will be paramount. So it was worth it for the students to show what they could do. The first team was announced. Team A was Hubert, Logan, and Kristaten. Kristaten said that she was finally given an assignment that she would have to sweat for. Rain asked her if it was the same last time. Rain added that Kristaten had been defeated last time and had roared. Kristaten was embarrassed by this and denied the fact that she had been crying. Kristaten called Rain a scoundrel, while Gertrude laughed on the sidelines. Kristaten said she should have pulled herself together and gotten her S grade because Krista Warden is the only one who deserved to get the top grade. Kristaten couldn't afford to lose. At this time, Gertrude and Rain were smiling, which extremely infuriated Kristaten. Before Team B was announced, Team A was asked to go to the exam area. The second team was announced and consisted of Gertrude Panton, Rain Ludwig, and Lilian Karain. At this time, Rain saw Gertrude shaking and asked her if she was worried. Gertrude said that she was not worried, for she herself was Gertrude caring for Kristaten Varden. Gertrude thought it was Rain who should have been worried, but Rain was surprised, for he didn't understand why he should be worried. Gertrude said it was because Rain got on the same team as her, and if they ran into each other in the beginning, Rain risked being eliminated right away. Rain smiled and said that wasn't going to happen. This infuriated Gertrude extremely. While Rain and Gertrude were discussing something, Lilian approached them, and Rain wanted to know what she wanted. Lilian said she had something to say and wanted to know if Rain had a minute. Rain said he only had a minute if Lilian wanted something interesting. At this time, Kristaten was using a sandstone golem that had tentacles wrapped around it. At the time the exam began, Kristaten had already managed to reach 280 points, but it wasn't enough for her. Kristaten was unaware of how many points Rain could score against her in the exam. While Kristaten was scoring points and musing on her own, a couple of students tried to attack her from behind, but were immediately detected. Kristaten asked the students if they thought they could attack her with just the 2 of them, and the students immediately started guffawing. Kristaten recognized that even if she killed these students, she wouldn't add much points to herself because the students were indecisive, so she let them go and told them to be more confident next time. At such an age, Kristaten could already freely use 2-star summoning magic, which was incredible. Hubert was also showing incredible results. His strategy was a talent for wind magic. With his maneuverability and deterrence ability, he was simultaneously obtaining treasures and subduing monsters, thus scoring 253 points already. Hubert's magic was graceful and impressive, especially since he knew how to utilize his strengths. In third place, with 249 points, was Logan, for no matter who was in front of him, monsters or students, he was destroying everyone. Professor Kyle said that as they expected, the A-team acted alone, and Assistant Zamar commented that everyone was great. While Professor Kyle and Assistant Zimar marveled, Professor Margana said everyone was weak. Rain and Gertrude listened to Lilian, waiting for her speech, and she said she had never lost. Lilian said that there was not a single time that she had been defeated, for losing was equal to death for her. Lilian wanted to know why Rain was still hiding his talent. Rain said he wasn't intentionally hiding his abilities. There was just no point in revealing himself in any way. Lilian observed that young gentlemen from influential families always held this thought. Gertrude said that Lilian addressed Rain as someone from an influential family, even though she herself came from an equally high-ranking family. Lilian replied that she didn't think such a title suited her. It suited her more that she was an object. Lilian said she was not a child born of the union of love between father and mother, but only an instrument that had been created for a purpose. Lilian's father, Tadan Kareen, is the headmaster of Rivendell School. Ever since she was a child, she was locked in a room and forced to learn magic. Lilian was not even allowed to go outside. If Lilian did not get a good grade on an exam at school, she was beaten until she lost consciousness. Her father, in order to teach Lilian a lesson, would even involve her mother and torture her with fire, burning her skin. Lilian's father knew how to handle fire magic like no one else. He knew better than anyone how to inflict pain without causing serious injury. Rain remarked that it was completely different from the Osiris school Rain had attended. Rain asked Lilian if she didn't graduate with honors, would Lilian be beaten again? Lilian said that old man Tadan Karan could no longer beat her up for getting a bad result, and if he tried, he would die. Gertrude knew that Tadan Karan was a 4-star mage, and she couldn't believe that Lilian could defeat him. Lilian said her goal was to graduate from Delon with stunning grades and be recognized throughout the school, and then use that to oust her father in Rivendell. Lilian said it was a warning to Rain, so he shouldn't have interfered with her. Gertrude said that Lilian's aim was good, but she should have forgotten her set path. For there was still Mrs. Kristaten, recognized as a genius in the world of magic. Lilian said that Kristaten was a hothouse flower who wasn't even close to becoming an equal for Lilian. Gertrude turned to Lilian and asked if her mistress was a hothouse flower. Rain stopped the two maidens from fighting and said he understood why Lilian had gotten to that point. However, Rain recognized that he could not cede Lilian's place as Delon's top student. Rain's explanation for why he couldn't give up his seat was that his friends were waiting for him. Lilian started to leave and said that she had explained the reason and warned Rain. Lilian added that if Rain interfered with her, Lilian had no choice but to get rid of him. When Team A's exam was over, Kristaten and Hubert each received 361 and 338 points and were respectively awarded a grade of S. Gertrude remarked that Kristaten did a good job, and Kristaten said it was easy. The organizers said that all Team A participants had left the barrier. Professor Kyle said there was now time for Team B, but before the exam began, the team had to choose an area. Students had to choose at which point in the area from A to H to begin the exam. Area A was located at the foot of the mountains, and Area F was the intermountain area, the largest areas by area, and they were also the most popular, as they contained the largest number of monsters and treasures. Areas B and C may have the advantage of visual control as they were mountain peaks, but it was easy to get surrounded by other students there. The last were forested areas D and E, which are good for taking cover but difficult to provide visibility, which could get in the way a lot. Rain chose the best spot, and organizers said that if students chose a starting point, they had to visualize that spot in their heads. Kristaten finally wanted to rest after the exam, and Gertrude said she'd be back soon. Kristaten turned to Gertrude to set a good example in front of all the students. Gertrude said she would do it and left for the exam. Team B's placement was finished, so the exam was starting. Caroline noticed that it was now Rain's turn at the exam, which interested Aunt Elin. Professor Elin understood that everyone knew what Professor Marjana expected of the students. Ability to maneuver, situation analysis, and the ability to fight in any environment. It was truly a test to discover the wizard's core talent. Professor Elin wanted Rain to show how he would straighten out Professor Margan. Lilian and Kristaten chose Area F as their starting point. This was how confidence was shown. This area is as dangerous as possible, so it was possible to get the highest scores there. And from Area F, it's most convenient to get to the other areas that surrounded this more dangerous place. Assistant Zamar said that compared to Lilian, Rain's choice was very simple and straightforward. His strategy was to avoid battles and gradually gain points. Professor Kyle said it was unexpected, but not a bad strategy in his eyes. Some thought Rain's strategy was boring, because it would have been more interesting if Rain had chosen Zone F like Lilian. Professor Ellen remarked that Rain was really annoying. Caroline replied that she couldn't believe that he had acted so cautiously when he could have defeated all the hopeful students of the 8 great schools. As Rain wandered through the wooded area, he came across a student who didn't bode well for trouble. The students had gotten the idea that there would finally be some fun to be had. Besides, Rain's opponent was a student from a regular 16th grade school. Everyone expected Rain to show off his abilities, for which Professor Kyle honored Rain with an S grade. But suddenly, Rain didn't start attacking or doing anything at all. He just started running away. Professor Elin fell off her chair at the sight, and Caroline was shocked at what she saw. No one could believe their eyes that Rain suddenly started running away from any danger. Professor Elin was furious that Rain suddenly started running away even from seemingly weak students. Kristaten was surprised, for she didn't realize if Rain was going to get the highest score. Professor Margena said that Scalzi Ludwig was bad that his grandson was, after which she laughed like crazy. Assistant Zmar asked Professor Margena if it was worth laughing at. Margena replied that it was just more interesting that way. Rain was saving his strength to wait for the right moment to make a breakthrough. Everyone wanted to see if Rain could make up for the lost points. 40 minutes have passed. If we compare Team A's results for the same period of time, Team B's highest score is lower, but the result was good. In the first place of the Team B exam was Gertrude, the youngest daughter of Baron Panton's family. Gertrude was mostly stealing points from the others, but suddenly a large monster appeared behind her. Gertrude turned around and killed the monster with a single blow. Caroline noticed that Gertrude was always in Kristaten's shadow, but it was obvious that she was an excellent mage. Professor Kyle wanted to know how many points Lilian from Rivendell High had. Assistant Zimar looked at the board and said that according to the scores, Lilian wasn't even in the top 20. Assistant Zimar found Lilian in the table and couldn't believe it as she was in last place. Lilian was just meditating at this time, and her chart showed 0 points from the start of the exam. No one understood Lilian's strategy, for she'd been sitting still since the beginning of the exam. Even when someone was around, whether it was a student or a monster, Lilian didn't show any interest. Rain only collected treasures. He only fought the monster once, when it suddenly came out in front of him. And with only treasures, Rain gained 198 points. Caroline noticed that Rain was in Zone C, which was a mountainous area. He was nimble, which made Caroline wonder if he had been in the mountains. Professor Elin said he must have been a monkey in a past life. However, at this rate of scoring points, it will be difficult for Rain to get into the leading group. As Rhine continued his treasure hunt amongst all areas, a downpour began. Gertrude was not disappointed, but rather pleased that the rain had come and rained down on all areas. It was perfect weather, and most suitable for hunting monsters with keen hearing. Rain noticed that the rain was hampering these monsters, then began to prepare magic. Lilian continued to meditate, and magical orbs that were created from the fire appeared around her. All this time, Lilian had been looking for students who were in the top 10 in scores, and she finally found them. Lilian stood up and realized it was time to start her plan as the volcano exploded behind her. There was a volcanic eruption, and the organizers told everyone in the area to evacuate immediately. This battle royal style exam is set up so that no one can survive by just lingering in the bushes. Because the once safe area became dangerous, students had to move to other locations. And as a result, because of the forced displacement, students will run into each other, and everyone will have to fight. The organizers set up a barrier to block the rain, and remarked that expectations were met. For the best students sprang into action as soon as the time was right. Logan said that if they had not lost momentum in this part of the exam, the result could have been different. Kristaten, on the other hand, said that Logan's problem was that he lacked skill. The organizer was surprised, for someone was showing strong activity, which was extremely interesting to Professor Kyle. Suddenly, Ryan Ludwig's glasses began to grow at an incredible speed. Professor Margena wanted to see Rain now. When Rain was shown on the cameras, it was seen that he was in one place and there were dozens of monsters around him. Professor Elin was glad that Rain was finally starting to do something, instead of wasting time. The earth around Rhine was shaking, and Ryan Ludwig's score did not stop growing significantly. Within a minute, Rain was able to climb up rounding all the student places, ending up in 8th place. Professor Margena marveled at Rain's strategy and remarked that he was cocky. Logan couldn't understand how Rain had gotten that way. And Kristaten said that Rain had caused the earthquake and thus attracted the monsters to him. Logan realized that Rain had drawn the monsters' attention to himself. Kristaten realized that Rain had been acting so leisurely in Area C and was now using vibration-spreading magic. Rain waited for large groups of monsters to gather around him before gathering power and magic and activating it. Taking turns picking off groups of monsters, gaining dozens of points at a time and elevating yourself to the top spot in the table. Some monsters died from being pierced by tree roots, but that seemed strange. Professor Kyle realized that there couldn't have been any trees in the area where Rain was. But Professor Kyle remembered that at the very beginning of the exam, he had chosen a forested area, and used magic on the trees. In one attack, Rain was able to get 164 points, killing all the monsters around him. Professor Caroline said that it was unbelievable, for Rain was simultaneously calculating 3-star magic and fighting a large number of monsters. Rain's total came out to 362 points, putting him in first place given the A-team results. Rain realized that this account would be enough for him, so he stopped killing monsters. Professor Kyle noticed that the battlefield was greatly reduced because everything was flooded with magma. Therefore, there were almost no jewels or monsters left, and because of that, Gertrude wouldn't be able to outrun Reyna. Assistant Zamar was watching the battlefield, and was suddenly surprised when he asked for Professor Kyle's attention. Assistant Zamar said Bruno, who was in third place, and Ani in fourth were missing from the list. Professor Kyle couldn't believe it, after which he wanted to look at the score sheet himself. Professor Kyle made sure that the students had indeed disappeared. There was a huge difference in scores between them and the person in fifth place. Even if they had dropped down the rankings, they were not in the top 10 or 20 students. Professor Kyle asked the organizer to show the area where third and fourth place were and what was 3 minutes ago. The organizer displayed a picture on the screen of what had happened on the battlefield exactly 3 minutes ago. The first thing the organizers, Professor Kyle and Assistant Zamar, saw was a burning student. Lilian attacked 2 students, and one of them burned quite quickly, while the other did not fall for this attack. The apprentice wanted to fight off Lilian. She put her hands forward and prepared a rune to attack. The disciple didn't even have time to use a rune, as the wall of fire struck her body completely. Lilian didn't give any reaction. She just kept walking on while the 2 students behind her burned completely. Lilian had straightened out a few students already, and it would be enough for her if she caught someone in first or second place. Lilian's strength was justified, and Professor Margina swept Lilian up in her father. Gertrude looked at the score sheet and couldn't believe that Rain had beaten her in points. Gertrude noticed that Lilian had also come close in points, and the guys who were behind had disappeared from the table. Gertrude didn't know what was already happening at all when the firebird wasn't behind her. The bird aimed straight at Gertrude, but she was able to dodge this unexpected attack. Gertrude realized it was a fire attack, but noticed that another firebird was rushing towards her. This time, the students couldn't see if Gertrude had dodged this attack from Lilian. Kristaten watched this passionately and was not happy that Gertrude was caught in the attack. Lilian approached the point of attack, but she didn't feel the heat of the fire, which meant only one thing. Gertrude was alive, and counterattacked Lilian, who was also able to dodge her attack. Lilian's fire attacks had no success on Gertrude, as she easily dodged and counterattacked with water. The students were surprised that Gertrude and Lilian were on the same level in fighting strength. Lilian said she should have done things differently with those she eliminated earlier. Gertrude created water magic and said that it was too late for Lilian to regret anything. Lilian threw the paper away and said she would have to act differently with Gertrude. The paper that was discarded by Lilian created a large firebird that Gertrude didn't expect to see. The firebird attacked Gertrude, and she tried to defend herself with water magic, but she could barely contain Lilian's power. Gertrude told Lilian not to try, for the score would not change, so Lilian could give up. Lilian said nothing to Gertrude, but silently ripped the necklace from around her neck, tearing it in the process. Gertrude realized at once that it was not a necklace, but a rosary, which was not a simple rosary. The Rivendell school used talismans, its remedial-style magic, what allowed to reduce the time to create a magic circle, calculate formulas, and the appearance of runes, thus maximizing the combat effectiveness of a follower of the Rivendell school in a short amount of time. The rosary changed its image under Lilian's magic, and became a flock of fiery butterflies. Gertrude thought they were sparks, and Lilian disclosed, praying it was a formation of fiery insects. The fire insects immediately rushed to attack, but their numbers were enormous. Gertrude didn't have time to use water magic when the fire insects attacked her. But Gertrude was not defeated. She created a gap in the pillar of fire and broke through it. Lilian's reaction was high, and she managed to dodge a quick kick from Gertrude's foot. Lilian already thought it was her victory, but suddenly, Gertrude kicked Lilian with her foot. Lilian noticed that Gertrude managed to bounce off the tree to counterattack a second time. Gertrude's blow had great power. Lilian flew quite far away and broke many trees with it. Gertrude used water magic to slip on it and catch up with Lilian faster. Lilian used a pillar of fire, dispersing the smoke around her and counterattacking Gertrude. Gertrude's slip on the waters was quite nimble, and she was able to dodge the fire with no problem. Gertrude used water magic and strengthened her strike, but Lilian jumped back. Lilian's evasion didn't play to her advantage as her position was bad, and she might get hurt. A magic circle appeared under Lilian's feet, and she realized she couldn't dodge it. Gertrude's magic finally worked, and a strong stream of water came out from beneath the ground. Professor Kyle picked up on the fact that it was underground water. Gertrude had deliberately stood in that exact spot, and the girl had a talent for it. Professor Kyle thought Gertrude was a good girl, for she strove for harmony in her use of martial arts and water magic. Using all of her strengths, Gertrude lived up to the Panton family title, but Professor Kyle argued that even in such a situation, one could not underestimate the enemy. Gertrude told Lilian to know her place before it was over, for she would bring Lilian back from heaven to earth. Gertrude noticed that Lilian was completely soaked, and by idea couldn't use her talisman. Gertrude gave Lilian one last chance. If Lilian didn't want a broken arm, then she should have given up. Lilian said that Gertrude was naive, and if it were her, Gertrude should have killed Lilian. Gertrude said that Lilian had asked for the cruelty herself, after which Gertrude had no problem breaking Lilian's arm. Lilian said she was using talismans not because she was slow to count, but for an entirely different reason. In fact, Lilian used talismans since she couldn't control her real power. A star was drawn on Lilian's tongue, after which it suddenly began to emit a bright light. Noticing this, Gertrude immediately realized the danger and jumped back, and Lilian's rosary returned to her. Lilian stood up. Her image was horrifying, a fire rosary flying above her and her arm still broken. Gertrude noticed the remaining beads from the rosary, which suddenly began spinning at high speed. Lilian decided to summon a flaming python, which created a huge explosion of light around it. A flaming python was formed. Behind Lilian stood a serpent dozens of times the size of a human. Lilian pointed her finger at Gertrude and ordered her fire python to eat Gertrude. Gertrude couldn't believe that Lilian had this level of magic that she saw in front of her eyes. The fire python is one among the 4 fire divine animals that the Rivendell school prided itself on. The python was considered the ultimate summoning animal. The fire python was rumored to have been used as a primary power by the founder of Rivendell school himself, Archmage Orbos Karain. The fire python was known for being very selective in choosing its master. Right now, Lilian's fire python only had a third of its strength, as it was still impossible to summon a fire python under ideal conditions. Professor Elin couldn't believe that Lilian, at 16, had already summoned a fire python. Kristaten was amazed at Lilian's strength, and didn't know if there was even a way to do anything with the fire python. Gertrude was well aware that she was in a terrible situation, but she couldn't do anything about it. Gertrude was preparing to counterattack when the fire python began to rush towards her. But realizing that she wouldn't repel the fire python's attack, Gertrude barely recoiled to the side. Gertrude's cloak was hit by a fire python and it caught fire, but she extinguished it quite easily. The python dashed forward, and an empty space was left behind. The forest had been broken at that spot, and only the blazing earth remained. The rock didn't collapse, but simply turned to ash from the terrifying flames of the fire python. The fire python began to turn around and broke everything in its path, be it enemy or nature. The monsters had no time to run away. They were instantly incinerated, and the students could barely dodge the python. Observers noticed that the fire python was able to take Gertrude in a ring around it. The fire python was completely focused on Gertrude and had chosen her as his target, so he would act until the end. Assistant Zamar couldn't bear to watch this, and suggested that Professor Kyle intervene in this fight. Although Gertrude will not die, the pain will be the most real. If Gertrude is hurt by the flames of the fire python, it will go beyond a normal injury. Professor Kyle could not resolve this issue himself, so he turned to Professor Marjana. Professor Marjana didn't think long and said that for such a reason it would be a common-sense solution. But she stopped, for on the screen, Professor Marjana noticed that Rain was near the battlefield. Rain was in a tree that was practically burned down and watched Gertrude and Lilian battle. Rain remembered training with Scalzi Ludwig that once told him, saying 3 times was the maximum for Rain's strength at the time. The higher the level of magic Rain wanted to reach, the faster he could find his own limits of what was possible. Scalzi Ludwig said that at the limit, it was no longer possible to use higher-level magic, and Rain would hit the ceiling without a chance for further growth. In other words, Rain must think when to use his abilities properly. Rain had earned the right amount of points. Now he could just wait it out in a safe place, keeping his defenses up. For because of the legal hunt, Rain had almost no magic power left. Rain didn't need to put himself in danger on purpose to help someone. However, if Rain had been in Gertrude's shoes, he would have acted completely differently in this situation. Rain could no longer just watch. He jumped down from the tree, heading straight for the center of the battle. As Rain fell, he used Bel Curious and directed his eyes to Lilian's magic. The formula of the magic circle consisted of 5 triangles, and the runes were formed. Gertrude suffered the fire of the python, and Rain remarked that all the proportions had been respected. All the way through, The revitalization range and analysis has been completed and corrections have been made. Rain realized something unequivocally during the fight with Logan and the Rat Spider Queen. Each time overcoming obstacles, Rain's strength grew. The more he fought strong opponents, the faster he could reach the 6-star level of magic. Therefore, it wasn't all for Gertrude's sake, but for the personal growth of Rain's power along the way. Therefore, young Gertrude Panton was not to be deluded into believing in her ideas. Rain burst into battle and was finally able to use his magic, destroying the fire python. Assistant Zamar, Professor Kyle, and even Professor Margina were incredibly surprised at what they saw. Even Lilian, who owned a fire python, couldn't believe that her fire python had just disappeared. Helping someone during an exam did not do any good. This is where, under limited time, resources and special conditions, it became possible to test whether students could make a choice, leaving behind all their pros and cons. Professor Margena understood that the result of such power, it was partly the handiwork of Scalzi Ludwig. Professor Margena smiled and said that it would definitely be a high score. To suppress the 5-star magic, Rain needed a lot more mana than he thought. Rain's face was covered in blood, and he realized that said he wasn't ready yet. Rain noticed Gertrude glancing at him, surprised that Rain was suddenly here. Rain asked Gertrude why she was spread out, for Gertrude should have run away as fast as possible. Lilian's magic and the Panton family's magic were completely opposite. Lilian didn't have the strength to summon Python again, but what was more important to Lilian was that Rain was the reason the first serpent was gone, and she thought Rain would continue to be a hindrance to her. Lilian realized that Rain had used all his strength to get rid of the python, and now Rain was completely defenseless. If Rain didn't have any strength, however, it was a big chance for Lilian to snag the top spot. Lilian managed to create another fire python, but this time it was much smaller. Observers were surprised that Lilian had managed to create another fire python, albeit many times smaller. Rain didn't have the mana to dodge and block Lilian's attacks properly, so he had to try his best. Although the fire python had gotten smaller, but its firepower was still terrifying and easily destroyed everything. Lilian was completely focused on killing Rain and getting first place in the exam. But for now, Lilian was oblivious to everything but Rain. Gertrude found herself behind Lilian, catching her in the act of making a mistake. As soon as Lilian had time to turn around to face Gertrude, she used her magic and intensified her strike. Gertrude threw Lilian away, and the fire python changed its target to let Rain escape. Rain noticed Gertrude's help, and he questioned why she did it instead of running away. Gertrude did not give a definite answer, but the first thing she said was that Lilian was her rival. And the second reason was that if Rain was expelled, Mrs. Kristaten would suffer from a broken heart. Upon hearing this, Kristaten blushed and immediately began to deny what Gertrude had said. Kristaten said that Rain was just a mere rival to her, or something like a common enemy. Logan understood and partially mocked Kristaten. Kristaten threatened to punch Logan in the face. Logan said he didn't see it as a big deal since they looked great with Rain, but he immediately got punched in the face. Kristaten was furious and realized that when Gertrude came out of the exam, she would kill her. But still, Rain was the one who got rid of the fire python that Lilian had summoned. It is rumored that if one can perfectly learn the Ludwig family's blood-borne magic, one can easily control any other types of magic. But in thousands of years of history, only 3 people have been able to accomplish this, and all of them did it at a rather mature age, even elderly. Gertrude told Rain to leave it to her, but he could not, for she was badly wounded. Gertrude said that everything was fine, and at this point, Rain was even stirring in the battle. Most importantly, Gertrude didn't personally screw over Lilian the way she personally wanted her to. Rain accepted Gertrude's words and started to run away, but asked Gertrude not to die in any way. Lilian told Gertrude to leave, and Gertrude said that Lilian herself had started the fight, and was now chasing her away, though she should have done away with Gertrude first. Lilian accepted this point, and kept telling herself that everything that stood in her way must be destroyed. Lilian reactivated the star in her language and controlled the fire python with her last strength. Gertrude, on the other hand, gathered all her water powers, though her other arm was partially burned. After that, there was a violent confrontation between fire and water over who would get an S grade in the exam. As Rain ran to escape, someone threw an object at him, but Rain had no problem dodging it. Low-ranked students appeared in front of Rain, who wanted to defeat him for the first place. Rain realized that his physical and magical strength was running low, and the students were attacking him. Rain picked up the nearest stick to protect himself, but realized it was a bad situation for him. Rain realized they were low-ranked students, but figured they couldn't beat him, and if they put him down, he'd be lenient. The disciple said that Rain was several times stronger than him, but now, someone strong was trying to negotiate with the disciples. One of the disciples immediately rushed into the battlefield, taking the chance to defeat Rain. The student used a lightning sword to attack Rain, but his attack was blocked by a stick. The student said they weren't stupid, and Rain didn't even have the strength to move, and if Rain gave the scores, he'd be left alive. Professor Alan said that such fools were everywhere. Caroline replied that it was a strategy. Rain realized that he shouldn't have underestimated the low-ranked students, for even they could hit hard. The student, though weak, was able to hit hard enough to beat back Rain's defenses. Rain realized he was in a dangerous situation. He used the sand beneath him to blind the student. Rain immediately took that moment to counterattack the student and disarm him. The students were curious as to how Rain had knowledge of the martial arts of the Osiris school. But what was unexpected was that Professor Elin didn't know where her nephew got such knowledge from either. The observers had noticed that he couldn't go on a counterattack in any case. Starting from the high-speed calculations, 3-star magic, and ending with the martial arts of the Osiris school. It was impossible to pick on Rain's abilities, but the sheer distribution of magic power left a lot to be desired. In this sense, Kristaten was superior to Rain. The students noticed that Rain didn't use magic against a past student, and that was a plus. From the look of Rain, there was no strength left at all, and if the students attacked with at least 2 of them, the matter would be finished. Professor Elin understood that Rain had definitely used Bel Curious to stop the fire python. Because of that, there was almost no mana left. The students swept up that Ron had already failed when he attacked first, so now the other students didn't have to live. Professor Margina understood that helping others was a good thing, but unless the mage had enough resources, it was just a waste of time. Professor Margan was curious enough to wonder what Rain would do in such a bad situation. Rain still had a plan in his head and managed to create a small ball of electricity, after which Rain launched a lightning bolt at the pair of students that decided to attack him in pairs. Assistant Zmar couldn't understand how Rain still had mana. Professor Kyle said it wasn't Rain's mana, but his sword with electrical properties. The sword was in a state of plasma and was used the moment the student's feet touched the ground from the rain, causing an electric shock. But even if the student knew how to do something, it wasn't a fact that he could. Professor Kyle had noticed that Rain was very skilled indeed. Another student said that Rain was a first-place contender for a reason, but now Rain had no more trump cards left. There were only 2 students left, and when one of them wanted to attack, the other student hit him. The student implied that the other guy's words were true, so the student would be able to single-handedly win. Logan couldn't figure out what it was. Kristaten said it was magic that enhanced physical abilities through the soil. However, such magic did not mix well with martial arts that expressed physical strength. The student said he could have given his points to other students. It would hurt Rain if the guy hit him, so it was worth giving the points away nicely. Even though Rain was on edge, his confidence wasn't going anywhere, so he said he didn't want to give up his points. The student jumped down a level to Rain, giving him points with his strength, in front of the weaker Rain. As soon as the student wanted to attack Rain, Rain launched the attack first, pointing the tip of his stick at the student. Rain struck the student with his stick in the center of his armor, and Rain's blow created a crack in the student's stone armor. Osiris's technique had been created with Rain, which was why he could use it so well. Therefore, the student shouldn't have looked down on Rain, and even in this state, he would be able to defeat the students. Rain couldn't believe that from such a blow, the student was still on his feet. The student's insides should have shaken from such force. Rain reminded the student that if he failed the exam, he would immediately receive an F as a grade. Rain asked the student why everyone, and even the professors, were observing the exam with such a supposedly simple grading system. The reason was that the grades would probably have to be changed later. The exam is also one of the grading criteria, but the students couldn't score any points, and also failed in their attack on Rain, losing to someone who had completely used up mana and only relied on martial arts. But the problem wasn't even the F grade. Failing the exam would not just get the student kicked out of the academy, but also ridiculed by all the students. Rain said that if the student survives, at a minimum, he will receive an E. Plus, depending on the number of students expelled, the grade could have gone up to a C or a B. While Rain was speculating about the student's grade, Gertrude and Lilian's attacks erupted behind them. In the other side, the 2 top-ranked people fought hard. It wouldn't be long before they and in Rain's place, everything would be turned into ruins. The exam was gradually coming to an end, and Rain didn't want to get involved in Lilian and Gertrude's fight. Rain gave the student a choice. Either he would give up and get a B, or he would be expelled from Delon. The student realized that this grade wasn't bad, but he was sure he was worth more than that, so he didn't want to stop. The student didn't decide to let go. because if he did, he'd be screwed. So he decided to go all the way. Anyone looking out at Rain would say that Rain was holding himself to his limits. After all, Rain put in a lot of effort fending off all the attacks. The student immediately stood up, for if he defeated Rain now, the points would be awarded to him, and he could win, for such a chance would never come again. The student realized that if he or she lost, he or she would be expelled. The student convinced himself that he could do it. The student was too scared. He was so scared that he couldn't make the attack first. Suddenly, the student heard an alert that the exam was finally over, so the fighting had to stop. All the students were told to finish the battle and return immediately. Rain, on the other hand, was insanely glad it was over. The student saw that in front of his feet, Rain helplessly fell down. This quite surprised the guy. Professor Elin was extremely happy about it. Caroline was surprised, for she hadn't expected such excitement from Elin. But what the observers noticed was that they had a problem, as Gertrude and Lilian would not stop fighting. Professor Kyle said the points would be deducted, and Assistant Zamar said that's not something to think about right now. The problem was that Lilian and Gertrude had no control over themselves, and that made Professor Marjana puzzled. Professor Marjana struck the ground with her cane, and with that action she set off a wave. This cane strike from Professor Marjana was able to shatter the illusion barrier that was a 4-star barrier. Lilian and Gertrude were healed, and did not immediately notice that the illusions had been shattered, and everything had changed. Professor Marjana said that Gertrude and Lilian's abilities didn't change anything, because they were still quite green. The exam was over, and unless the girls wanted the lowest score, Lilian and Gertrude should return immediately. As the illusions were shattered, Gertrude didn't realize where her injuries had gone. The rest of the students came to their senses, and the realization came into their heads that these were illusions. Gertrude and Lilian looked at each other angrily, and Professor Marjana told them to get out while she said it nicely. Professor Marjana was angry that Lilian and Gertrude made her repeat herself several times. Observers approached Professor Marjana and said she had removed the barrier, but one group still failed the exam. In that case, the barrier should have simply been returned, to which the observers agreed. After the exam, Lilian turned to Rain and asked him what he had done with the fire python. Rain said that before he did that, he should ask Lilian something. Then he would give an answer. The question that Rain asked Lilian was whether she respected her father. This shocked Lilian. Lilian thought Rain was provoking her and asked him if he was up for a fight. Rain said he hadn't picked a fight, but had heard something like this before. To get rid of her father, Lilian needs to get first place. Whatever the reason, she would destroy anything that got in her way and strive to rise above. This was the life her father desired. The way Lilian burned opponents for a purpose was no different from Lilian's father's actions in the past. Rain said that if Lilian wanted to repeat her father's path, then Rain's words were not important. Rain added that if Lilian kept it up, they would run into each other again one day, and then Rain would show what he could do. Lilian was sure that Rain couldn't know for sure. After all, he had grown up in a loving family and enjoyed the warmth and comfort of a family circle. As Gertrude and Rain walked from the exam, Kristaten and Logan joyfully approached them. While Gertrude wanted to brag about what she had done, Kristaten took and hit Gertrude on the head, saying that she had said too much. Rain didn't understand what had happened, and Logan observed that it was typical Kristaten. Kristaten claimed to Gertrude that everyone was just looking at her, and she was so embarrassed that Kristaten wanted to fall through the ground. Gertrude said that was true after all, but Kristaten told Gertrude to shut her mouth. Kristaten noticed Rain walking away and stopped him, but Rain didn't know what he did wrong this time. Kristaten told Rain not to pretend, for Rain had gotten rid of the python by saving Gertrude. Rain said he didn't do something like that. In fact, Lilian's magical powers were running low. This time Kristaten believed Rain, but said she wasn't done with the showdown with Gertrude. Logan wondered why Rain was smiling. Rain said he thought of something fun, and if he hadn't gotten here, he wouldn't have been able to have the whole experience. Logan said that, in truth, Delon was different from other schools. Rain said he was in agreement with that. Rain realized that if Esther hadn't left the letter, and if the top senior hadn't been given the privilege of meeting Lynn, he wouldn't have experienced this. Rain did accept Esther's words that the world was a lot more interesting than he thought. Kristaten approached Lilian and said that she had seen Lilian bullying Gertrude. Kristaten threatened Lilian to be ready, for she would pay several times over. The Varden family was never in debt to anyone. What Professor Owen saw was that the students were already completely exhausted, but the exams went on no matter what. On the afternoon of the 4th day, there was a written exam which again bored the students. In the first half of the 5th day, the exam was like hell. However, compared to the Battle Royal, the application exam was easier to pass. In such a hurricane-like rhythm, the inter-semester exams came to an end. At this time, Assistant Zamar was hanging papers on the blackboard. The professors gathered, and Assistant Zamar said that the grading results for all written and applied exams were given a grade of S by 4 of them. The top 4 students in all of Delon were Kristaten Varden, Nora Reedham, Caden, and Rain Ludwig. However, only one student could become the best student of the stream. Therefore, in order to select the only leader, it was necessary to conduct an additional evaluation. Professors who were related to some of the students and had close contact with them in the learning process were excluded from the evaluation. Each of the professors could use 1 point and Deputy Kyle could use 2 points, when as a lead teacher, Professor Marjana could use 3 points. Professor Ivan decided to give his score to Caden, saying that if they had been following his exams, they would understand why. Another professor disagreed and decided to give the score to Nora. And someone for Kristaten Varden, who in everyone else's opinion was the best diamond Caroline had created. After a while, the scores were given and Assistant Zmar was about to sound out the contenders. Kristaten Varden was in first place with 6 points. Nora Reedon was next with 4 points, followed by Caden, who had 2 points. Last was Rain Ludwig, who had only 2 points. It came to the point that it was now Professor Kyle's turn to vote, who had 2 votes. Professor Kyle said Ms. Kristaten Warden really did handle everything perfectly. Professor Kyle added that the precision of Nora's magic was nothing short of admirable, and Caden too showed amazing ability, harmonizing magic with knowledge of music. However, Professor Kyle decided to cast a different vote, noting that it was for the future of magic. After which he handed the sheet to Assistant Zimar. Assistant Zimar looked at the sheet and read out the result, that 2 points from Professor Kyle goes to Rein Ludwig. Professor Carolyn realized that without a doubt, Rain was a step ahead of everyone else. However, Kristaten still maintained the highest score of all. The last to vote was Professor Margina, who never took part in the distribution of extra points, as there were no candidates for her that were worthy, and so the best student became Kristaten. But before Kristaten was finally announced as this year's top student, Margina started laughing. Professor Margina was surprised at Professor Kyle's words about the future of magic, noting that it was said by a man who in his younger years only knew how to flirt with the opposite sex. Professor Kyle smirked and said it was all thanks to Professor Marjana's guidance. Professor Marjana took the sheet and pen, saying that she too would contribute to the future of magic. Not long after, Professor Marjana handed the candidate sheet to Assistant Zamar. Assistant Zamar said that the highest score of 7 marks this year for the midterm exams was obtained by a first-year student, Rain Ludwig. Rain called on Rudian and said that the percentage had gone up as he had expected. The progress became from 40% to 40.8 Rain wondered if battles were the only way to raise a unique level. That was why it was worth it for Rain to set off, and he packed his belongings quite quickly. Rain remembered how he'd asked Frida for a drink too, but she'd excused herself by saying she didn't have any more left. Lynn said he knew Frida had more. Frida said she hadn't slept a wink in the 4 days they'd been walking, so she drank every last drop. Frida tisked and asked Lynn if they could go to the temple on the Red Mountain Range once the journey came to an end. Frida noticed that there were so many elixirs in this temple called Dragon's Breath. This was what Frida wanted to give to Lynn, for it would increase his magic power. Lynn couldn't believe that Frida would give something so valuable to Lynn so easily. Frida said that she was the witch Frida who served the fire dragon Bel Takidun, and she would guide the entire Red Mountain Range so Lynn could come. Ryan decided to come to find the Dragon's Breath, because it was possible that Frida was trying to prepare everything for Lynn's arrival, so it was worth it to go and get it. Ryan realized that 300 years had already passed since that moment, but he hadn't forgotten about Frida's words. Rain had been 18 hours on the journey up Snowflower Peak to get to Frida's temple. Ever since the fire dragon Bel Takidong led his legion and settled here for nearly 1,000 years, magic power has spread throughout the mountain range. Therefore, to this day, for many believers, the Bel Takiduna Fire Dragon Shrine was considered a sacred place. As Rain walked up the steps, the man asked Rain where he was in such a big hurry to get to. The man assumed that Rain had shown up here to rob the shrine of Snowflower Peak. The man didn't know how bad a situation Rain might have been in that he decided to rob the shrine. But the man had something useful to say to Rain. The man asked Rain to listen carefully, and told him not to go to the temple. For it had been 300 years since anyone had come close to the temple. For once they set foot in the sanctuary, none of the plunderers had returned alive. Rain wondered why he couldn't go there, assuming he did. The man said that the witch Frithe had installed a guardian who was a demon. Rain couldn't believe the demon was protecting the shrine. The man said it was popularly called that because no one really knew what the thing was. The man himself decided to take a chance and walk to the entrance, but nearly died on the spot in front of such a dangerous temple. The man said that unless Rain wanted to say goodbye to his life, the entrance was not worth approaching. Rain didn't choose to listen to the man. He thanked him for the warning, but continued on his way. Rain had heard once before that the monster dwelt in the temple, and in all likelihood Rain would have to defend himself. It was already starting to get dark as Rain climbed up. All sorts of birds around Rain became more active. Rain picked up on the fact that the place was very noisy, realizing that it was nature without human interference. Rain said that the place was like a place for a natural habitat for rat spiders. Rain remembered Esther introducing Lynn in front of the team as the team's new mage. Also, Esther said Lynn was nice. Frida said the bird on her shoulder named Bebe was much cuter, and Esther said that wasn't fair. Lynn was surprised that Frida had compared him to some kind of pigeon, but Frida clarified that it was a parrot. Soon, Rain finally arrived at the entrance of the temple, after which he began to look around. Rain was glad that he had already arrived at the temple, but he couldn't believe that the journey to the temple had taken so much time and effort. Once in front of the temple, Rain didn't know what he should do next, but decided to enter the temple first thing. A temple built by a fire dragon. Rain wondered if this place could overcome the passage of time. Rain remembered the man's words about witches and demons, but it sounded like a common tale, for he felt no trace of the demon. Suddenly, Rain saw some bright light that came from the roof of the temple and surprised Rain. Raising his head, Rain saw a firebird that was perched on a pillar, making sounds. Upon noticing Rain, the firebird immediately flew into the air and was about to attack him. The bird was quite fast, but Rain managed to dodge, falling to the ground, and the bird began to wrap back up. Before the firebird's second attack, Rain said it was not welcoming new guests well, and created a block of stone in front of it. The bird let out a cry and flew away from the stone, destroying it with its headbutt before doing so. Rain was familiar with that cry, and the fire that coiled around his body, creating some kind of shape. Rain remembered that the bird on Frida's shoulder, Bibi, could create fire and control it. Taking another look at the bird, Rain realized that it was Frida's faithful bird, named Bibi. Bebe didn't decide to stop and continued to attack Rain, creating pillars of fire. Rain never thought he'd be attacked by Bebe, savvy to the fact that she was their team idol. But Rain couldn't believe it, that Bebe was still alive. For over 300 years had passed since then. Rain suggested to himself a theory in his head that it might be possible. He immediately began calling to Bibi, hoping the bird would respond. Rain's call was not heeded, and Babe tried to attack him again, but this time was unsuccessful as well. Rain was once again on the ground, and he decided to turn to Bebe again, saying that it was him. Rain claimed to Bebe that he was Lynn, hoping that the bird would be able to remember everything. The bird heard Rain's call after all, and decided to land nearby to see if it was Lynn. Rain reminded Bebe that they had even argued with the bird about who was their team idol. Bird got angry and said that Rain wasn't Lynn because Bebe didn't know Rain's face. Bebe took to the air and began to scorch Rain with fire, who created a shield for himself out of the water. Rain still realized that it was true. It was true Babe was still alive even after 300 years. Rain told Bebe that it was him, even though the face was different. But Rain told Bebe that he was Lynn. Rain tried to recall something from his memory that could make Bebe realize he was Lynn. Rain used the water stream to hit Bebe and calm her down a bit, giving him a chance to prove himself. Bibi ended up on the ground and Rain began to create water, surrounding Bibi. Rain asked Bibi if she remembered him. After all, if Baby doesn't remember Rain, who is Lynn in a different guise, then Baby would surely remember Lynn if he created something they remembered. It was a spell that separated water droplets, so that they looked like snow. This spell was not written in any book and only Lynn knew of it. Those days were a memory only for Esther's team, and Bebe knew it well. She knew that spell. Rain swept up that Bibi had always loved the spell he'd created at that moment. Remembering an old spell, Bebe rejoiced and began to jump from paw to paw joyfully. Suddenly, Bebe's fiery lair disappeared, and a yellow bird that was the real Bebe appeared in the air. Bebe started asking Rain if he was Lynn, repeating his name numerous times. Rain put Bebe on his arm and affirmed to the bird that he was indeed Lynn. Rain's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, and Baby took off and started calling him mean. Rain looked at Bebe and said that in all this long time, the bird hadn't changed at all. Rain asked Bebe how she had been holding up all this time. Bebe replied that Lynn had promised to come, and now he had. Rain couldn't believe that someone like Bebe could care about someone like Lynn. Bebe said that Frida told Bebe to wait until Lynn arrived, and Bebe waited. Bebe said that Lynn would have come anyway since she and Bebe and Frida are friends, after they were reunited after 300 years. Bebe and Rain talked about everything all night long, from a memory 300 years ago to Lynn being reborn in a new body, now named Rain. Rain and Bibi were able to talk about so much that night as a lot of time flew by. When the sun came up, Rain apologized to Bibi for waiting so long, for 300 years is a long time. Bebe remarked that 300 years was indeed a long time, but decided to change the subject and pointed to Reina's necklace. Rain picked up the necklace and realized that Frida's ring was attached to it, something he recognized immediately. Bibi flew to the temple entrance after that, and Rain realized that was the key to the door. Rain asked Bibi if she had been protecting the place for the whole 300 years. Bibi repeated that she had defended the temple in return. As soon as Rain approached the temple doors, the ring took effect, and the doors immediately opened before him. Bibi flew inside and started flying straight down the corridor. Rain didn't realize where the bird had gone and ran after it. As soon as Rain caught up with Bebe, he noticed that the bird had stopped outside some room. Bibi sat down on the bed by the wooden box, and Rain recognized the room, for it was Frida's old room. Bebe banged her beak against the wooden box to let Rain know it was meant for him. Rain opened the box and noticed a flask with a red drink in it, and didn't realize what it was. Beneath the flask, however, at the very bottom of the wooden box was a small scrap of paper. Rain realized it was a note, the paper practically disintegrating into pieces. Rain noticed that the letter was written 1168 on September 29th. Realizing that the letter was 250 years old, Rain decided to take it out and read it, for he realized that it might have been addressed to him. Rain's hunch was true. Frida had written this letter and said it was probably the last one she would ever write. Frida knew that Lynn wasn't good at finding treasure, so she decided not to hide it somewhere the robbers wouldn't find it, but instead keep Bebe as a protector. Frida instructed Bebe to protect the letter and the gift until Lynn finally got it. Frida added that the benevolent dragon had lengthened Bebe's lifespan, so she was still alive. Frida felt sorry that she wouldn't be able to see Lynn's surprised face in person. Frida and Bibi had grown older, but their longing to see Lynn had not changed. As they grew older, Frida's thoughts were filled with nothing but memories and tears. Most of all, it hurt Frida that she couldn't do a lot of things for Lynn. Frida had to leave the temple. She planned to go to the 10,000-leaf flame that was at the South Pole. And if Frida's dreams came true, she would be able to see Lynn once more. Frida decided to finish the letter, even though she wanted to write much more, but Esther and Kays would scold her, so this was the end. Frida also wrote that the item in the box with this letter was Lynn's birthday present. It's the same dragon's breath that Frida promised him a long time ago. Frida wished that this gift would help him, just a little, on Lynn's path to his accomplishments. As she left, Frida left this letter, and at the end expressed her gratitude to Lynn, and that she had missed him. A letter from Lynn's old friend Frida could not leave him indifferent, and Rain cried. Rain couldn't believe that Frida used such formalities. After all, it wasn't her style. Rain was sobbing and couldn't stop it, though he tried to convince himself to stop sobbing. When Rain had calmed down, he took the vial and immediately began to drink it, in order to find out the very effect. As soon as Rain drank the elixir, his entire body was struck by a strange feeling that permeated every tip of his body. Rain immediately turned to Babe and asked her to reach into her backpack and there get the magazine. Hearing the command, Bebe rushed over to Rain's duffel bag and reached into it, looking for the magazine. Giving Rain the journal, Rain immediately opened it and summoned Rudian to look at the result of the elixir. Rudian informed Rain that his mana reserve was now 26,444. Rain was shocked because the elixirs that were created by the 8 great schools, which took centuries to make one, only raised mana by 5,000. But Frida's elixir doubled Rain's mana, which surprised Rain, because he didn't know the effect would be so great. Rain collapsed on the bed and realized that he could raise his mana to maximum, and only then drink this elixir. But Rain was glad that he would now be able to use the mental barrier since he had fully enough mana. Beb repeated many times that Rain should go, after which Rain suggested that Bebe go with him. Bebe said that she would wait for Frida, which surprised Rain even more about Bebe. Bebe added that previously she was waiting for Lynn. Now she is anticipating the arrival of Frida back. Rain said that Bebe could wait with him. It's just that the place they're waiting in is wrong. Frida is a popular person, and if she's alive, there will be news about her. So if that happens, Rain wanted to meet Frida along with Bibi. Upon hearing Rain's idea, Beeb flew on his head and expressed her delight at the idea. Bibi and Rain decided to go together so that they could meet Frida in person someday. Finally leaving the temple. As soon as Rain and Bibi left the temple, they both noticed that it was already morning outside. Behind Rain's back, the temple began to close its gates, leaving only a small gap. Rain started to leave the temple, and on the way, he asked Bibi what she would like to eat. Bibi, without thinking long, said that she wanted corn. Bibi repeated many times that she wanted corn. Rain remembered that Bebe had always loved corn, so he wasn't opposed to the idea. As Frida aged, she finished the letter, adding the author as Lynn's old friend Frida. At the same time, Bebe was eating her favorite corn, and Frida announced to the bird that it was time for her to leave. Frida asked Bebe if she could stay at the temple and wait on Lynn so he wouldn't end up alone. Bebe didn't think long and told Frida that she would wait outside the temple to meet Lynn. Frida said it would be a lonely and tiring time, and until Lynn came, Bebe would be alone. Bebe said that everything would be fine. Frida, however, was not convinced and asked Bebe why she would not go with her. Bebe replied that even if it's difficult, Bebe will wait until Lynn arrives. Lynn is Frida's friend, and Lynn is Bebe's friend, so Bebe believed Lynn would come back. Frida was also sure that Lynn would come back. Given Lynn's stubborn nature, he would surely come back. Frida told Bebe that she believed in her abilities, because if it was Bebe, she could do it. Before she left, Frida told Bebe that they should meet again sometime. When Rain returned to the hostel, he wanted to register Bebe as a mailman bird. Rain said he did, and he even washed Bebe before registering. Plus, Bebe was very smart. Rain turned to Bebe and told him to repeat the motion the girl asked him to do. After the girl's words, Bebe started jumping, making small jumps, creating a circle. Rain asked Bebe not to dance, but to say something, for that would prove the intelligence better. Bebe began to repeat the word corn many times. This infuriated Rain, for he had expected otherwise. Rain asked Bebe to speak normally, but Bebe didn't listen to him and kept repeating the word corn. Rain said Bebe was playing around now, but more often than not, Bebe was able to communicate normally. The girl said that Rain could register Bebe if he wanted to, but the girl wouldn't recommend it. The reason for this was because parrots are eaten by owls, and there were many other dangers. In addition, parrots had such poor sensitivity that it was hard to use them as mailman birds. When the owl landed next to Bebe, Auntie gushed that she could now be convinced of her words in person. Comparable to other birds, owls were much larger than Bebe, so Rain was worth considering. But suddenly, Bebe began to breathe fire, thereby scaring the owl very much and letting out a tongue of flame. Rain was surprised and asked Bebe what she was doing. At this time, Bebe was very happy. The owl was scared so badly that it started to fly away, and the girl was surprised that the parrot used fire magic. The girl realized that Bebe was no ordinary parrot, but a sun parrot that possessed magic. The girl said that this could not be true, for if one were to gather all the sun parrots among the entire continent, there would not even be about 100 of them. The girl couldn't believe that a real sun parrot was in front of her, but Rain confirmed that Bebe was a sun parrot. The girl immediately wanted to know how Rain found Bebe, and Rain replied that he just stumbled upon Bebe. The girl assumed that for the high-class magical Ludwig family, a sun parrot wouldn't be a big deal. But the more important question was whether the girl could touch Bebe. The girl began stroking Bebe and expressing her happiness while Rain began signing the registration papers. Rain asked the girl if it was a sun parrot. There shouldn't be a problem. The girl replied that yes, there would be no problem. Afterward, Rain told Bebe that it was time to go, and the girl shivered, for she wanted to pet Bebe some more. Rain said that this is now a home for Bebe. Starting tomorrow, Bebe will go to school with him. Bebe was glad to be near Lynn, but started pulling his hair, which Rain wasn't happy about. When Rain and Bebe returned to the room, Bebe was lying down and sleeping, and Rain realized that Bebe must be tired of guarding the temple every day without a single day of rest. Rain decided to give Bebe a proper rest, for she deserved it, so wished Bebe a good night. In the courtyard of the main building, Rain met Professor Kyle, who said hello to him and remarked that he looked tired after his exams. Rain thanked Professor Kyle for his excitement, but said he looked tired because he was thinking. Professor Kyle said that Rain would have to be careful now, for who knows, but today could be the start of something big. Rain didn't understand what it was about, and Professor Kyle revealed that it would be a start for the student council. Professor Kyle said getting lost in thought was normal, but Rain should have looked around more often. Professor Kyle added that around Rain's peers, there was no one who could match his potential. Because of this, school might have felt boring to Rain. But Rain convinced Professor Kyle that this was not the case. Professor Kyle said that even so, the local student council president was someone who could inspire Rain. Professor Kyle hoped that Rain and the student council president could motivate each other, for Professor Kyle had a good eye for people. Later, Rain got to class and sat next to Logan. Logan said that Rain was amazing because he got a grade of S on every midterm. But Rain replied that there were other students that got that. Logan added that Rain surpassed Lilian to receive a grade of S, which was also a good accomplishment. Logan said, judging by the outcome, Rain will likely be selected as a first-year student council member. Rain said that Professor Kyle had mentioned student council earlier too, But Rain didn't understand what student council had to do with Rain. Logan, on the other hand, replied that it was a very important thing. Logan revealed that only the top students in midterms and final exams qualify to join the student council as first years. Most student council presidents take this route. Rain wondered if he had to join the student council. Logan was surprised by Rain's words and asked him to explain. Rain said he was already busy enough, and it sounded like even more work, which was annoying. Logan said that wasn't true, and plenty of students would kill to join the student council. After learning that the council was so important, Rain apologized to Logan. Logan said that Rain shouldn't have apologized, but that was a pretty typical response from him. At that point, Page started to come out of the backstage area. The students were revealed, the table of the best up to the 4th place, and that already 33 other students had been expelled after the midterm examinations. Rain asked Page why there were no names of students above 4th place. Page revealed that she would personally sound out students that fared better than 4th place. Page asked 4 people to come to the podium, of which they were Krista Varden, Rain Ludwig, Nora Reedon, and Caden. Once on the podium, Rain couldn't believe he was experiencing such an important moment in his life. Page said that now, she will read grades from professors who gave students extra points. 4 students got a grade of S in every midterm exam. This proved incomparable intelligence on the part of the students, and great knowledge. But among those 4, there was one who stood out even more. Someone whose potential could be a guide to the future of magic. To this student, Page wanted to give out the award of the rank of Senior Cadet. Senior Cadet Delon not just expectedly has not just exceptional skills and knowledge, but also unprecedented originality. Among the many stones, there was one that shone with a special brilliance. At this time, Professor Elin was observing everything behind. Professor Kyle approached Professor Elin and noticed that she was in a very good mood. Professor Elin said that wasn't true, and she was just thinking about how high Rain was able to climb. Professor Kyle understood that Professor Elin was being dishonest as always. But watching the students, it reminded Professor Kyle of how Professor Elin was Scalzi's student, and Professor Kyle was Margina's student, and they fought over the title of Senior Cadet during the school days. Professor Kyle felt as if he was witnessing a moment that would become a big part of history. This day would show the future of magic. Professor Kyle thought those were good words for the opening. Page revealed that the head cadet of the 1388th Intermediate Examinations was Rain Ludwig. Rain remembered Scalzi Ludwig's words that told Rain if he graduated from Delon as head cadet, he would get a chance to meet Archmage Lynn and be able to read the letter that the heroine Esther had left behind. Page said that when Professor Caroline had told her about Rain, she hadn't been sure. But Medelia had never expected Rain to go this far. Page has set Rain up with the Senior Cadet sign on her cape, and to hold her down, Rain will have to go all out. Page once again chose to congratulate Rain on being named this year's Senior Cadet. Page expected to see big things from Rain in the near future. Hubert was something angry and surprised that Rain, who was called a genius, was called a Senior Cadet. Logan, on the other hand, was glad that Rain was able to defeat all the wonders that came not only from the 8 great schools, but others as well. Page revealed that Kristaten Varden was in 2nd place. Nora Reedon was 2nd, and Caden was 4th. Students had to remember that Delon was just a stepping stone to reach their goals, so students were not supposed to stay in the same ranks but get better. This concluded Medelia's speech entirely, but she added that she expected to see what all Delon students were capable of. This time, Kristaten will accept the defeat that she received in the exam with the maze. But the difference between Rain and Kristaten wasn't that great, and there were many more chances ahead of them to turn their fortunes around. Kristaten was angry and decided to leave first. Caroline watched this and realized that there was no need for sobbing here. Caroline observed that hardship developed perseverance, and perseverance built resilience. In the end, an unyielding spirit would be the most prized quality. When everyone was back in their classroom, Gertrude was chatting with Rain and Kristaten, and suddenly some girl burst into the office. The girl turned to Rain and said that she had finally found where he had been all this time, and remarked that it was amazing that Rain had become a senior cadet. After all, once upon a time, Rain would often look up into the sky, during the time when his gaze was completely blank. Rain looked at the girl and realized that he had once seen her once or twice at a gathering of families around a feast. The girl's name was Sandra Keppel. Sandra was a sophomore at Delon University of Magic. Sandra said hello to Kristaten, noting that they hadn't seen each other in ages. Sandra was strongly convinced that Kristatin was going to be a first-year senior cadet. But that turned out not to be the case. Sandra Keppel was the daughter of a Western Mage clan, rumored to be a monster who had never lost her footing since her first year. Rain used his ability to glance at the second-year girl's strength and realized that her mana felt extraordinary. Still, Sandra took Rain's hand and said it was time to go since everyone was already waiting for Rain. Rain didn't understand why everything was so abrupt, or who was waiting for him, or where he should have gone. Sandra held up a finger and said that she and Rain were on their way to the student council. Rain assumed that Sandra was the student body president, but she revealed that she was only a sophomore and not even vice president yet, but she was the secretary. Sandra couldn't believe that Rain didn't know who the student council president was. Sandra said that even so, Rain would like the president. Rain asked Sandra what family and school the president was from. Sandra said the president didn't come from an important family or any school. He learned everything on his own. Even so, Sandra couldn't imagine anyone standing even close or catching up to the student council in level. Sandra asked Rain if he had heard of the nickname, Complete Street Rulers. It was the nickname of the student council. At this time, the Ludwig family was in full assembly and eating dinner at the table, and thunder was booming outside. Scalzi Ludwig said to have Bro read what was on the paper again. The second son of the Ludwig family, Bran Ludwig, began to read that during the Central Shadow chose a student. Bran stopped and handed the paper to Carrie as Scalzi asked her to read it. Siri Ludwig said Rain Ludwig was selected as a senior cadet during midterms. The entire Ludwig family was filled with joy that Rain had achieved a tremendous amount during his training. As soon as the Ludwig family heard that young Master Rain had become a senior cadet, Lord Scalzi personally rushed to the Ludwig manor. Scalzi Ludwig believed that a day like this would never come. Scalzi Ludwig opined that the Ludwig family all had a good part to play in allowing Rain to grow up with such success. Scalzi Ludwig was overjoyed and said that now everyone in the Ludwig family should make a toast. Cavan Ludwig said with a standout talent as the third daughter of the Warden family. Cavan thought taking the position of senior cadet would be tough, but all the excitement was unnecessary. Scalzi Ludwig said that there was nothing to worry about here, since the only thing to worry about was Professor Margana being one of the examiners. But luckily she didn't let her personal feelings change the course of the scoring. Raina's mom thought Professor Margana and Scalzi Ludwig were close during her school days. Sari Ludwig told Scalzi that she too wanted to be a senior cadet when she got to Delon. Scalzi Ludwig said that it was quite likely since she was also an heir to the Skrull's bloodline. So like Rain, Sari could grow up to be a great talent which would bring honor to the Ludwig family. The man swept up that Sari was also a senior cadet at Revelden High School. She was so talented that people called her the next Kristatin, a true prodigy. Scalzi Ludwig said he was most happy that he had such special grandchildren. Scalzi Ludwig added that a great honor went to Raina's mother, for she was, as expected, worthy to be called the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family. Rain's mom got up, apologized, and said she had to step away to use the bathroom. That bothered Kevin, and he said he would go too. Kevin caught up with Brim and asked her why she was crying on such a happy day for everyone. Brim said it was the first time Scalzi Ludwig called her a bride. Brim came from a fallen noble family, one that had no high status or wealth. There was a big difference in social standing between Brim and Kevin for her to adopt a prestigious magical family. Scalzi Ludwig primarily wanted Kevin to marry a noble woman or a descendant of a great duke, so he was against marrying Brim. But Kevin refused to give in, and their conflict escalated to its limit. And after a little effort, Scalzi Ludwig walked away saying that Kevin was not his son. Because of that, Brim felt so much guilt. The guilt haunted Brim all this time. After all, before this, Scalzi Ludwig and Kevin Ludwig were so close, but the conflict changed all that. Brim believed that it was entirely her fault that Scalzi Ludwig had disowned Kevin. And if Kevin hadn't married Brim, he would have been the husband of a noble woman, of high standing, and his relationship with his father would never have fallen. Brim burst into tears, but Kevin said that if that hadn't happened, Rain would never have existed. The same was true of Sari and Bran. The three of them were gifts that Brim had given to Rain. Kevin hugged Brim and told Brim not to start crying about something that had already happened, because their children's lives had just begun. And because of this, Brim and Kevin will bring even greater blessings in the future. Sandra would show Rain where the guesses from the students were on display, and Rain had to pick only the ones that were worthy of thought and bring them to the agendas. Rain asked if there had always been so many assumptions. The girl answered that no, there were just more during the exams. Rain asked if he had been dragged here just to do the rest of the work. The girl replied that he had been. The girl told Rain that she did the same job, so it was considered a tradition. Rain should have waited until the older cadets showed up, but until then, he had to do the job. An hour later, Rain was finally able to go outside, noting that it was annoying, and he didn't want to go through it all day. Half of those assumptions were useless garbage, asking strange questions. Rain couldn't understand who was sending such useless assumptions because it made Rain work harder. Rain continued to consider the assumptions from the students when a guy appeared behind him. The guy walked over to Rain and said he was now looking at a good guess from a student. Rain turned around to look at the guy and realized that the guy who was behind him was the student council president. Rain asked the president if he had come to make sure Rain was working and not resting at the time. The president snatched the paper out of Rain's hands. Rain asked the president how that was a good suggestion. It was something that the hired help could handle. The student body president said that from a perspective that is the complete opposite of Rain's noble mindset, since the workers had to do it, so no help was needed. Director? Asked Rain. What was the point of magic then? If it was as Rain said, then magic wouldn't be needed in this world at all. For no one thought if the workers suffered, and if the sacrifices of the workers were worth it to improve the great magicians. Rain quipped that this was Delion's philosophy, to which the student body president quipped that it was. This was Delion's main precept, and a frequent belief in the magical world outside of Delon. Magic formulas and runes so complex that non-mages couldn't even understand them, because no one tried to facilitate them for the outside public. And the best the mages could create was a single scroll. After all, it meant that ordinary people weren't even considered worthy by the demographic that could benefit from magic. When they spent all their efforts to make high-star spells, there wasn't a single spell that made the barren land heal. In the old villages and remote mountains where magic wasn't popular and people still had to do everything with their hands, and only when the miracles are divided evenly among all people, then the golden hours will begin. That was the president's belief. It wasn't just the belief of the student body president, it was the belief that the whole world should be like that. The president held out the paper to Rain and said to send this proposal to the local development magic society, even if the results would be insignificant. Rain could not understand the president's motivation for why someone like him would join black magic. Valencidis was getting more and more interesting in Rain's eyes, but Rain hoped he could visit the black market during the vacations and look up about the president's past, as well as the book on Touraine. 2 days later, Rain came to the Adventurers Club excited to find himself an assignment. The girl at the front desk said they had variation requests, from subduing bandits to wiping out goblins in the sewers. Rain said he wanted to take an escort mission, long distance. It would preferably have one direction in a circle. The girl asked Rain for his adventurer identification code, and Rain realized that they don't give missions to just anyone. Rain realized that Toran wasn't lying to him when he said that. Rain pulled out a token and gave it to the girl. The girl confirmed Rain's rank and began looking for a task that suited Rain's interests. The girl said that Rain was a little late, for all the requests had been taken yesterday. Rain wanted to know if there were still missions, and the girl said there was only one left, which was closing this evening. But Rain couldn't take this mission right away, as he needed to pass a test on his abilities. It was interesting to Rain that only trustworthy people were taken on this assignment. Rain decided to accept the offer. The girl said that the client had prepared his adventurer's wagon for this request, and Rain would be traveling soon, so must hurry. Rain took the business card and walked out of the adventurer's building. After he came out, the girl turned to him. The girl addressed Rain as a handsome young gentleman, but Rain answered nothing. Rain figured the words weren't meant for him, so he just turned around and started walking the other way. The girl walked over to Rain and asked Rain where he was going, noting that he didn't look like a kid up close. Rain looked at the girl, and by the smell of the ocean from her, he realized it could be a swordsman from the Iron Islands. Rain asked the girl what she wanted, and the girl asked Rain not to be so hard. The girl said they could be a team and go together since they were on the same mission. Rain couldn't understand why they had to go together. The girl said it was always good to have company, but Rain said it wasn't. Rain started to walk off to the task at hand, while the girl turned to Rain and asked him to wait for a while. The girl couldn't understand what was wrong. She remarked that she, as a beautiful girl, offered Rain company, and he refused. The girl also said that Rain was so good-looking that she thought Mall Rain was a girl. Rain assumed that the girl was a leech, which infuriated her. Rain was walking towards the wagon that was organized for the task, and the girl was following him and saying something to him. The girl said that she had earned a good rank with her sword skills. She became bronze rank in a very small amount of time. Rain sat and listened to this, noting that his ears were about to start bleeding. The girl remembered that Rain didn't know her name until now. But Rain realized he wasn't interested. The girl turned to Rain and said her name was Herpian, then wanted to know Rain's name. Rain revealed his name. Herpian said that Rain's name sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. While Rain was trying to convince Herpian that she was wrong, some man approached the wagon and looked inside. The man began to climb into the wagon, and Herpian wondered if the man was adventurous, prompting the man to say that they would be leaving soon. The man with the spear sat down and said that 2 more people would have to join them. When the last 2 men arrived at the wagon, Herpian was glad everyone had arrived and told the boys to give it their best shot. The girl said that if someone was already in suspense over an exhort mission, how would they dispose of themselves in real danger? The man with the spear said that sometimes that happened, so it was worth the effort anyway. The driver said it was already time for departure, so they were straight out now. The man with the spear asked the driver exactly where they were going. The driver said that they were going wherever the master told them to go. When the team finally arrived at the location, they were in the middle of the forest, and the client was not around. The driver said that the customer was expecting them here. But looking at the map, the guys realized that this was the same place they had left from. The girl asked the driver if it was a joke. The driver said that the adventurers department had to explain the terms of the contract. The driver added that if they wanted to get on the escort mission, the adventurers had to pass an aptitude test. Rain spotted the arrow that flew at them, and managed to knock it away with his stick before it hit someone. When the team spotted the arrow, they rejoiced, realizing that they would now be tested on their skills. Herpian asked Rain why Rain had used a stick since he was a mage. Rain said it was too careless and he wouldn't help next time. The man said that the silver adventurer could have died from an arrow, which would have been boring. The girl replied that she didn't react because she didn't feel the zeal to kill, otherwise she would have easily dodged. The blonde said it was a real arrow, and it flew like it was aimed at her head. The driver confirmed the blonde's words, saying that it was exactly like that, and that arrow flew exactly at his head. The customer said they only hired people who could get out of the woods safely and meet the customer. It was a routine assignment to see if they fit the escort mission. The driver said that if anyone was not confident enough, he could safely return to the wagon, for it would not be attacked, but apparently no one wanted to get back on the wagon, and yet Rain didn't understand why he had to undergo such a test. The girl said they attacked with a temper to kill, but she didn't feel it, which meant the arrow wasn't fired by a human. It was a trap or a summoned creature, and if the team narrowed it down to a target, it would be much easier to react. While the girl was trying to figure out where the arrow was shot from and by whom, another one flew. The girl said the customer did it all, but it looked like the customer wanted to cut costs. 5 presences in total. Testing silver adventurers with such numbers, they must have underestimated them. Rain had picked up on the fact that it was expected of a silver wound to calculate a presence so easily, in such a large radius. The man asked that if this test was done to kill them, would that mean they were allowed to fight back and kill too? The driver listened to the point of the man with the spear and confirmed it by nodding in response. The man started twirling his spear and said that, in that case, he could have some real fun. The arrows that continued to fly at the adventurers were easily repelled, for the man created a whirlwind with his spear. The whirlwind tore leaves from the trees nearby and gave the man a clearer view of his surroundings. The man asked if they should start already, but Rain asked him to wait a bit. Rain's first order of business was to start using magic, creating 2 different magic circles. The adventurers were surprised that Rain used 2-star magic with speed calculation. Rain also possessed a type of Yorshin that could use all magic thanks to mental calculations. Rain was able to recognize who the shooter was and said it wasn't a human. It was a type that was controlled through telekinesis magic. Besides that, there were a couple other traps in the area. The girl asked Rain if they were controlled by magic. Could Rain figure out the coordinates, to which the girl got a yes. Rain took a small stick and began to draw on the ground, creating markings, in the form of coordinates. Herpian glanced at the girl and noticed that she was using Rigwind-type magic. They were mages that used sound as a catalyst. The girl took out a box of strings and started playing them, analyzing her surroundings. Soon, the music got to the monster, which was controlled from a distance for a test. Thanks to the girl's magic, the monster was disarmed without any problems, and it easily fell to the ground. The girl revealed that she had interrupted the flow of mana, and as long as it was a classic trap that couldn't work without magic, the adventurers were safe. Rain remarked that it was surprising. After all, the level of magical precision was astounding, confirming the theory that there were mages of that level outside Delayton's walls as well. The man said that up until this point, the mages he had met were either lazy or cheaters, but this time was different. The man introduced himself as Willis, saying it would be a short collaboration, but he wanted to work together and make good money. The girl introduced herself as Brienne, and said that now that they had all introduced themselves, they could go and see the customer's face. The magician girl also remembered to introduce herself and said her name was Yanar. Herpian stopped the adventurers and said there was no need for that. Brienne didn't understand what Herpian meant, because the test would end when they arrived at the marked spot. Herpian said that the test was already over, but Brienne didn't believe her. Herpian revealed that she was the one who organized the test and watched the guys. Herpian asked the driver if all the traps had been broken. He said yes, and Herpian revealed that the test had been passed and the contract could now be signed. Herpian wanted to hire all four, for they seemed funny to her and skillful. Guy revealed that Herpian was the eldest daughter of the Dial family. It was Lady Herpian Dial. Brienne was excited when she heard about the nobility and asked if there would be any extra payment, to which she received a rather positive answer. Rein thought that Herpian didn't have any nobility. Herpian, however, could not understand why Rein was looking at her like that. Herpian thanked everyone for their good efforts. It was the best way to appreciate the skills and to see them in person. In that case, Herpian hoped that from now on, she would be able to rely on the adventurers during the escort mission.